Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
right, here we go.
Hello again, people at home and around the world, live from the Moby and Green stage here in sunny Burbank, California. We're here for day one proper of the 2022 ZBrush Summit. I'm Louis Tucci, wild and ready to ride with my friend and compatriot Paul Gabery and fellow ZBrusher. A high five for the people at home.
High fives.
Monday.
How are you? Wheels on these chairs.
How are you? Thank God for wheels on the chairs.
How was day one? AKA the sculpt off. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was full of entertainment. We had some really great participants show up. And
you were entertaining, I will say that much.
Oh,
you
thanks.
were definitely entertaining.
Oh, that's very sweet of you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. As were you.
Oh, well, thanks. See, there was a tear right there in my eye for a moment.
We're reunited. It feels really good to be back here with you. I think that's the first thing. People are probably wondering, hey, look, they're back. We should talk about that maybe for half a second.
Sure, let's take a moment to talk about that. We had quite a few contestants competing in the sculpt off. And again, those winners will be announced on the last day, which would be Wednesday. It would be one of the last things we do after the ZBrush presentation. So for those of you that competed, if you're up, depending on your time zone, you want to come by then and see who the winners were of the sculpt off.
They're being judged, and we should talk about
as
that
we speak
for a second as well. I was texting this morning with none other than Phil Hale as one of our celebrity judges, and we've got not only Phil Hale, but we've got John Brown from the Noman School of Visual Effects as well, and our friend Joe Mena, faithful ZBrusher and comic book friend of mine as well. So they're going to be looking through the stuff, and they're going to talk about what makes the winners the winners when the time is right.
Yep.
But
other friends not enough, really. It really needs to be escalated.
What?
I don't know. You guys are like a club or a group or something. Just
who's a club or
you and Joe, just between the two of you, your comic book passion.
I think we're united in all things funky as well. He's got a tremendous love for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, which is was a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine for many years. Most people don't realize it's one of my favorite bands, but perhaps I'm aging myself. Stay funky. And for you, you know what I wanted to call out today? You'll notice that Paul and I are here alone without our associate and fellow ZBrush teammate Ian Robinson, who is not on set at the moment, but will definitely be joining us virtually for something very special. Stay tuned for that. Today is going to be a very special day, and it's going to be a very unique opportunity for people to go behind the scenes with, I'm not going to even say it yet. Just stay tuned.
You want to keep it? I'm going to keep it today. You can let it go.
That's fine.
You can let the cat out of the bag.
Are you
sure?
Go ahead. All right.
Sure, go ahead.
Fine. Well, Ian Robinson.
Take that stress off your shoulders.
Take that stress. Yeah, it was like a load. I was carrying it with me. Ian Robinson will be live on location in a very, very rare opportunity for people at home. This is one of the most exclusive things we've ever done. We're going to take you live behind the veil of Sideshow Collectibles. I can't believe we're doing this, and I can't believe they're being so gracious to allow us to go into the annals of all things creative there. You're going to see some really interesting things. It's a smorgasbord of artists he's going to be talking to. So if you're into that kind of stuff, stay tuned because it's going to be great.
Smorgasbord.
A smorgasbord.
I love that we somehow keep bringing food into this.
Today promises to be a less food-starved experience.
No.
We had the ultimate pentathlon that was the ZBrush sculpt off.
Sure. I'm sure there'll be something we'll bring just pointless food comments in that don't need to be in the show, but we'll bring it.
But you know what most people probably don't realize? We're not just sitting here. We're united. When I say reunited, I'm so elated to say this publicly. I'm back on the ZBrush team officially as the senior creative director, and I'm so happy to be able to do this with you, but also to work with you every day. I wanted to tell you that on the record. Now the world knows that we're back making the ZBrush they know and love, and expanding the opportunities for people to be creative. And I think that's what's kept us going for all these years and keeps us going.
Should we highlight the rest of the schedule for today too? Maybe show them.
Well, you're in a bit of a rush, aren't you? All right.
You know.
Here he is.
I'm excited.
He's very businesslike.
Ready to go.
Let's take a look. Monday, or we can't really get into singing too. Every time I see Monday, I want to sing that song, but I know we'll get canceled on the YouTube if I.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You can only
I'll
go
stop right there, Mama and Papa.
4 words in now. Who knows?
Right. Paul Shivago, ZBrush and dentistry. One of the things that I've been waiting for as science and technology come to be fused together. I can't wait to talk to him about that. Dan Catcher, the always eccentric and eclectic Dan Catcher, will be joining us. He's never a dull moment with Dan, the Dragon Man, aka the Monster Man as well. Sideshow Collectibles, as we said, with our own very own Ian Robinson, live on location in Thousand Oaks, California. It's going to be fantastic. They're going to meet the Master Sculpt team. Never before. For many of you watching at home and around the globe, are you going to have an opportunity to slip slide into the space there? You stop yourself. And Paul, behave. He's misbehaving off camera. We got Bungie later on at the 2 o'clock hour using ZBrush while developing Destiny 2, everyone's favorite game.
Hard surface, lots of hard surface.
A lot of hard surface, a lot of banging on the boards.
Yeah.
And we'll close out the day at 3:50 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on the West Coast. Damien Canderlay, Love, Death, and Robots, the Netflix hit series.
The founder of the Damien Standard brush that ships with ZBrush that all of us use.
A big deal. If not for Damien, who knows? And you know, it is Dame or Dam. If we say Dame Standard?
I always say his name. I always say the Damien Standard.
I called the Dam Standard brush and got you know, some flack for it one time. I was doing a workshop. I'm not going to say where. They said
he's going to be here. You can ask him.
Yeah, we will.
Get it out of the way.
He's got a Dam Standard 2 that he revealed a few years back, doesn't he?
Unveiled that at another summit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Take a look because we're flashing on the screen Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday's another song, Tuesday Gone with the Wind, but we're not going to get into that either. We got Tuesday and Wednesday, and we're really hoping that that everyone tunes in whenever they can for our presentation.
Yeah, every day there's some uniqueness, like I said, to today shows you the first one where Ian's literally going to be at Sideshow. You guys are going to get a behind the scene. That's not open to the public. Not everyone can just show up at their building and say, hey, show me your what you guys are doing in here. So that's very unique. This will be the first time ever we've been able to do something like this at the ZBrush Summit.
First time.
So
remoting in.
Remoting
Traffic and weather on the ones with Ian Robinson, our correspondent, our foreign correspondent from uncharted terrain. Hey, let me ask you a question. When it comes to the Sideshow Collectibles, I don't want to make it all about Sideshow, but it is a big deal today. And I was going to ask you, when going into a place like that, what would be your favorite department, and what do you think about? Like, what is the thing that gets you going the most?
That's a good question because obviously I'd have a blast with the team, the sculpting team that you're all going to meet today. I would definitely hang out in that room a ton.
So you're talking about
I'd also hang out in the 3D printing room. Okay. And honestly, just to get better at something, I'd probably go in the painter's room just to sit with them and get some tips and tricks on how to paint something physically.
I bet you want to know what I would do.
Okay, go ahead. What would you want?
Well, there you go. I appreciate that question.
Sure, you're welcome. Let me throw it back at you.
I'd say I'd be in the costuming department. I really think it's fascinating how they make those little jackets. I got my jacket on here, but
Sure.
It's like little elves working into the night, making these little costumes for my little mini Captain America costume.
Yeah, well, I can see you wanting to be in that for sure. You do like your clothes.
I do like clothes, yeah.
You have been known to show up in some different attire.
You know, next year is the 10th anniversary.
It is.
Of the ZBrush Summit, and I can't wait for it because I think I might have to unretire that feather boa and bring it back full Dennis Rodman style, and who knows what I'll be looking like.
Sunglasses and all.
We came with, they were giving me they call me the Rasputin or the Hollywood Jesus, but here I am once again, man of the people, ready to do the show.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out for these next 3 days, we're going to be doing a ton of giveaways as well throughout the day from our sponsors that are giving us stuff. So you'll keep an eye out for that. We got people in chat that'll share links when that comes up. You will have to register every presentation, so we will be wiping the board between every single presentation. So usually about 10 to 15 minutes when the presentation is about to done, we'll give you guys that URL. We'll give it on screen. We'll give it in the chat. You'll want to register. We just need your name, email address, and what country you're at. That's it. You go in the wheel, and then I'm going to be pulling the winners from.
You give away a lot of stuff. It should be noted.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
We've got
it equals total over about $70,000 worth of.
That's $70,000 US, and in Canadian.
Thank you for adding the
Canadian dollars. It's about $100 grand, as they say. So we like to give a nod to the people north of the border, all of our friends and compatriots. Hey, speaking of which, during the Sculpt-Off yesterday, we even got to see some work from Cam Farn up in Canada again.
You did.
He was also presenting one time at the ZBrush Summit. It's nice to see that kind of, that there isn't that maybe a level of snobbery. There's people who've presented before who are actually participating in the Sculpt-Off and bringing themselves into that human experience of being under the lights and under the gun on that 3-hour time limit. So stay tuned. We're going to have a winner. I don't know who it's going to be, but someone's going to take home some great prizes. Everyone's going to take home some prizes, right? The top 5.
Everyone wins something that competed in the Sculpt-Off.
Every single person.
Submitted an image and didn't break any rules.
Every single person
gets home that XMD.
Say it again. Every single person.
The XMD toolbox. Everyone got that for participating and submitting an image. And as long as they didn't break any rules, you're good to go.
Follow those rules that you were so explicit and clear about. And I also want to say everyone also wins a serious prize that no one really talks about is the prize of achievement and the prize of courage. The prize of courage to have tried in the first place. I keep saying that over and over again. Try. Give yourself an opportunity to do something different. And I think you'll be very pleasantly surprised with the results.
Let's do it. What do you think? You want to get going?
I think that it is time. We are going to start off the day with none other than Dr. Paul Zhivago and his demonstration and discussion on prosthodontics. So we'll be back in a moment with Dr. Paul Zhivago, here live from the ZBrush Summit 2022. Louis Tucci, Paul Gaboury. Sit tight and stay tuned. I mean about it, but it's really pulling on my hair.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, welcome to the set.
Welcome.
Hey guys,
Welcome
thank you.
to the set.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
What can I say? I mean, for me as a dentist, you know, to be here is really special. So thanks for having me.
We're honored. We're honored to have you. I want to give kudos where kudos are deserved. He's nominated in 2017 for the Edison Award and voted 2017 as one of the top 40 dentists under 40. A high distinction. Really
Thank
pleased
you.
to have you here in the United States, an innovator in the field of digital dentistry, along with opening up workflows in CAD/CAM and making it possible for the future of dentistry to be a burgeoning subject in the field. I can't say how much, how much we really.
Thank you, Louis. This is like really, thank you for the great introduction. So as I am a dentist, I kind of have to tell a little bit my story because it's a little bit unusual. But it made a lot of sense for me to use ZBrush, and I want to show you guys a little bit how, and then we'll do a little demo and see how I do this. So in terms of like how I started, being a prosthodontist, which is a restorative specialist in dentistry, I need a tool that can do pretty much everything because sometimes I get cases that are not so simple. So certain dental software is very linear, and I have to be able to kind of think out of the box and read out or work out of the box. So what happened was that I was always a little bit into art, and I was drawing a lot, and I started probably at the end of the 90s to play around with 3D to a very small extent. And I was more or less familiar with 3D programs. Started my career.
So you're saying that leading up to your dentistry career, you were actually interested in maybe computer design and animation-driven type of processes? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest. I was drawing a lot of stuff, but I wasn't really good at perspectives. So what I did is using like shapes as a background in Photoshop in 3D shapes to kind of come about better aesthetic draw. And I played a lot of video games as well. So, I kind of had an idea, what can be done with this. And after a certain time, I figured, what, let me just do only 3D instead of just Photoshop and this and that. So
excellent.
Yeah. Now, when I studied for my dental education, I was pretty much, we had to do a lot of dental anatomy, and I was playing around with softwares with 3D Max, Maya, and this and that, and I was spending a lot of time at Barnes & Noble, and they had a fantastic magazine section there, and when you study a lot, you start also to procrastinate a lot, and I was reading through these magazines, and it was basically all these softwares that were there were really great, but there was
they're
always
telling me in the back to put your presentation in presentation mode.
Oh, is it?
On your computer.
Yeah,
so.
on the computer.
It's not in presentation mode. Let me see if.
I'm not sure.
1 second, everybody, as we make sure you can see Paul's screen.
Is that better?
All
good.
Perfect.
We're good.
Okay, now
We're good.
here we are.
There we go.
ZBrush and dentistry.
Hey, we're doing this live. Let me just say thank you so much for your patience, everybody, and also Paul for your
Thank
help
you.
there. Thank you.
So endless possibilities, and basically what I really want to have, if I do dentistry, especially digital dentistry. So as I mentioned, I spent here, this is the Barnes & Noble in New York, hours studying there and, reading magazines. And there was always at that time, about 2007, 2008, the ZBrushers that would have very high detailed characters. There was a lot of details that were almost to another level than what I could do. And I figured I just have to look into this and kind of get myself familiar with this. And I played around with getting concepts of how to make software as Maya and 3D Max dental to convert it to dentistry. And I got myself a copy of ZBrush, and then what happens was that I was a student, I didn't really have like money for a workstation at that point in time, it was like very expensive, and I installed ZBrush on this tablet. So I had like this tablet that basically was on the Windows 2000 or a little bit better, but it wasn't anything special. I started to kind of sculpt the first things, and then all of a sudden I realized, wow, this is like wax, this is like what we do in dentistry. So I started to really experiment, do my dental anatomy, and this is like, for example, a picture that I'm not sure who did this, but this level of detail of Woody Allen is so extreme that it looks real, and that's beyond what we need in dentistry. But obviously, like this is a very like potent tool. So after I familiarized myself a little bit with ZBrush, I created my own tooth library, so I can use these teeth, and I will show you guys also how. And this is a little bit, me sculpting just straight from squares, a little bit from less detail to more detail. So I'm going from macro structures to microstructures, and I created my own library. So what I do is when I start to work on these teeth and the anatomy of the teeth, I try not to use too many brushes, because I also teach that at school. I work for NYU, and I teach my residents there in the postgraduate department. So most of the time what I use is basically the move tool, the clay tool, and the Damien Standard, one of my favorites. I think everybody loves that one. And a little bit, I go a little bit into Sculptress, and it's pretty much my approach is to show people that we have to, start to get in very slowly, and then you build up based on more knowledge and create more of tools that you will need for ZBrush. And what happens with dentistry is basically you have features in teeth. For example, the front teeth or the back teeth, they have different type of functions. And I believe that if you have certain elements to it that don't look right, so if we design teeth in a way that they would all look the same, intuitively we know that this is not going to work. This looks wrong to us. And I call this also a little bit like functional aesthetics, because when we look at certain things, that they make sense to us, they look also very aesthetic. So if they have action in the nature, like we are pleased by them, like, almost like psychologically. It's the same thing if you see a baby and all the features that they have, you like it automatically. The same thing is also relevant for design. And we see that in architecture. Certain buildings are built in a way, but they have to function. And when we see that, we have a guideline like how to build them. And also, in terms of when I design teeth for my patients, we basically have to scan them. So this is something that we use in dentistry, that we capture the teeth as a 3D model. But once I have that 3D model, I meet the person and I talk to that person or how that person wants to become, or how the person wants to be seen. And by this interaction, I put my input in my work in the tooth design, basically. And that is something that can be done in ZBrush, because you're sculpting it, you're the artist, and whatever inspires you at that moment, you will definitely put in. Every design is different, every design is really individually specific. And that's really why I like the software, and I think it's really adding a lot to my industry. We have a lot of things going on in dentistry that is also related to AI in terms of having AI design certain things. But I think that one thing we shouldn't forget that at this point in time, AI is not so good that it will create creativity. So like the master lab technicians or the people that do all the lab work, they work in wax, these are like individuals that have their own style, like an artist that, comes, to a level that, AI cannot do. And let's be honest, I mean, if we would use only the same tooth libraries for everybody, then it wouldn't be really like an art form.
Well, you'd have one smile to rule them all.
Right.
That line will never go anywhere. You can use it anywhere. You can use it in so many places. It's
one smile to rule them all. Can you imagine?
So, but Paul, speaking of that, right, because each tooth obviously is going to be different. So how are you deciding, like, you're making molars, you're making canines, and
incisors.
Thank you.
Hey, now.
Thank you, Louis, for the help there. So how are you deciding, okay, this person I'm going to do, is it just I'll do a different looking molar? Is there anything that comes into play for you, like when you're putting the teeth together for a patient that, oh, okay, these ones, are you basing it off other teeth in the scan?
So there's a couple of things that, are more or less like accepted rules. So especially the front teeth, from the canines, even to the premolars, have to have a flow with the face.
Okay.
So we decide based on the factor where the lip is, how much tooth display there is. You cannot say certain words if your tooth length is, for example, not long enough. So there's so you cannot say, I'll give you an example, you cannot say V or F sounds without touching the lower lip.
Everyone's doing this in front of their monitors right now.
Right, so it's not that easy.
That's true.
And then there's like certain shapes of the teeth by themselves that have to be in certain proportions.
Okay.
And then you can kind of play around with that. So it's basically the same idea as, when an artist makes a character, the head can be, bigger or smaller, but like aesthetically speaking, it has to have a flow with the whole object. And when I design the teeth, I don't design the teeth in and of itself. I take photos of the patient, the whole face. Everything has to work for the patient. And what we do is we have ways of using the 3D models and insert them in the patient's mouth for the patient to evaluate. Now that's very important because if you think about it, when you do dentistry, I mean, nobody gets up in the morning and says, hey, today's my dental appointment, I'm so happy to go there. So there's like a certain anxiety to go there because that might be like painful, it might be very costly, and at the end of the day, you don't really know what you get. But at least that aspect with 3D design and designing it with the patient together is taking a little bit away of the apprehension because you are part of the process.
Right.
So, and in ZBrush, you can do these designs very quickly. I mean, it's a matter of seconds just to move.
So on the screen right now, actually, what the viewers are seeing is two different samples. Is that
so? This is like on the right side, we have basically like dental library. This is one of a very popular softwares that is used in dentistry. And I'm a big proponent of open architecture. So you basically can take all these softwares and combine them. And I just took that library and moved it into ZBrush. I was playing a little bit with Dynamesh, used a couple of alphas here, and made something a little bit more realistic. So we do have these micro cracks in the teeth, and if I can work to this level, then I'm more than happy. So that's basically why I use ZBrush a lot, because I can customize it a lot. So. And what happened was that I realized that there's a lot of potential for this in dentistry, and I basically contacted ZBrush and to ask them if you guys are interested in also the dental part of the industry, and it's like a story that I was working. In an office, I wanted to buy that office in New York, and
hold on a second. You were working as a dentist,
right? I was already working as a dentist, and I was using ZBrush for my patients, and started to kind of figure out how I can use it. And my intention was to buy this office, and it didn't work out for whatever reason. And prior to that, I booked my flight to LA, my first ZBrush convention, and I was very upset because it didn't work out with the office, and basically I quit my job. So I was sitting in a plane, having a family, no job, going to LA randomly and kind of trying to pitch an idea, and this is how it started. So I talked to you guys basically, and you liked it, and then I started to become like more and more involved into it, and I was also working at NYU and started to use ZBrush for dentistry and teach it also like to my students and residents.
I want to interject about something, because we have a similar parallel, yourself and myself. We've been talking off camera as well. Just sort of stumbled into ZBrush as a failed attempt to be in architecture, and I think that sometimes it's quite positive to have setbacks or to have the road that you thought maybe you were planning out. Who hasn't come here in a car ride to California to try to find the ZBrush? Here we are, all three of us united by
pretty
that
much
one
the story for a lot of people.
Yeah, the common thread is that ZBrush has brought us together. But the real question I have for you is, you took upon yourself the torch of using the ZBrush. Let's go back to the time when you were a student, if we may. What kind of influence was it having in your experience as a student, or was it not being functionally used at that point?
So what you do as a student, when you start dental school, you basically have to learn the anatomy very well. So what they use is sometimes wax, or they give you soap and you have a knife and you carve it out.
And in traditional methods, you're using your hands to sculpt these things.
So in doing that digitally, you can learn the anatomy in your bedroom or whatever, you just work on a computer, you have all these tools. It's exactly the same, maybe even better because it's cleaner.
Right.
And this is how it starts in dental school.
So let's frame it for the people at home watching. Somewhere some kid is watching this thinking, I want to be a dentist. You get shoved in this class on prosthodontics as a sort of student, and you think you have to learn how to sculpt at the same time that you're learning all about this other technical stuff. How harrowing of a journey was that for you to learn how to sculpt those things?
I mean, I would say it's very intuitive because back then when I was working with other 3D programs, the rendering took a long time, all these little, details were taking a lot of time, and ZBrush was very fluent. So like even with smaller computer or less resources, you could just like start to sculpt and let it go. And sometimes you don't even know where you're ending up with. So you just like let your creativity go, and you're getting to a point. I mean, we have like in dentistry rules how a shape has to be, but there's variations to that, so everybody can come up with their own style. So, and I don't feel it's very hard to learn. I have a lot of residents that pick it up very quickly. So right now I'm the course director of digital dentistry at NYU at the postgraduate program, and this is a mandatory course. So what we're doing is in the summer, I make a demo about an hour, show them the basics, and then they just have to sculpt the tooth or do some sort of shape. And I mean, I don't need more than an hour to just have like somebody going and just like sculpt right away. So that's why I try to not really make it too complicated. So it's all like more organic sculpting, no hard surface or stuff like that. But like they pick it up very, very quickly.
I think it's incredible. You have an opportunity to affect change, as we were talking about, Paul, earlier. We really have this parallel in the educational realms. Yourself and myself coming back after a long stint.
I was not immediately like admitted at NYU either, and it's frustrating. But my wife told me like, listen, everything happens for a reason, and that's exactly what it is. So I'm glad that.
The other thing is, Paul, is also fascinating. Both Pauls, hey, here we are.
You're sandwiched by Paul.
I'm sandwiched by Paul. Dr. Zhivago, the other thing that I wanted to sort of touch base with you on was the concept of going back into the space of being an educator. How did this transpire? You were obviously a practicing dentist. Is it just natural circumstance because of your work in ZBrush, or is it something you had planned for professionally?
I mean, my education was very good. I'm very like loyal to the people that helped me, my teachers, and I do work 5 days a week in my office, but I still want to keep one day for education because I just want to give it back. And I think like I have here something that I can contribute to dentistry, and it has a lot of value, and I really want to do that. So that's really important to me. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, I really enjoy to do this because it's very artistic, and I just enjoy it. I love it.
Excellent.
Yeah. So
it's a fascinating field.
At the same time, so what also happened, and I think was very cool, is that when I came to the first ZBrush convention, I met Dan Ketcher. So that was like in 2007.
You know, he's up next.
Yeah. So we're good buddies. So, and I loved his stuff. Like, first of all, I love Game of Thrones, fantastic. But what I really liked was that he was doing the skeleton, the muscles, and everything underneath the dragon. So that's kind of like getting this creature that doesn't really exist to like a hyper-realistic like concept. So that's like this functional aesthetic that I'm also relating to teeth. So you make something that, you know, will function in a way, you know, like a dragon cannot be too big, or, you know, there's certain things that he really incorporated in his designs. And I just messaged him on Facebook and asked him, hey, Dan, you know, do you want to lecture with me at NYU? We bring the art school together and the dental school together on ZBrush. So you do your dragons, I do my teeth, but we have something in common. So the art school came, the dental school came, and yeah, this is a picture that, you know, we were like lecturing at NYU, and it's very like unique to have like two completely different branches together, you know, and just really like you know, come together like that.
I think that speaks volumes to the faculty and the directors of the New York University, regardless of the departments. They break that siloed structure that is typical in an educational institution. I think that's part of the work is to sort of take those barriers away and move into a space where things are more of a fusion-based educational circumstance for people. And I think what you guys are doing is just that.
I mean, 100%. You have to have some. NYU was very like open to it and very progressive, and it was like a pilot thing. And now it became a full course. And you know, me and Dan, we actually lectured last week together in Austin, Texas, to one of the biggest prosthodontic meetings. And it's definitely you know, a great thing. You know, I mean, we had a great time, and people understand now like the relevance of this.
How would you gauge the response that they're having, your colleagues in the field, regardless of what they're doing as general practitioners in the dentistry field? How are they responding to this digital sculpting?
I mean, this is a very new thing, and you know, you have to be to a certain level of you know, technology that you're understanding this, and there's a little bit of generation gap here that happens in dentistry. I think that the young people are like very open to it and understand it, and you know, there's a lot of people that you know, like it, and it's something that started to become more and more popular. Like digital dentistry is huge right now. I mean, this is probably like the most popular thing, but having like a software available that can create these details, and we get out of the automation into something, you know, unique and creative is like really the top of the ice cake, kind of like, you know, I like it. A lot of people do as well. So
it sounds like they're having a lot of fun. What do you think?
Yeah, fun is the right word. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You guys are like a traveling show now.
That's what. Yeah, they're like the.
Paul and Dan are everywhere.
Paul and Dan, and Louis and Paul, they're ZBrush and the dentistry. So that's, you know, that part of it is really, really great, because I think it wakes up this concept of, even academically speaking, not to get into sort of academia and a snobbery of academia, we know that it exists, but I think that there's that element of saying, how are the students being prepared then for future course offerings? That was something I was dying to ask you. If they have to have this sort of artistic capacity, are they given sort of a mix of classes that are, is there a plan to do that, to have maybe a fusion of someone who might go into prosthodontics or cosmetic dentistry taking more artistic classes to have that skill set?
I mean, aesthetic dentistry or dentistry in general has definitely like a component of art. So there's no question that this will be relevant for, you know, this industry. Now, most of the people that go in that field, especially in academia, I mean, as a student, they want to do something medically, but they also want to do something like with their hands artistic. So they're already like there in their mindset. So some people are more or less artistic, but you know, this has to be added, in my opinion, to dentistry. Like,
so someone like Paul Gaber, you could be a dentist too.
Probably not, but I can make some teeth. I don't know if they'd be accurate.
Yeah, you make some teeth. I made a lot of teeth, right?
How big's your library now, Paul, of your teeth?
I don't really have a number, but it's constantly changing. So obviously every patient gets something different, and
you're saving each one of those out, these teeth, every time you do a tooth?
No, I actually don't anymore, because it's just like you go on, do new ones, you know, just maybe modify the old ones. I mean, I will show you guys a little bit the process. So.
Oh, we'd love to see that, yeah.
I'm working with multiple softwares and combine them. So it's something that basically is done, you know, with ZBrush and other softwares, because certain things are not necessarily like easy to do without some certain specific dental, you know, rules, or I think I have to show this. So this was just like, you know, on my MacBook Pro, I think in 2019, Dan left his Dragon, and I kind of like moved it around, and it was just like fascinated, you know, by the level of, you know, detail. So I think we have here like about like 83 million points, which I don't even think that there's any dental software that comes even close to this level of detail. So yeah, we showcased this at NYU, and what happened was after I did the program or started the program, we did also a lot of research. So there's actually a lot of like dental research that has ZBrush incorporated into it from design aspects, also like from I guess aspects of you know, verifying how the fit is and all this. So like we had even won the first place with the ZBrush type of design on a dental patient that you know, it's definitely like something that we use all the time. So
do you get any strange requests? Because at this point it's possible to have any kind of teeth you want, perhaps.
Well, you know what happens is if you can tell somebody that you can have whatever you want, you know, then there's no limit. So like sometimes like, you know, the designs change from A to Z like extremely much. But at the end of the day, you can provide something very unique that the patient can make these requests as well. And you have to be prepared for that. So if one design doesn't work out so well, you know, you just have to change it up. And
you know what's coming next. What are some of the drawbacks to having the man with a platinum smile?
I don't know. Is there any drawbacks? So, I mean, it's...
just brush them as is.
That's right.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
You can see the hamster turning in my head as we speak.
Well, I'm seriously going to make the sign. It's going to happen.
You need this. What sign are you talking about? Some people
that's a moment with
That's a Tucci right there.
That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, Paul's got some more stuff he definitely wants to show too.
So, I mean, I can basically show you guys. So this is like a dental scan. So this is how it starts when you start the process. Is that on? Or, so this is a scanner. So the scanner is basically going over the teeth. It creates a 3D model. And this 3D model, this is now a temporary, these are not real teeth, but that's basically also what happens in the mouth. And this is how we digitize things. So it becomes like an STL file, a PLY file, or an OBJ file. And clinically
What's the scanner you're using? Oh, Sprint.
This is the process. So I start up with a software that is a 2D software, where I show the patient more or less in a 2D way how they might look. Then we digitize the existing teeth. And then we can download libraries from this software or create your own design by overlaying it in ZBrush and create a 3D print. Now, when the 3D print is done, then we will make a mold out of that and insert it in the patient's mouth. Now, there's a little bit more complex cases where we need also to consider the back teeth. So the back teeth have in dentistry multiple functions, and there's also a hinge axis, so I will explain how we go a little bit about that. But this is like a little bit of video how this 2D to 3D process works. So basically, Smile Cloud is a software that we have to take some nice photography, and there's some reference planes, like the mouth, the eyes, and the teeth are generated to certain references that I give or I input. And then what happens is that you can download the files, the teeth files. So here I have the teeth files, and I will go over that a little bit slower in the demo. And you can use the pictures before and after in the background and kind of overlay it and put the teeth in the right position. So here I had to reduce the teeth because that's what you have to do sometimes in dentistry, like shave them a little bit. And you just basically put the teeth in. I work a lot with groups, auto groups, and this and that. And once it's done, you just export them as a 3D object. You print them out, and this is a typical case. So like somebody's coming in, is not happy. We're having the initial part on the left upper side, and this is the first design on the upper right side. And then we will bring it into ZBrush, the scan and the teeth that were designed. And we create the 3D print. So the 3D print is basically, the gray tooth mold that you have there. And we'll make another silicone impression of that. And that silicone impression will be injected with a temporary material. And then on the lower right side, left side, you can see like how that overlays over the patient. So this is basically, you can see a little bit like the excess of the material. And then we clean it all up on the lower right side. And these are temporaries. So with the temporaries, the patient can basically walk out of the office, eat, speak, show their family or friends if they like it or not. And then they come back, and then we can redesign it. And that's basically like how we do it. So this initial design can be done like multiple times. So this temporary material can just come off and then will be added back on. And then after one step or multiple steps, when the patient is happy, what we do is we will rescan this again, send this to our lab partners, and they will make this in porcelain. So this is basically before, temps, and after.
So you get to test drive your smile.
Exactly. That's exactly what you do.
I'm digging it, Paul.
And you're learning a lot, Louis.
Very
Man, I've been
natural. Like we try to make it natural. We don't want to have it like that somebody compliments somebody for their fake teeth. So nobody likes that.
No.
And
I always wonder
Unless
what
you're a
that would
hockey
sound.
player.
Yeah, I
Unless
guess you're a hockey
player.
Yeah, I would wonder what that sound like. Hey, those fake teeth you've got in there look phenomenal. How much was that smile?
No one's definitely doing that. That's for sure.
Let me stop you right there. Hey, how much did that smile cost? Said no one ever. That's funny stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but the process is not really so difficult, and the patients can choose what they want. So it's really like, whatever you like, you're part of it, and it's very successful.
We could do a long sort of user story where I replace and repair my hockey damaged front teeth, and we chronicle the whole thing. And
we can
the
work
birth
together.
Of a smile.
So you design them,
Yeah.
and I'll put them in.
I come to you with just to say ZBrush right across there.
If you want that, do it.
Platinum teeth.
Done.
Just do a grill.
That's what I'm saying. No, I want them in there.
You want them in there?
The man with the platinum smile. It says just the ZBrush logo.
Okay.
Ching.
That is branding at its finest right there. That's branding at its finest for sure. What scanner was that you were using?
I knew you were going to ask that.
I'm working with a Korean company, Medit.
Medit?
Medit.
So the scanner that I use is basically a scanner that exports open architecture files. So PLY, STL, and OBJ go straight, into my computer, and then I can do with the files whatever I want. So I always, because I know a little bit, I was a little bit more exposed to 3D workflows before I became a dentist, that you have to be, like in an open environment, because you have to be able to work with different softwares and bring them together, and you can. In dentistry, sometimes you have just like one software that drives you linear to a workflow and then gives you a result, but then you get stuck sometimes in that architecture, and you cannot move, sideways or create new things. So I always push the open architecture workflow. Meta does that, so you just scan, get the files, and then you have to be able to design. But that's basically what I was interested in.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really neat to see that happening. I just really the real learning experience for me today was the test drive, the Smile test drive.
Yeah.
You get to test it out. I come to your house and I say, hey, Paul. And then you say, you're looking good.
I don't think he's coming to your house to do it.
No, I come to your house. Yeah. I'm saying I test drive my teeth on you.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
if you don't like it, you come back.
Come back.
Go back and forth.
Let's do it again.
Like a demo head right there.
Oh, geez, now you're going off
Right?
into places that I don't know what you want to.
Yeah.
No.
No?
Don't do it. I don't know if you want to do that, for sure. So there's a lot of people actually in the chat, Paul, that have like family members that are in dentistry and stuff, and some of them are like, hey, I don't know if my family had actually has gotten into digital for dentistry or would even do it. Do you have any recommendations, maybe some web pages or places that maybe these artists can share with their family members that are in your industry?
question.
Say, hey, here's some great information to understand how to do digital work.
I mean, it's probably like not bad to look into like social media. There's a lot of people that use all kind of systems. There's some books, but the books are very like, they're a little bit like, I would say it's not necessary you get the newest information there. Like a lot of courses are, everywhere. So I think that it's also important to know what you want to do in dentistry, because there's different branches. So like, let's say like a orthodontist who makes braces needs digital tools for another reason than I would need, and this and that. I mean, I'm happy, like, at the end of my presentation, I share my info, and, you can just contact me, and can make any kind of,
What a guy, and that's the hallmark of our community, is the sharing and spreading of information for the benefit of others. Is there any other interesting questions that you came across in this feed here?
Some people were asking what would have happened to the coloring of the teeth once you make the tooth and then you make the final one and put it in the patient's mouth.
So basically, like, what we do is we take, before it goes out to the lab, a shade. So we have like colors that we show to the patient. They're like very dental specific, and that will be just photographed. It will be communicated to the lab, and they know to match it. So if you don't like your color, and you can also bleach, and then you will take the shade after that. Or if you have more work done where all the teeth have to be like, worked on, then you just choose the color that you want. I mean,
I've got a question. In the case of, no, this is a serious question.
Okay.
In the case of an existing prosthetic, what would happen then? You would just grind it down? And there's nothing like the smell and the sound of a grinding down of a tooth.
Right. So unfortunately, if you have an existing prosthetic that has to come off, and they're designed in a way that they shouldn't come off, so yes, we grind them down.
Wow. You burn them off?
No. There's like techniques to do it a little bit more smooth.
Okay.
So you basically like create like some slot in the restoration, and then you split it, and then it comes off. So yeah.
And when you're doing that, but that makes you, because obviously you're probably gonna have to put them.
I'm
down
forecasting
for
my own future here.
Probably. For the scan, are they awake when you're doing the scan, or is it easier?
The scan is just like a camera that goes over your teeth. That's just totally.
Oh, that wand doesn't go inside the mouth?
It goes in your mouth, and you just move it around.
So it's pretty quick then, and you're getting accurate.
Yeah. I mean, you can, like, we had a contest with a bunch of dentists, and, I think I scanned my whole mouth in under 37 seconds.
So you guys did a timed contest? To see
Yeah. It was like a bunch of people.
The social life.
It was like,
Everyone's doing competition.
Friday night at Dr. Zhivago's house, they've got a scanning contest happening.
That's actually would be pretty fun.
Okay,
where do you guys do that?
go.
Do you guys just do it like at a convention center or something?
No, it was like a bunch of people that kind of are like me, doing a lot of digital dentistry, and then they made a challenge, who's the fastest? And they passed it on.
I like it, man.
That's kind of.
That puts a smile on my face.
Funny.
I'll tell you what, though, to go back to your point, yes, the fear, when you said, yeah, we probably have to grind that down or crack it and such, I gripped the desk a little harder. There's no pain like that pain of having.
Look, this is why you're supposed to brush your teeth every day, multiple times.
I did.
a day,
Hey, I've got some nice
floss,
teeth. I'm just talking about a hockey
pain in
injury.
dentistry nowadays. This is like modern dentistry should have not pain. Like really, like that's.
Yeah, it's not $18.99, man. I mean, and I have really clean teeth. I mean, look at
Couldn't
that.
imagine doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I know you've got more stuff too you want
Let's
to share,
get to it.
Paul.
Yeah, I mean,
on your slides.
this is like another thing. So when we work on the back teeth, the way the jaw moves is very important. So it's not just the design of the aesthetic, it's also the function. And we have a bunch of like terms, you know, where the teeth are in the rest positions, how much space you have. So the way I approach that, because it's a little bit more complex, I start up the same way. I go into ZBrush and I start to design again the smile. And I use for the back teeth my libraries because they're a little bit more complex and it's just easier for me like to put them in. And when I'm done with this design, then what happens is basically that you have like the teeth in the correct way, but only in a static position. So that's not really how we function because you move your lower jaw around and there are certain things that, you know, you don't want the teeth to hit in the wrong way, you know, that it can cause like other problems as wear and this and that. And this is kind of how I work about that. So I basically design the teeth one more time. By the way, ZBrush has this fantastic tool where you can use the other model as a reference to create occlusion. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm shaving the teeth based on the other model. And then once I'm done with this static, you know, position of the teeth, what I do is I import them in another software because it's all open and that's how it should be, which is called Exocad. So you can see here that you have basically the lower and upper jaw in this blue thing, which is called an articulator that simulates the movement of the jaw. And what Exocad is doing is it runs through the movements. So when it does that, you create some sort of, you can see like these yellow teeth that have little dots.
Yeah.
And these are the movements that may hinder your jaw, you know, to move healthy.
Those are points of impact.
Right. And Exocad is removing these automatically. So my 3D file becomes also accurate in a dynamic way.
Wow.
And then basically the same thing. So we're creating shells which can be put on teeth that will be prepared, or these mock-ups. And yeah, we also have like protocols for digital dentures in ZBrush. Then we do also you know, have implant restoration where you get, the implant is basically something that goes into the bone and the tooth will be anchored if you don't have a tooth there. And all these things can be done in ZBrush and basically, you know, again, like dentistry without any limits. So that's,
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
This is, you're gonna know I did my homework on this one.
Go ahead.
How does that effectively work to, or how do you work to minimize recession in the gum when you have this prosthetic process?
Yeah, I mean, recession, there's a lot of stuff. So maybe like from the design aspect, if you create the teeth in a way that they, like the teeth and the gums, they have a certain flow, right? And if you make them too big, then, you know, food might get stuck there, or, you know, that could be like a problem that would cause recession. Recession is a little bit also related to age. You know, unfortunately, everybody gets a little bit of recession. Toothbrushing, like wrong toothbrushing, wrong technique, too much force. You know, by the way, if I can leave like a dental advice, always use a soft toothbrush. It's perfect. You don't need more. You know? No hard toothbrushes. So
Soft toothbrush. Did everyone get that?
I got
Use a
that from a
soft
dentist too. They told me don't use any hard toothbrush bristles ever.
You're fine. Like
Stay
soft is perfect. You just,
so then why do they make them, right?
I don't know. Like
it's another way marketing probably, I guess.
I got my own recession because of a hard toothbrush, so it's definitely not.
Yeah.
I used to feverishly brush my teeth as like in my early 20s and my late teens. I'd be brushing my teeth all the time, you know?
Right.
And I think
you should, but like not too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
too much,
over
you're taking the
brushing
enamel
them.
off,
You know?
right?
Yeah, I was like trying to get the whitest, brightest smile possible. Bam, I'm blind the guy. You know what I mean?
Okay. I gotcha.
So we're gonna move into the demonstration part. I think is that.
Yeah.
Is that
I
cool?
mean, this is like maybe if anybody's interested on more of this, so I have.
He's got a couple more
Oh
slides.
yeah, don't rush on our behalf. Are you kidding? I thought that was up.
You can find me on
15 minutes.
Instagram, and we have a couple of courses, and
Yeah,
where
put
I
up his
kind
screen there for us.
of get into You know, this is like my handles on social media and the QR code for courses, how to use it.
Yeah, we'll leave that up there for a minute so they can
leave it up there, especially for those people that have family members.
Yeah.
This is the guy, obviously, they should reach out to. And it sounds like Paul's traveling, doing presentations.
The Traveling Tooth Show with Paul Shivago.
Paul and Dan are everywhere.
Yes.
And Dan Catcher,
where are you guys next is what I want to know. Where's the next? It's like, well, really, guys need like a T-shirt.
But like, it's great. You know, we have even some international things going on. So.
That's awesome.
That's really cool. And yeah, he's a good artist in his own right, so it's a nice fusion. I'm really happy to see the fusion of science and technology and art happening that way. Really good stuff.
Yeah, so before you head over to the other computer, you got a video too that we want to share with everybody that you also put together. So we'll play that video, because you're heading over to the other computer now, correct, Paul? Yeah. So this is a video from you.
So this is just like straight up sculpting of, I use a little bit masks here, nothing, you know, too crazy.
You can adjust that if you want. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know, that's...
So this is you working on a particular patient's mouth
this
and
is
fixing.
The patient that, you know,
so before and after.
Before and after, right? So this is just without necessarily like having like a background photo, or this is like a little bit more an easier process. So you just design the teeth. I want to show you guys a little bit like how I do this whole overlay thing. That let me just move this ear a little bit around.
Do a little
okay, so here we go. So here we are in the ZBrush interface. So lightbox off. Let's create a new document. I just like to have it wide open. So the first thing that you basically do is like you import basically the intraoral scan. So here we have a bunch of scans. So let's start with the upper PLY. Is like a good file in terms of like color and not too data heavy. So we'll just pull this out, edit. This is a great, the skin shade is fantastic. So it's pretty much exactly how, you know, you have.
So this is the raw scan data.
This is the raw scan of a patient, which is my wife. I have the permission to use this.
What a time to be alive.
Hey, we're gonna use your teeth.
Sit still a minute.
I'm getting like. You know.
So hold on, while you're showing that, I want to ask something. I've noticed something in the last couple of scans that you've demonstrated. Is it a fair assertion to make that there is disequilibrium in the construction of the actual jawbones in people, that there is some slight variation, or is that based on tooth length and growth?
I mean.
Or is it like skeletal construction?
So basically, the growth process is giving the bone and the teeth the direction and the shape. So there's no symmetry there at all. I mean, there's nothing symmetric.
There's a perception of symmetry is what we're getting at.
Right.
Right.
But there's a certain level of like things that might look a little bit better if you modify them to a way that it looks right. So I'm not necessarily a big fan of everything perfectly the same, but if that's the requested, then that's what we're going to do. You know.
Okay, interesting. That's a very, very important point, actually. It comes directly from sort of an artistic pursuit, which is to say that asymmetrical design is probably more appealing for many reasons.
Right, but you know, I mean, that's a discussion that you know I have to have with the patient what they want, and you know, if it's not harming, because if you make teeth too long, too short, then you can have more problematic situations. I'm all about it. So you know, yeah. And what happens is if you scan, so what the scan does is it captures the upper lower jaw, and then you create a scan where the upper lower jaws together, and then it fuses these jaws, which we call the bite. So what I do is I just duplicate like the initial STL file, and then I bring in the lower arch here, and it falls right in place. So this is perfect occlusion and, you know, ZBrush. So everything is transferred from the scanner software to ZBrush, and, you know, it looks all perfectly fine. Now the next step is, you know, we kind of have to take some really good photography. What I do is I open the textures and bring in the photography. So I have taking photos of the patient prior. So this is basically one that I bring in, and then another texture here is the second picture. Open. So now we have them both basically in the texture menu. And Then what I need is like basically a floor. So let me move these things around, and I go into the draw menu. Let me bring that over here, and go to basically this front and back, panel, and bring in the pictures on the map side. So we have this one and that, and here is, I have to rotate that, so that's usually basically, the best way. And we go back to the fill mode. So the fill mode is something that as further I go like to, the higher value, my picture will be more clear and my cast will be more see-through. So basically like, I can see like a little bit the background of the patient here. And what I do is, in fill mode 3, I do an enhancement factor of 1. So this makes it really very see-through. So this way I can really figure out where this should be. And this is basically, let me just put this in like that because I want to see the face. So this is basically the standard, the initial picture that we took. And then you can switch it to the proposed one. So this will be basically the proposed one. It's important that you take the pictures as a full screenshot, that you don't have to, align them. This is just a lot of time that is, wasted for that. And then I basically use, all my, what's it called here? All my subtools. Click this on and move them in the right direction. We align this as good as we can. So I have something that I basically want to open because I did this all prior. I don't want to waste too much time on that. So let me just get this one in. And so here we have this pretty much aligned. So this is basically like the scan overlaid over the existing teeth. And what I did is I have a library of teeth, that are part of the final restorative work or the proposed one. And let's go to this. So let's have these tools. And then if, let's say like, I like basically, the shape or of the teeth, I'm just moving these, in the right position. And what we also can do is, in terms of moving these teeth around, if it's not like necessary, like in the right position at this point, you can use the polygroup menu. So I usually take the lines off, see more colors, auto group these, polygroups, auto group. And then just to move them around as one subtool without like switching from multiple subtools, you basically you have to be in a mode, scale or rotate mode, and then control, mask the other ones, and this way you kind of move them around, and it's pretty straightforward. And you put them in the right position. Now, and I'm not going to do that because we have just a limited amount of time, but there's a couple of other things that I want to show you guys, which is, I think, really cool, and it's a very easy thing to do in ZBrush. So let me just turn this off. So what I showed was basically how to do a mock-up, which will be added on the teeth that are there. But sometimes we have to make these shells, and this is a very simple thing to do here as well. So let me just go to.
Just want to give you a time check too, Paul, so you know you got about 8 minutes.
All right. I mean, I'm going to. That's more than enough. So let me just unselect that. So you basically can create just some masking to these teeth. Very simple. I'm going a little bit quicker here because.
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine.
So then I'm just invert the masking. You might want to just make sure that this is a little bit more, like you can sharpen this a little bit. And you go to subtools again, and then to the extract button. So the extract button is fantastic. So what you can do is you can basically project things from one surface inside or outside. So if you want to do crowns, you should be like around like a smoothness 50 or something like that, and then minus area. So minus 0.3 or something like that. Let's say this will work. And then you extract, keep double off, and you accept it, and then you create another subtool that is basically your shells. And they will be just, you might want to like just, they can be 3D printed, and then you can prepare the teeth, and they will fit on whatever preparation. You just reline them, and you're good to go for back teeth. I use this a lot. Or
Right. Makes sense.
So if you want, you can also do this. This is another way of using this tool. So let's go back to these teeth, and instead of like going, in the minus area, you extract in the plus area, let's say like over here, and extract, accept. Now what you have created is basically like a mouth guard, because it fits over the existing teeth. So it's pretty easy to do this. It was probably a little bit harder to figure out that this tool existed would help me in my work. So.
Right.
But yeah, that's a couple of things that.
Cool. Yeah, they're making all custom mouth guards now for all the athletes, right?
Yeah.
They're going. Back in the day, I just got the old school ones. Cut here, put it in your mouth.
Put it in the pot.
Well, we warmed them up.
Boil it in the water.
We boiled them up and then bit down.
Yeah.
We did do that.
It's like a sock for your teeth.
I haven't worn a mouth guard in a long time.
Yeah. Better that you do, maybe. A sock for your teeth is how I look at it.
Sure. Yeah, that's awesome.
Also, maybe like one more really cool brush that I love is the ZBrush brush, because teeth come together, right? And if they don't come together, then it's really a nightmare for the patient, and you have to adjust a little bit. So a way of doing this is basically like, let's just pull this a little bit in, because we know that this is, what I do with the project brush is, let me just display properties, flip this. Okay, I think that, go back to maybe this one. So now like I can kind of see, let's just make this a little bit more clearer. Color, fill object. So you can see maybe like with a better color, something more. Okay, you can see that, where the teeth kind of stick out. So that's something that, you don't want to have, and you can just use the ZBrush brush and, flatten this to the perfect occlusion, and I mean, that's the idea.
Yeah.
Then it's all like what's supposed to be, at least. Maybe you have to run it again through Exocad and kind of make the occlusion better, but this is a very good tool for dentistry.
That's awesome.
Some pretty fascinating stuff going on here.
I'm waiting that you guys come up with the alignment tool. So that thing, I really...
A colliding tool?
Alignment.
So like, if you have two arches and you kind of combine them in one scan, they will come together based on the third...
There is an alignment tool now that we can show you.
Please tell me.
Yeah, we'll show you.
Please
there is alignment. We just released it in a couple versions ago.
Careful what you ask for,
We'll definitely have to sit.
Zhivago.
We'll have to sit this week. We'll see if it works for you.
Careful what you ask for with the ZBrush team.
Yes.
Always one step ahead. Here we go.
I mean, that's in large pretty much, I use Boolean tools as well to work on implants, but this is pretty much the basics, so yeah.
I figured I was going to ask you that, and then I'm glad you said
I love that stuff, so this is really good.
Okay, cool. What do you got? Any questions on there online, or?
No, I think we got to wrap it up and get on to Dan, actually.
Okay, well, listen, we've taken a bite out of day one here, the formal sort of ZBrush Summit. Dr. Zhivago, thank you very much. Paul Zhivago is an NYU fellow as well. Really great presentation. and very thoughtful.
Thanks for having me, guys. Really honored to be here.
Yeah, very informative. Well, sit tight. Louis Tucci here live with Paul Gabry. We're going to do some prize
giveaways.
We're going to do some prize give. I knew that. We're
Prize
doing some
giveaways.
prize giveaways. Paul Gabry is going to take it away with some prize giveaways. Yeah, Paul, again, was a great demonstration. And changing the world one smile at a time is the line for the day.
Thank you, Paul, for joining us. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're up to do some giveaways here.
Woo!
So
Tap
we're
the
gonna
keyboards. Paul Gabry, get ready.
Yep, we're gonna do some quick giveaways here. So between every single presentation, our sponsors have given us a ton of stuff to give to you. So we're gonna do this between the presentations. Again, we will share the registration link for you when it's open and ready to go. So I know some of you were trying to register on it, but it's only opening up at certain points. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Once you see the link and share it, then you're good to go to register. It's just your name, your email address, and a country that you're located in, so we can go. So let's get going. I'm gonna kick off the first one with a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop.
Wow.
A 1-year subscription to Gnomon. I'm gonna kick it off with that. Let's draw the winner and see who we get
Spin the wheel.
as the winner. I'm going to also copy and paste the person's name in the chat, so you have that. So this is always the fun part of me, trying to make sure to put that, and now I've got 2 chats. So Kassan Nye has been the winner here.
Say it again.
I'm gonna confirm winner, Kassan, C-A-S-S-A-N, Nye, N-I. So let me
Nye,
confirm
like
the
Bill
winner.
Nye.
Let me put that also in. I've got 2 chats to work with today. So there's your winner for this one. Let's do another one. So let me get ready and get that one up and running. Let's do one more here. Let's get, well, let's see, what do I want to do now? Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. We got a lot of really great prizes for you all. Really some great stuff coming in here. So this one's going to be an all-access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Great people over there. You got Eric Keller, you got Thomas Whittlebach. You're going to learn a lot from them, the winner of this for sure. So let's see who we got as a winner of this. David Skelly. David Skelly, you are the winner. I'll put that in there for you. So we have who the winner is. Let me confirm that winner and throw it in my other
Or David
chat.
Skelly is pounding his keyboard. I can't believe I won.
Keyboard. David Skelly, you are the winner of that. Let's do another one. Let's do another one here. Yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, it's close. You know, it's the giving season, if you will. It's the giving season.
We've got a lot of prizes to give away.
We're in it. We got a lot to give away for sure. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, let's do one of these again. 3D Connection gave us some of their mice to give away. This is the Enterprise kit, so it's the entire suite from them. So this will work, of course, with ZBrush, so you can navigate with this and do your own customized buttons if you want. So let me draw that winner. And that winner of that is Jesse. See, this is where I told Ian, don't worry, I will not get the names correct half the time. Jesse Sanino, I would say. If I am correct or not, let me know. Let's go.
Jesse Sanino.
Jesse Sanino, I think so. I don't, since you know, I could be wrong. I'm just gonna roll with it.
I'm just taken back by the size of the cheetah behind you.
Oh, the size of the cheetah is really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
I'm gonna do one more. I think I'm gonna
4
do
prizes.
One more. I'm gonna do one more. I'm feeling good about this. Let's do one of these. Let's show the image here first, so you guys can see what is up. So I'm gonna do a XMD 4-course bundle. So they have 4 workshops on their website. You're going to get all 4, so you can sit there and learn from the artists there on that site. So the XMD Academy. So let me draw that winner, and we've got a winner here. Let me confirm it. Ed Fenner. Ed.
Sound the alarm.
You are a winner. I'm going to put your name in there, Ed, in the chats. I don't know where you're located and you're watching this right now, so both my chats have to get you. There you go. So again, we're going to be doing this between every single presentation, okay? So just look for that registration when it comes up. You want to register, and again, some of you were asking in the chat for the 25% ZBrush Summit special. You will receive an email at the end of the summit. This is only day 2, day 1 of the presentations. We still have all of today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, okay? So after Wednesday, give us some time to get that email. It probably won't be going out to you until next week. You know, we got the aftermath of the summit as well to do. So just keep an eye out for that. Continue to register. We'll be clearing the registrations between the presentations and starting all over again. So you do need to be present to be that. So
what is an aftermath? You're having an after party?
Yeah, I'm not having an after party. No way, man. I'm having an after nap party is what I'm having.
I might have an after
this. That's for
Here
sure.
we go. The bad boy of CG is back. Here we go.
So we're going to get ready for our next presenter. We're super excited. Stay buckled up. Stay in front of your screens. We got a lot of more great presentations coming up. We'll see you in just a bit.
Paul Gabriel.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
drop.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
And we're back live again here from the Mobian stage inside of warehouse facility inside of Burbank, California, sunny Burbank, California. I'm Louis Tucci with Maxon, ZBrush, and Paul Gabery. Say hello, Paul.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back.
Okay.
Excited for our next presenter. It's going to be a really fun one.
Are you ready for it?
Seeing. Yeah, go ahead.
Haven't seen him in a little while. We're going to bring onto the stage live here Dan Catcher, the man himself. Here he comes, Dan the Man Catcher. Father of dragons.
Hey.
Master of monsters.
All right. How's everybody doing? Oh, we're not there yet. Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, they're doing a little.
Like he popped up into the virtual environment, Dan Catcher, looking larger than life.
Wow, I'm huge.
A virtual Dan. Not really, though. He's here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I really look a lot more gray, I think, since last time you guys saw me, huh? I mean, it's just...
Your skin complexion is just the same as it always has been. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I stay out in the sun, but yeah, it's definitely, it's been, what, 2 years since I've seen everybody?
Yeah,
at a minimum.
There.
Yeah.
I think so. I've been in like a hole. It's nice to be back. It's nice to see you guys.
Yeah,
it's nice to see all of you.
There you go. Look at this. I love it.
What's happening?
I love it.
And we will
I know, I'm so
continue
used to like a
monitoring
real audience, which is sad. Maybe
They are real. They're
real.
Virtually real.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to
Yeah, I
see
know what you mean. Having the audience to talk to and mingle with is a different feeling.
Yeah, yeah. So I miss that part, but I'm glad that we all get to at least see each other this way, which is fun.
Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come.
My
down.
pleasure.
Or actually,
My pleasure.
You came up, not down. You came up to us here in Burbank.
Oh yeah, right. I'm coming from Culver City, and coming up to meet my good buddy Paul, Dr. Paul Zhivago, who we just came on before, and we've been touring around. We just got back from Austin, did a tour at the prosthodontic. God, can't even pronounce these things correctly. That's how bad I am.
Prosthodontics.
Prosthodontics.
Very toothy endeavor between the two of you, though. Traveling tooth show.
You guys need a traveling T-shirt.
Yeah, right?
I swear, like the destinations that you guys are going to in the back T-shirt, like one of those old school shirts.
Yeah,
you guys are everywhere.
I was doing a very similar thing before the pandemic with Wacom.
Yeah.
Doing tours around Latin America, and I got to go to Ireland.
Wow.
Doing this whole thing.
Where have you been? Tell us about it.
So I've been so far with Wacom. I went to Argentina. I went to Mexico. I went to Brazil. I went to Colombia.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I went to the Dingle Peninsula in Ireland with a different company. So yeah, I got to travel a lot because of the Game of Thrones with the dragons, and people love that stuff. So
and you've survived the pandemic. You're here live.
I did. I'm a little sorry. If I seem a little sniffly, it's just simply because I got a little cold. But I'm not going to get anybody sick. Don't worry.
No.
I'm for everything you guys.
I'm not worried about that at all.
Good, and you guys, of course, are safe where you are.
They're safe.
It's great to have.
They're not within spitting distance.
Yeah, there's
no.
It's good to have the father of dragons, the master of monsters, back on the stage with us here. We met, some years ago, you sat in the hot seat, but today it's a little different. There's not that fervor of the audience. They're tapping their keyboards and following along. How do you feel to be back doing another ZBrush Summit with us after all these years?
It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I was just like, I'm just so glad to be out of my hole and out in the world again.
But things have changed for you in some ways, very positively and drastically, and in others as well. Like
I mean, like, so I'm kind of not doing the VFX so much anymore. I'm working in actually a lot of stop motion animation.
Oh wow!
And puppetry animation at AMGI Studios at the moment. And before then, I was working at this place called Encore Visual Effects, where you'll be seeing some of my work coming out. Dead Boy Detectives, Doom Patrol, did a lot of work for those two shows. So that'll still be coming out. Really excited about the Dead Boy Detective stuff, and I can't show any of it yet because I don't think a single thing is premiered. But at least I got some B-roll stuff of concepts and stuff that won't be used.
So you're going from digital in this case to physical puppetry.
No. Well, yes and no. Because my plan is that we're actually, I'm still working in ZBrush in the computer, but we're going to print it out, and then instead of doing everything through rendering, we're thinking of actually doing like replacement head photograph.
Oh, cool.
We're going to see. We're still in the sort of beginning stages with our animations, but it's always a mix of both. There's always some practical or some digital elements, scanning. We use a lot of that technology, so we'll scan real models, bring them in, and I'll resculpt them in ZBrush as well.
I like your energy today. He's standing. He's ready to motor. He's
Oh yeah, I'm like standing. I can't even sit.
moving.
It's Dan.
Well, yeah, it's
Dan.
morning.
Obviously, it's been a while. You don't remember. This is Dan. This is how Dan operates. He's right on our level.
Yeah.
You right?
Like-
Yeah,
Up and ready to go.
I'm ready to rock. You know, like.
You're the rock. We're the roll. That's what we're doing right now.
All right. So I mean, like, yeah, a lot of people, of course. Dragons. I would think that they would have maybe gone down in popularity after a while, but no, people are still obsessed with them, and people still want to make them. And every other day, I'm getting somebody that is asking me, how to make them, or what are your tricks, what are your secrets, what are your reference, where do you get your ideas from, and that has not died down. It still seems to be very popular. A lot of people want to know, and I think it inspires people to want to, make art. Is to make cool stuff. Everybody wants to make cool stuff. Nobody wants to make boring stuff, I guess, right?
Did you think that when you started making the first one that you'd be all this way down the rabbit hole of dragondom?
No. In fact, no. I honestly, for me, dragons. I love dragons, but for me, the whole reason I'm doing what I'm doing was to try to resurrect dinosaurs. I mean, honestly, right when I was a kid, I became obsessed. I went to the Museum of Natural History. I lived in New York City for my entire youth. And I spent every weekend at the Museum of Natural History in New York studying dinosaurs, looking at them, being like, God, what does that thing look like if it were alive,
Mm-hmm.
And so I really have devoted my life to understanding anatomy, physiology, comparative anatomy, paleontology, so that, at least to me, that I could bring these things back to life as much as I can. And that was my goal. So I was working on Terra Nova years ago, which was a show Steven Spielberg was producing, which, I thought was going to be like, the greatest thing in the world. And I've told the story before, but essentially, Game of Thrones guys came at me and said, hey, Dan, would you want to redesign the dragon for our show? Because, we wanted something different than what we had. And I said, yeah, sure. And I really didn't think twice about it. It was like a dragon compared to a dinosaur, who cares? Dinosaurs are real. Dragons aren't. They're silly things. But I watched the show after I actually worked on the second season, and I was like, excuse me, I have to drink this water. I was like, holy cow, this show's amazing. This is, effing great. Okay, yeah, let's go with it. So Terra Nova got canceled, Game of Thrones stuck, Dragons, people loved them. I wasn't that surprised. I mean, I had already had, pretty good successes with McFarlane Toys years before that making dragons. I noticed that even they're back on dragons now. Go figure.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. There's a popularity of the dragon over the wolves. I like the wolves in the first season there myself, but
I mean, yeah,
it's to each their own.
Yeah, I mean, so they're still popular, and people want to know the secrets of them. So I guess I can. I'll share with you guys some secrets.
Oh, secrets. Here we go.
I like his face when he does that. Can you do that again?
Somebody was asking in chat, are you guys going to have tips and tricks? I'm like, the whole summit's tips and tricks.
Secrets. Here come the dragon secrets. Sit tight, buckle up. In the words of Paul Gabriel, we're about to take a wild ride into the ZBrush. I like the little graphic I saw on your ankle there. You got a little mushroom on your sock.
Oh, yeah. Do you see my mushroom socks? You guys see that? Oh, my mic's falling off here. Uh-oh.
As long as we can still hear you.
You can still hear me, right?
Oh, yes.
All right.
I can hear you.
We won't fall out the backside
hear
here. Yeah, but mushroom socks, Amanita mascara. That's all I'm going to say. That's it.
We're taking
mushroom
another
socks.
level here on the stage.
You gotta love mushroom socks,
Yeah.
So this is, I'm just going to.
Are you microdosing or macrodosing? I mean, this is a big question to ask people these days. Just kidding.
What's happening here?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'll let this play. So essentially what I'm going to be showing you guys here, and I'm going to talk while it's playing, is some of my philosophy about how I'm working in ZBrush and why I know there's a lot of everybody's like, well, why should I learn ZBrush? Why should I sculpt when you have all these AI programs that are going to do all the art for me by just simply typing in a few words, right? And a lot of people maybe think that that's going to be the future, and I'm here to tell you, think again, is not how it's going to work. Unless you're satisfied with all of your characters having like 9 fingers on a hand and some goofy looking eyes and some really weird looking stuff, there's a reason why I do what I do. And a reason why when I make something, it kind of looks cool, or I hope it looks cool. And that reason is because I am it's all about form and function. Now, the computer is really good at sort of looking at, you know, like images and sticking them together and taking stuff that's been done and making something new out of it. But when I look at one of those images, I can always tell that it's made by an AI. I can see an AI image in a second. When I'm making something, I'm not just thinking about a two-dimensional image. I am really thinking about what's happening inside of the body. Before I even put on a slab of muscle, I'm thinking about the skeleton. And now it's very convenient that Paul and I work together, Dr. Paul Zhivago, the dentist, because you know, one of the first things that I'm thinking about with any time I'm designing either a character or a human, doesn't even matter, believe it or not, are the teeth. Teeth are so integral to what your character is going to be doing for a living. So in this case, I am really, when you're looking at what I'm doing on my screen here, I am just literally taking my dragon's teeth and setting them in the skull so that they function. Number one goal of anything looking good is functioning, right? When something functions well, it will look good. I promise you. Why? Well, an example would be if you think about what well, let's think about it like a Nissan Cube. No offense to the designers of the Nissan Cube. I don't know if you've ever seen a Nissan Cube.
I prefer not to.
Most people would prefer not to. I find it to be absolutely one of the most hideous things I've ever seen. Why? No offense to you guys, I'm sorry, but your car doesn't really function well. It doesn't look aerodynamic. You know, you might as well stick freaking square wheels on the thing as far as I'm concerned, and the asymmetry of it, it offends me. I like functionality.
High five.
So I saw you were using the gizmo duplicate.
I am using the gizmo
you had one
duplicate.
tube, and you're just duplicating with your gizmo.
Just duplicating. And you'll also see, like, as I'm working now, I have kind of like a new process. Thankfully, you guys got incredibly smart and made it so that I can go switch between, what's that called again? Dynamesh and Sculptress mode. So right now, I'm working pretty much, I'll go from a Dynamesh, and where I need more detail, I'll switch back to Sculptress. And where I need to fuse things back together again, I'll go back to Dynamesh. So I'm constantly switching between Sculptress and Dynamesh.
I do that
How long are you staying in that, where you're in that Dynamesh Sculptress mode?
A long time.
You're staying in that for a long time.
I'm going to be in there right up until the point where I need to put scales on a dragon. Okay? So for now, what you're watching is, again, I am just going to go in here, and I'll fast forward a little bit through this stuff. But essentially, you're watching me sculpt like bones. And of course, I'm going to set eyes into the skull right away. Again, functionality. And once things start to function well, oh, also too, you'll notice like there's holes in my skull here, right? Why are there holes in the skull of a dragon? So you guys that are making dragons at home, right? Why do dinosaurs have holes in their face? Anybody know? You've seen a dinosaur skull here. Let's just stop this for a sec.
All right.
And let's just look at my little Spinosaurus model here.
Oh, okay. Well done.
Okay. So you look here at a Spinosaurus, and you see there's these big holes in his face. Why? Same reason you put holes in big metal sheets so they don't get too heavy. When something this as big as a Spinosaurus, right, that skull is really heavy. If you've ever, I once had the fortune of
breathtaking.
Lifting an elephant skull when I went to the zoo, and I was amazed at how much that weighed and how big it was. You can't lift an elephant skull.
No.
No way. No way.
That's breathtaking. That's an amazing piece. Where is that one?
This one is, I don't know.
I just found it. Okay.
I just found it online. I was like, oh yeah, because and again, like when I talk about functionality, you know, I'm always looking for something that's functioning well.
Yeah.
And when I'm talking about teeth, it's also very important. So I can look at a Spinosaurus, and you can look at a Spinosaurus, and just by looking at it, if you have a slightest inclination of how anatomy works, excuse me, my cold, you know what he eats. You can tell what this thing eats just by its mouth. I know what he eats. He eats fish. Why do I know that? Because look at the curve of the jaw, right? His teeth aren't straight.
Dan, take this.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Stanley. Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. Oh, allergies, colds. Oh, darn it.
Don't ask me why I had a box of Kleenex under there.
Any case, so again, when I'm designing a dragon, I'm thinking about what it's eating. In this case, dragons, what do they eat? I guess children.
Don't go into the forest.
people, cows, you know, fun stuff like that. Or sometimes I make a dragon and it's like more Asian style, and I'm just, you know, having some fun.
Don't you think it's fascinating that they exist in myth and lore across the entire isthmus of the globe in different areas? Like,
you know, and it's so weird too that not only do they exist across the globe in different areas, but we all love them. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but like everybody loves them. I loved them as a kid. You know, I think everybody's greatest fantasy is to one day walk into a room and either see a T-Rex or a dragon.
We want them to be real.
We want them to be real, and so. You know, I'm personally disappointed when I see a show and there's a dragon in it and it doesn't really look real. Like, that to me, I just find it's very sad and makes me very sad when I see it. So please.
Make your dragons look real.
Just put some anatomy in there and think about physiology and stuff, and, you know. And so when I'm talking about thinking about anatomy and physiology, I'm always, again, looking at reference. So while I'm sculpting, you know, I'm going to look at pictures of crocodiles, which I love, or sun gazer lizards, because they're very dragonish looking. Or I'm going to look at these guys, or emu feet, or little winged lizards, so on and so forth, to get ideas for scale patterns. And eventually I'll go and start taking an image like this one, and converting it into a black and white image where I'm actually going in and drawing these little scales. And I'm going to get into what I'm going to do with an image like this in a little bit. But so the basis for a lot of my detail is going to come from drawings like this. But we'll get into that. I fast forwarded a bit.
Don't rush on our account. You're here in the hot seat for a minute, so.
I got a little bit of time. Whoa. No, we're not going in there yet. I was still on the video. Ha ha ha. All right, well, let's skip this video. And let's go to the next video. So we can get a little bit more idea. So eventually, after I get done,
try using VLC. Right-click and do VLC.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this one's going to move a little faster.
Before you go faster, I just want to tell you, I really appreciate that there's not an inconsistency to your level of energy across the years. You are still the same zany fellow that you've always been. You deserve the accolades. I'm so glad that you're here to be with us. On behalf of myself, Louis Tucci and Paul Gabriel, live on the ZBrush Summit floor. I can't believe you're back with us, but the same exuberant energy and boyish charm. Carry on.
Oh, boyish. Yeah, got him. I look like an old man. And I got to go see Dr. Z about my teeth, but that's a whole other thing.
Me too. That's two of us.
You should. The guy's amazing. Oh, my God.
What's happening here now on your screen? We're moving at the speed of the flash.
Wow. This is actually real time, me sculpting. No, I'm kidding. Maybe I should slow this down a little bit and kind of show you what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So one of my big tricks here, this is a new technique where, oh man, forget this stupid video. Let me just show you live. Let's go live. Let's do it live. Do it live.
Do it live.
We're doing it live.
Can't hear you, Kendari.
So later on, I'll show a more completed version of this guy. But essentially, when we're making a dragon, I'm going to take it down a little bit just to kind of show you guys. So one of the great things that we can do now with ZBrush is add little pieces of geometry, take away little pieces of geometry, push and pull, stick things wherever we want, complete and total utter freedom in ways that even with clay I don't have. And a great thing to do, we'll open up.
I like your pace, Dan. I really do. I like your pace. I like Dan's pace.
I'm glad you do, because most people just fire me for it. But, hey, there's Drogon. Well, that's fun. Oh, I haven't seen him or her. I don't even know if it's a him or a her, to be honest with you.
It's like it.
It's an it. Oh, I forgot to bring my custom. Let's see. So let's subdivide that up for a sec. And let's just go into a little bit of how I make anatomy. So in case I was showing you that video, let's just make the anatomy of an arm real quick for a dragon. The easiest thing I love to do now is I always, whenever I'm starting a creature, is using Z-spheres. It's a little, Z-spheres are totally old. We haven't seen them for a while, but they're great. And why are they great? Because it allows me to play with proportions and functionality before I ever set into any kind of detail. And what I mean by that is literally I like to play with stick figures. So the first thing I'm always going to do, bring out the Z-sphere, and I'm going to go into transform, I'm going to activate symmetry, and I'm going to turn on the floor so I know which direction I'm going to go in. So anytime I'm going to make any kind of anatomy, I'm going to start here. Let's just add just a couple of spheres just for fun. I'm going to make this dragon real quick. So let's just make a wing. I'm going to just add a couple of spheres here. I'm going to switch it over to move. And you see now real quickly, instead of drawing lines, I'm just going to move spheres around.
We're on top of the dragon now.
Right, so we're on top.
The only place to be is on top of the dragon.
You want to be on top.
You don't want to be under the dragon.
No.
No, I would prefer not to be
Under
the dragon.
It's a glorious way to die if you're going to die. I mean,
Yeah.
at the mouth of the dragon, but
Sure.
still.
It makes an epic scene.
Matthew McConaughey.
Yes.
Too soon?
I don't think everyone's going to know the movie you're talking about.
Oh, the Rain of Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone should know that one because
That's a great dragon.
that one's great. I mean, that's Miles Tevis.
Yeah, what a
Miles
scene.
Tevis.
What a
He's a
scene.
master.
Miles Tevis.
Come on, guys, what a scene.
I mean-
McConaughey comes shaved head, full beard. I mean, a beard that
Awesome.
rivals even my own. Riding
Miles
on a
is amazing.
tank,
Amazing designer.
smoking cigar. You guys are Miles Tevis. I'm thinking about Matthew McConaughey.
I know, you're stuck in
Specimen.
the Hollywood world right now. We're talking
Specimen.
artistic world, Dan, now.
I mean, I'm hoping one day I get to. I've spoken
You've
to
never met
Miles on the
Miles?
phone, but
We can make this happen for you.
Yeah.
I want to meet Miles. I
He's
love
awesome.
Miles.
Great guy.
His work is, you know, it's what inspired me to do what I do. Him and I would say,
Jodorowsky.
no, not
Rob Boutique.
Sorry, guys, the D&D dudes,
Harry Howe.
like Larry Elmore.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, look, you're gushing now. This is good. This is a joy, a straight joy.
Well, I just think about these guys, and they make me, you know, just to think about those that come before you that are masters. It just, you know, it makes me cry. And then to be, you know, accepted at, I guess, to their level too is just more than my brain sometimes.
Well
can take.
deserved.
So, but
Here we are with the wing, though. Here we are with the wing.
Well, so, okay, so let's just talk about a wing and kind of a fun thing that I like to do. So just real quick, I've made just a preliminary sort of wing for a dragon. And this is what you guys should do at home too. And after I get done, just making this very simple form, I'm gonna look here at adaptive skin. Now, you can go ahead and just hit make adaptive skin if you want, but you'd get kind of a mess. So what you should do is, I don't know why it's set this way by default. I take this mesh density down to 1, and I take this Dynamesh resolution and turn that down to 0. So that when I create an adaptive skin, it, you know, will look like this
Right.
instead of a Dynamesh thing. Because I don't want to have a bunch of topology right now. I want to be able to move things quickly, right, at the beginning.
Yeah, you prefer to work lower at the beginning.
At the beginning.
Than have the added resolution that the default is 256. Some people do that. They leave it on. Depends on the piece, I guess.
You know what?
Yeah.
It doesn't, you know, now actually come to think of it, nowadays with sculptures, really it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and the Z-remesher too.
And the
You're just gonna
Z-remesher.
be clicking those things on and off.
Yeah, so for you guys at home that are like thinking old school, like, oh, I have to worry about topology. Oh, I have to worry about all this technical
Not
stuff.
the case.
No.
Wave an arm.
Don't
Wave
even
an arm,
think about
Mr.
it.
Not
Please,
the case.
do not think about it.
Right, Paul?
Don't.
I live in the toy world, so I don't ever worry about topology.
Yeah, we don't think about that
Talk about a
anymore.
kid.
Right?
I'm a large child.
Huh.
This is why I like having a child, actually.
Yeah.
Because when she gets to get older, she's like, Dad, get out of here. Like,
Yeah.
this time I can actually do things with her. So I digress. Moving on back to Dan.
That was where I hold up the card for you. That was a Palmo. I don't know
Thank you.
what's
Thank
going
you.
on anymore.
All right, so I'm going to go now to this skin Z-sphere. And what's great is because everything's sort of in this low-res mode, I can just quickly, well, let's hide the other sphere. I could just quickly smooth out areas.
Oh, you're really defining the what will eventually be the bone structure,
Right.
and where you have those chondrils.
And you're always
Exactly.
starting with that. That's your first thing.
That's the first thing I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clever.
And
Very
also,
clever,
what's
Dan.
nice is too is I'll actually really go in and complete the whole Z-sphere mesh. I'm kind of doing this quick now, but I'll keep the Z-sphere mesh as well because later on I'm going to use that to pose the character. So I'm going to keep that thing. I want to have
Like a rig.
Like a rig. I'm going to use that to rig it just like so when you're looking at an image, say like this one. You know, I don't want to present a dragon to you guys that's in a 0 pose, like floating in space. It's very boring.
Like a T-pose dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's boring. Who wants to look at that? Bleh. So when I present something to a client, I want to at least make it look a little exciting, you know, not something boring. and I'm going to put it in a pose, and I'm going to use the Z-spheres to do that. But more, if I had another hour, I'd show you guys how to do that.
I like the sound you made when you presented the ape. Did you catch what he did there? That was good. I'll get that again. I'll rewind that tape there. It happened so fast like it never happened at all. Yeah, you did it again.
I do the blah. All right, so in any case.
We got the audio bit here.
What we have now, too, are some really great new tools. What I love to do is use balloons instead of just muscles.
Look at this guy, balloons even.
Look, yeah, so I'll go in now and I'll say, all right, so where's this is a wing, this is the forearm, it'll say this is the, whatever, the arm.
We got you.
We get it. No, we're with you.
And all you have to do now, so you say, well, I need a muscle to sit on this bone. Okay, so I've got, instead of mask pen now, I've got mesh balloon, and I'll just I'll draw a little balloon here.
Jumping jillikers. It's as easy as clicking and dragging, and you've got yourself a muscle.
How long have we been waiting to use that one? Jumping, excuse me, do that one again?
Jumping jillikers. It's as easy as clicking and dragging a shape onto the canvas. Now, I can't believe it. Do it again, Dan.
Oh, yeah, here, okay.
Yeah. I know.
Watch this. Oh, wait, my hotkeys. Oh, wait. You know what? I should have set up my hotkeys.
Oh, that's okay.
BM, move elastic. That'll work.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Wow.
Well, what happened there? Doing some funky stuff. In any case, what we do want, though, however, is we do not want the muscles and the bones right now to be on the same object. So first thing I'm going to do, even though I've created one muscle, is I'm going to separate this muscle, and I'm going to say split hidden.
Hey, that's because they have polygroups.
Well, they have polygroups, but there's another reason. There's another reason why. And that's because form has to sit on top of form. And we want to be able to pull muscles around bones so that we actually get intersection points. So the only way we can do that is by using this little tool called snake hook brush. Wow. So I'm going to go ahead now, open up my snake hook brush. Where is this snake hook? Wait, B-S. See, I have all this hotkey, B-S-A.
No, it'd just be S.
Oh, just B-S.
Yeah. And then you'd get the S brushes.
Snake hook.
There you go.
Where? Oh my God. Oh, I can't find it.
Right there, stop. To the right.
Oh, there it is, snake hook.
There you go.
And it's going to give me this warning. It works best with Sculptris Pro activated. And you can go ahead and activate Sculptris Pro or not for this part, doesn't matter. But what's nice about this snake hook brush is that if I hold it down in the negative while I'm drawing, it will pull my form over the surface and allow me to wrap around.
Wait, say that again?
Okay.
When you hold it down in the negative.
When you hold it down, so instead of, see it's on minus?
Right.
Right? So if it's on minus and I pull, it'll follow the surface.
Yeah, he's using the Alt key.
And and now if I mix that with Sculptris, it'll follow the surface, holding down the Alt key, and I could pull it out almost infinitely to make a muscle, and I could smooth it out too. So at this point now, yeah, we're going to switch to Sculptris mode. Right?
Somewhere there's a kid watching you do this. You want to make sure they get their hotkeys. So that's an Alt right there. You hold the Alt and
hold the Alt.
Wow. And you're doing the mask again.
And we'll do another little.
Get that. Isn't that sweet?
A little thing, and then I'll use my snake hook brush. And again, one of the other tricks too, and this I learned from sculpting. Traditionally, in New York City, I went to the, it was called the, excuse me. It was called
Central Park?
No, not Central Park.
Talk about
the Art Students League of New York City.
Ah, okay. I'm messing with you.
I studied figurative sculpture at the Art Students League of New York City, which I think is still there.
Oh, yes.
Very much still there.
Illustrious.
And if you happen to live in New York City, or be in New York City, or want to go to New York City to learn how to sculpt, I highly recommend that school.
Nice plug, Dan.
Well, you know.
Natural.
You know, they really helped me a lot. And they really taught me how to work from life.
Yeah.
And working from life, you know, nothing beats it.
Speaking of working for life, what you're doing right now is phenomenal. If I had this as a kid, there's some young people watching. If I was a kid watching this, I might never leave my house again.
Yeah, kind of. That's the problem.
Give me the ZBrush. Let's go.
We are at that point.
Uh-oh. No, it's frozen. Oh, I see. Somehow or other. What's great is, too, now, because I'm using polygroups, that I can just hold down this one part of the tricep, in this case I'm making, reverse the mask, and pull that out without affecting the other parts.
It's like you're drawing in 3D.
Exactly.
What a time, Paul, what a time.
And you're still keeping it on the surface with the Alt key?
Uh-huh. So again, I can just pull it in there.
You're finding the origin insertion points. That makes sense. What are you using for anatomy for, because the dragon, like you said, doesn't exist.
Right.
So when you were doing this and you were making the muscling forms, what did you, a bat? What were you pulling from? Or, do you remember?
A lot of things.
Yeah.
So if I go back to Drogon, I mean, we could pick out the parts of them, and I could tell you what is what.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And the total polygon count of your dragons were what, around 150 million across the subtools? Is that
No. For Drogon, the
Yeah.
completed Drogon was about 200-something million.
200 something million?
So really, I mean, what it came down to was, like, for this version I have, let's just hide the Z-sphere.
Do you think it's possible that they're real?
That what, the dragons are real?
Yeah, they are real.
They're real.
They're real.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I took them from another
Possible.
planet. I conjured them.
Maybe without wings, I mean, but they, you know, the Komodo dragon. the
Well, I mean, a
iguana.
lot of people must think they're real because they keep, I can see if a lot of people kind of like use it as like an anatomy reference now.
Yeah, and you've been to Central and South America. You've probably seen an angry iguana or two at some point. I've seen an angry
You know,
iguana.
I haven't.
Nothing like an angry iguana.
I have an angry iguana at home.
There, I see.
And
It's totally unscripted too. I mean, this is amazing.
well,
What's your-
actually,
what's your
I have a
angry-
bearded dragon,
What's the bearded dragon's name?
Rocky.
Rocky.
Rocky Lizard. I love Rocky Lizard. Even though she doesn't really love me, she's kind of stupid. But, you know, it's fine.
Why would you say that about your own pet?
Because she's a reptile.
Oh, God.
She can't help it that she's dumb.
We've got to stop this speciesism right here. We're going to get canceled in 3 seconds. The show's
Oh,
gonna
but
go off air.
it's the fact that she's stupid that makes her a good pet. Because if she were smart enough, she'd run out of there and be like,
I'm outta
This
here."
is horrid. You know, I'm living in this hole.
Into the
It
streets
sucks."
of New York.
Well, in Culver, actually,
Well, you're in Culver City now.
yeah, she lives in Culver City, so it actually doesn't suck. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's sunny outside.
It's
Sonny, would you
sunny.
sit and ever watch this Rocky Lizard of yours as reference?
Oh yeah.
I'll bet, right?
But you know, I got her after I had already finished the show. It was kind of like a pandemic pet thing. My kid was bored. We were at home all day.
Okay.
And he's like, I want a reptile. And he was going to get, what is those things called? The gecko.
Right. He was probably
Leopard
pestering you for a dragon, and you said, "There's no way you're getting a dragon."
No, I used to actually, one of the ways I got him to behave himself when he was a kid
Okay.
was I would threaten to show him clips of my dragon burning people alive. And that would terrify him into just being like, okay, yeah, whatever, Dad. I can't stand a
Are
second
you
of
hearing
that."
this right now? He used his clips of his cinema work to threaten his child into behaving properly. He said, "Look at this dragon burning these humans. Behave yourself."
Yeah, if you want to call Child Protective Services, now's the time. Good luck.
The show goes on. Everything under the sun. Okay, what's happening here?
All right, so when we talk about, like, we were asking, like, oh, so what is this dragon made out of? Like, what creatures make up a freaking dragon? Well, lots of things. So for the head, obviously, we've got two different creatures kind of mixed together here. You've got a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Actually, you have three different creatures. It's a T-Rex. No, actually, it's more than three. It's a T-Rex, an eagle, and a horned lizard. Oh, and what's that other thing I showed you? This thing, the sun gazer.
Oh, the other lizard.
Yeah.
This guy, the sun gazer lizard. But mostly crocodile and T-Rex and eagle. And it's important that you choose what animals you're referencing correctly. Now, you know, there's all these new shows and different people have their different ideas about how dragons are looking. I think they're all great. I think it's all viable. I think it's wonderful. I have my own personal likes and dislikes. So for me, there has to be a certain psychology to dragons. Like, what makes something cool? Well, to the ancient Greeks, what made something cool was the Medusa head. You saw a Medusa head on everything, right? All over the place. Medusa head here, Medusa head
Inspired
there.
me to grow my hair out.
Right. Or a hydra you'd see a lot of in their Greek culture. So why? Headhunters would put the big scary skulls, right, to decorate their homes. The Aztecs obviously had some very scary art. But the one thing that all these guys have in common is that they found the most dangerous animals, those things which make us afraid, and they took those and made those into deities, right? So when we're talking about dragons, we want to find those creatures that we fear instinctively, right? What is it that makes a crocodile so scary? Probably the fact, well, this is actually an alligator. But what is it about an alligator or, say, a crocodile that makes them both cool and scary looking? Well, they've got all the scales and all that great detail and stuff, right? But it's that weird smile that they have, right? If you notice this, no matter what you do, my dragon has the same thing. When he closes his mouth, he smiles. Why does a dragon smile? And why does a crocodile smile? Are they happy? No. It's just simply because that's how their jaw functions. It just happens to function well to have that curve on that upper part to pull the masseters in. So, it's partially psychology, but also mostly functionality, and the two have to work together in order to get what I consider to be a successful design.
It's a good little observation, good little tip. The small things sometimes pushes the realism.
Yeah, and it's going to be a collection of functionalities too.
Yeah.
You know, like, we don't think about it, but we are predisposed to find things that aren't functioning well. When we, no offense to anybody, but, you know, if somebody's born with a physical deformity or something that doesn't look, you know, average or normal, it leaps out at you. You see it. You can't help but see it, right? Because that's the way our brains are wired. We're wired to see that things are working. When we see a car with square wheels, we know it's not going anywhere, right? So when you're making your art, or when I'm making my art, that's my number one job, is I don't want to make a car with square wheels. I don't want to start adding, you know, limbs onto something that serve no purpose and are just going to be dragging. You know, so like, why doesn't the Game of Thrones dragon, for instance, have arms and wings? It's really hard to figure out a way to get something to fly, how to get a creature to fly when he's carrying extra weight, you know? So if you have arms and they're not part of a wing and they're not supporting weight, well, what are they doing? Why are they even there, right? Why doesn't a T-Rex have big arms to pick up things? It didn't need to, right? And it had to save weight because it's so massive. You put a bunch of arms in there that are huge, well, now it's got to worry about these things flailing around when it already has a huge mouth and these big legs to do exactly the job it needs to do. And that's why it looks the way it does. So again, I'm always thinking about what is the job that something has to do. So I'll digress a little bit. In the meantime, aside from dragons, I did get to do some fun stuff. I was working for this company, Encore, and we were doing some concepts here and there for like Atrocitus, or Green Lantern, which didn't really go anywhere. And then we were doing like Lion's Mane concepts, and that didn't really, I don't think these worked out. All ZBrush worked.
Don't rush through it so much. Let's
oh yeah, look at that.
Pause, look at that guy, looking good.
And then I had to do just a little quick concept of somebody whose head exploded. Well, why isn't that loading? So I kind of did myself with my face exploded. More funness you could do with ZBrush. You can like
smoke.
You can like, yeah, blow your head off without actually having to blow your head off, which is really nice and convenient. Or sometimes it's something simple like there was this guy, Isamat Cole, another just little portrait from Green Lantern. Fun, because he has reptile scales.
That's really neat. Yeah, that was neat. Leave that up there a second.
Guy.
Look at that. Really fit in that Green Lantern costume. I like it.
Yeah. And then sometimes, you know, I'm making apes. This is actually the underskin from Monsieur Malat, who appears on Doom Patrol, who I got to make for that show. And I don't really have clips of him because, yeah, that's all a long story. But in case you get the idea, substance work, ZBrush. We had to do like a monkey, a capuchin monkey for this one thing. And just to make a simple animation for a capuchin monkey, you see like all this neck anatomy has to be there now. So this is like part of the process. We're always trying to make new neck anatomy. Or sometimes I'm just doing fun concepts of demons.
Why, can we go back to the neck anatomy for a second?
Yeah.
Like in the case of the neck anatomy, why so important? Tell the people at home.
Well, things have to move. And when I move my neck, there's a lot of deformities happening there. And none of that, you know, none of that is built into a rigging program, at least yet. Some of it is, but you want to be able to have that anatomy there so that the skin knows how to pull. And when you move your neck, the neck muscles move right. And there's algorithms now, of course, that will automatically, not automatically, but that you can take this geometry and turn it into bouncing, flexible muscle that goes from hard to rigid. And that seems to be standard practice now. When I first started in the industry, it certainly was not. But through the years, it has become, and I think now every serious VFX rig, as far as I know, is using a dynamic muscle and skeletal system. Almost everywhere across the board. So for you guys that want to be character artists, I cannot stress how important anatomy is. Do not think that just, you know, working from the outside is going to be enough, that you're a great illustrator and that's going to be enough to be a great character artist, because you got to know anatomy. You have to be able to push and pull and understand how things are going to work.
Good advice. Good advice.
So definitely, yeah, for you guys out there, definitely study it.
Questions coming in there?
Time check for you, Dan. You got 20 minutes left.
20 minutes, Dan.
Oh,
Any
right.
questions, Paul? Any questions on the online there? Any chat questions coming in?
No question.
Well, I've been answering questions as we go as well. So this is Dan Catcher, for those that are just joining us, asked about that. She's sharing us with some dragon stuff that he's been working on for Game of Thrones.
Yep.
And talking about anatomy. So are there any questions yet that popped up? If you have a question, throw it in there, and we'll try and get it to Dan.
Yeah, I love answering questions if you have anything. But, this was a Kelpie for Supergirl. And I really liked it, but they turned it into like a water monster, like it was just made of water. And so all the detail I did with all the skin and stuff, they got rid of, and whatever.
It's safe to say if somebody needs a dragon, they're calling you first at this point.
I mean, yeah, except that I've been kind of busy lately. You know, for me, I mean, honestly, when I do something, I really like it to be like you've never seen it before. So when I first did Game of Thrones, I really wanted to make a dragon and do something where it was like, I haven't really seen anything that looked like that before, at least not on TV. And so I did that, and that was really fun. And now I'm kind of moving into more of like animation, you know, like old school, like I said, stop motion, or just CG animation, but kind of more fun, simplified characters. People just love that stuff, and that's where my career is going these days. But
so here's some questions.
Okay.
Do you always want to create functional things even when working on stylized stuff?
Yes.
For you? Yes.
Yes, it has to work. Even if it's stylized, it has to work. And the reason it has to work is because as a character artist, unless I'm making a rigid statue, it has to move. And if it's not functioning right, if the proportions are weird, whatever, it's not going to move. I mean, not going to move right. I've seen, what is this game out now? Street Fighter 6, right? It allows you to customize your character however much you want. And you can make the craziest, goofiest looking fighters with like, you know, little tiny arms, so they're like fighting like, they look like this. Like, It's hysterical. It cracks me up. Oh my God, I can't stop laughing watching these things. But unless that's your intent to make someone laugh, it's got to function right, you know? I mean, you want to do comedy, you know, make goofy-looking goobly-looking stuff, and that's great. But if you want it to actually look good, it's got to work. So even like something like as simple as, let's say, we'll look at the Grim Reaper here I was making, this little concept. For me to even like move, there has to be some flesh on the bones to animate those bones, or it's just animating by magic. So just covering up, like if you're going to do a Grim Reaper, just covering it up with some flesh to at least give the illusion that he's moving and not just some magical creature, I think makes it a bit more scarier, you know? Functionality, it works. You know, when you think about a tiger, tigers are gorgeous creatures. I love tigers. They're my favorite creatures on Earth. Real creatures, that is. Or still living creatures.
So here's another question that may be Also asking that, let me see if I can. Someone was asking why you had some skin along the mouth of your dragons. Let me see, it was by Moshi. Why the skin on the edge of the mouth for your dragons?
Skin on the edge of the mouth?
So I'm trying to, if you want to pull the dragon back up and we can take a look at the head again. And
maybe that ridge
near
the...
I'm thinking he's referring to maybe inside the mouth.
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
How long did they give you to work on the dragons?
Oh, I would get, I'm going to end that, sorry.
It's okay.
Crashed it out.
That's all right.
Like 5 to 8 weeks, depending on the season, if I remember correctly.
Per dragon? 5 to 8 weeks?
No, it was the whole thing.
The whole thing. You have to have people 5 to 8 weeks to make 3 dragons. It's all 3, right?
Yeah, I mean, luckily, you know, the other guys dealt with the painting of them, so I didn't have to deal with the texture work. It was just for the models, but yeah, it took me about 5 to 8 weeks just for the design and the models.
There you go. There's a good time frame for you. That's also important for all the EOs. I saw someone talking about trying to get in the industry, what's the best way, what should be on your reel, your breakdowns. You definitely should be showing breakdowns, showing some models, but also keep that in mind. Any studio isn't just about only the artwork, it's about how much time, too, it takes. So this is a prime example. He got 5 to 8 weeks to do 3 full dragons for Game of Thrones.
Production-ready dragons.
Production-ready
for the world's most
Emmy-winning program that you should practice with and speeding up your sculpting process as well.
Yeah, so part of that is also, just to have a little bit of time, I can kind of talk about how to make things faster. Aside from just making the bones and drawing all that stuff and welding it together, I should go with a little bit of how to make all the detail, because a lot of people are really obsessed with that part. Or you can make a Baphomet here. Here's the devil.
The image work. You mean talk about your image?
Yeah.
Let's talk about this thing.
The surface level detail is what you're getting at. Is that correct? The skin?
Yes, and we talk about, like, when we start getting into the scales and stuff, or surface level detail, there's a few prerequisites you need. So you probably, before you go into that part, it would be nice to have a model with UVs and actual topology before we get into like heavy detail. So the process basically goes like this. We start with Dynamesh and Z-Remesher to get our basic form. So like for something like this devil I have, you know, we'll start with something like that. I'll use Ryan Kingsland's, Ryan Kingsland gave us all bones that we can play with too. And I'll use his bones all the time. Thank you, Ryan. You're awesome. And I'll reshape them and make them whatever I need. If I have teeth, I'll make the teeth separate. So for this guy, again, you know, these are all parts that I make separately and we stick them together at the end. But for posing, here's kind of an idea of what a Z-sphere rig looks like. So I'm making a rig that looks like that so I can pose a character so we get that pose. But detail, I do want to talk about that. So the way I make detail, and I don't want to, for a dragon, I don't want to, if I can avoid having to sculpt every single little scale individually, or if I'm on a character, having to avoid sculpting every single little pore, going one by one, because I don't have a year in which to work on a piece, I need to figure out a way to make that fast. So the way I do that is I use a lot of photo tricks. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to import. Oh, you know, I should have gotten 2 screens because this is the problem. Whoa! Oh, maybe I could just do it this way. Aha! Okay.
All right. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I've waited to see you again for a number of years, and to see you in action here on the stage. The Mobian Studios is a sheer joy for us.
So, you saw before oh, maybe I should just show you real quick in Photoshop. Where's Photoshop?
It's there.
It's right there.
Pin it.
All right, just so you don't drive yourself crazy, right? Easy thing to do is to go ahead, grab yourself a picture of some scales. And they don't have to be perfect. You don't have to find black and white scales. It could be any old scales, but you just need some kind of pattern to work from. So in this case, I'm going to go and open up, I opened up originally, I used this image.
Let's take a look at that.
Okay. Right? Now the problem with this image is I can't just paint this onto a creature and get scales from this, because there's a lot of information in here that doesn't work so good when we try to sculpt it out. And I'll kind of show you what I mean by that in a bit. But I'll take an image like this, bring that into Photoshop. I said I'll take an image. Oh, here we go. And on top of that, I'll create a layer so that I'm basically going to trace out the patterns of those scales. There's a little offset here, but you get the idea that I'm going to go in with black and white and trace out the patterns of that scale to make an image that looks like this. This is an image that now I can use to start actually sculpting my scales into, because I need to be able to separate each scale out. And I need to, in order to use certain kinds of masking, I need to have basically a clean graphic black and white image to start with. So I'm going to take that image now, and I've made it, in this case, to make my life easy, I've made it on the texture itself is on a square 20 by 48 by 20 by 48 image, or it could be a full 4K image depending on how much scale or how big it's going to be. And I can just simply go in here and say texture, and bam. So now, excuse me, I've got the texture right here on my piece. And what's great is there's a little thing here called...
And you just bringing it in through the texture tab there?
Yeah, that's it. Bump Viewer Material. So what Bump Viewer Material is going to allow me to do is to get a three-dimensional kind of preview of what I'm going to see when I start displacing out that black and white information. So from here, I'm going to go ahead now since the polyplane is only 1,000 polygons, that's not really enough to sculpt on. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that it's a polymesh 3D, which this is not. So I'm going to say make polymesh 3D. Oh, it got rid of my texture map. That's all right. We'll put it back on there. Just turn it back on. And now I can go ahead and subdivide up this polyplane. And we'll go to about 4 million for this one.
Cool.
And also what you're going to want to do is go into your material and go open up your modifiers real quick, and you'll notice that there's this little thing when you're using Bump Viewer Material called Color Bump, and it's set by default to -5, and let's just set that to -1. Because we don't want it to like burst out at us, but we do want to see what it's doing. And now you can see by basically drawing in that simple black and white image, I create something like this. Now it doesn't really have all the fun stuff that the real scales have. It looks very flat compared to the image of the original creature. So what I can do now though is go ahead and say, go into masking, and say mask by intensity. Mask by color, mask by intensity. There's all different kinds of ways you can mask this. You can mask by color. You can, if there's 1,000 ways I could go on all day about all the different masking features you can apply to these things, but just to make your life simple, this is the way I go.
My favorite feature set's masking.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do with it.
Yeah.
So in this case, I can go ahead now and just pull out like clay tubes brush.
CBC.
Oh, right.
To be
clay buildup.
Clay buildup CBC, yeah.
And I like to use this alpha. Alpha number 20 is one of my favorite alphas. The reason I like alpha number 20 is because it's got a little bit of like a grit to it, so I can kind of see what I'm doing. And I could just start going and sculpting out scales, or I could be even really smart. And now since you guys got so awesome, you made this thing called thick skin, now we really get into it. So
it's important to have a thick skin when you're a dragon.
yeah, thick skin basically allows everything to just be at a certain level. So I can add thick skin. Oh, also morph targets. So before I start sculpting anything, first thing I want to do is I'm going to store a morph target. Reason for that I'll get into in one sec.
You got about 5 minutes left, Dan.
Oh my God, I've got to go so fast. Okay, basically, so masking by intensity. I masked everything by intensity. I'm going to use W. I'm going to pull, whoa. Oh! Hold on. All right, masking. So we'll go mask by intensity. You have to forgive me. I have everything like usually so like hotkeyed that I would go so fast you wouldn't even see what I was doing.
No apologies necessary.
All right. So mask by intensity. You can't see the mask because it's a bump viewer material, but just know that it's there. Because now if I just use my manipulator brush,
Now look at that.
I could pull it up and I get scales. And if I don't like certain parts, right, I could go and pull out my morph brush and go morph back. Or, because I have masking, now let's just switch it to a basic material so we can kind of get an idea of what I'm doing. I'm going to turn off the texture map so we can just see the mask. So I've set this to here. Now, if I go ahead and increase the mask, I'm going to go ahead now and say grow mask. Actually, I'm going to inverse it. And now I'm going to shrink mask.
There you go.
Okay?
That's the stuff of levels.
Right? So now look at that. Already it's starting to look real, just because we see that like difference in coloration. And now I'll inverse this mask again, and let's turn off the mask so I'm not looking at it. So we'll just go into, these again are things you guys might want to hotkey.
Left corner. Control H. Control H.
Control H will hide the mask? Really?
Yep.
Oh. I have like buttons on the bottom for that. But if you just now hit morph, right, now you could sink in those scales a little bit.
Again, you got a gradient on it now.
Now you got a nice little gradient. You're starting to get something that looks nice. You could even get really funky. And we can go ahead now and let's just remask everything by intensity. No, because the texture's off. So let's put the texture map back on. And we'll go into masking, mask by intensity. And I'm going to turn the texture off again real quick so we can see what we're doing. And I'm just going to go ahead now and inflate a little bit. A little smooth, but okay. So now we very quickly here got some really cool scales that are not on a dragon, that are instead on a flat plane. So what the hell is that? Good is that going to do me? Well, what good is that going to do me is now I'll just take this image and I'm going to align it here real quick, and now I'm going to convert this into a three-dimensional alpha by just simply going grab dot. There's other ways. There's fancy ways too. I can get into like making overlapping scales using vector displacement maps and so on and so forth, but because I only have 5 minutes, this is kind of a great way just to start laying out surface detail, and I recommend this technique on any kind of thing you have. So in this case, I'm going to go to this devil creature here I started making, and right now he's got kind of all human skin and pores, but let's give him some reptile scales instead. And so the way I can do that is I'm going to turn off the color. Now I'm just going to smooth this out real quick, just so we could start putting reptile scales on them. And I'm going to take this black and white image, and I'm going to say make texture. I'm going to take that texture now, and I'm going to add that to my spotlight. I'm going to flip it. Oh, no, I don't have to flip it. But most importantly, it's wherever is black is now, kind of see-through. So I'm just going to turn the intensity up a little bit, just so it's not completely, doing the crazy stuff. And shrink this a little. And I'm also going to turn on opacity so I can kind of see through it a bit. And now what I can do is I can take my devil guy. Actually, let's flip this around the other way. And what's great is, those scales fit that one face. Now I could just go ahead and try to paint it on there. But one of the great things too, real quick, is that we've got this thing called, what is this thing called here? Oh yeah, nudge, right? So I've got this image, I'm gonna turn this off, and now instead of using inflate, I'm gonna switch this to my move tool. Make sure that we don't have like any crazy polygroup masking on. And now I could take these scales, and I'm going to make my cursor pretty big for this. And you see I could start to take these scales now and move them and place them so that they actually fit nicely onto the surface.
Cool.
Just real quick, I'm going to do this. And what's great is too, unlike Photoshop, you can like smooth this out just by hitting smooth, and instead of it like a relax feature where it returns back to where it was, instead this will just kind of relax it, but without having it go all the way back to its original points. And I can give them like scaly lips or whatever. And once I like kind of what I have here, I'm going to switch back to Z, and I'm going to go into my standard brush. Or paint. Paint works too.
We're at time, babe.
Oh!
Yeah.
So show them real quick.
Show them real quick.
All right, I'm going to make it real quick.
Stop,
So basically, all you want to do is get the standard brush, turn that off, RGB, paint it on there. Whoop. Undo. Not Z add.
Yep.
Good job.
We're just going to paint it on there.
There you go.
Booyah! Right? So I got my detail there. Now I'm going to go masking. Mask by intensity. Displace. Turn off color.
Yep. And there you go.
And there you go. And then you're off to the races. You just put that on there and...
Wow, Dan, that
Voila.
was incredible. Give him a round of applause, everybody at home. We're over the
Well,
time.
that hour went fast.
What can you do?
Yeah, it goes real
Dan
fast.
Catcher, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Master of monsters, father of
I
dragons.
know we
Paul
had
Gabriel.
one last thing. I don't know if we have time for it. In the booth, do we have time to show the dragon up and a little close while we're talking here?
We should do that real quick.
Finishing up, let's show
that.
it up close if you have.
A real dragon right above his head. Don't look too quickly. You might get scared.
Don't be too fast there. Yeah, we've.
All right, let's take a look.
Dan shared so we can bring it right here on set with Dan.
Yeah.
You know, he's got
The
a
magic of
there.
AR. Yes.
So
look at that.
There you go. There's another representation, seeing what it's colored, what it looks like.
The finished
and
product.
This is all the details that he's talking about that he was just sharing with you all.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's done.
So you would say that's an accurate representation of what the finished thing would look like if you weren't under the gun and only an hour in with us.
Yeah. Well, and also it's I think it's rendered in what is it, Unreal?
Yeah, that one's in Unreal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Unreal. So
The whole thing that you're sitting inside of right now is an Unreal.
yeah, Unreal's fantastic.
Yeah. Anyway, so we want to thank you on behalf of everybody
Oh,
here.
thank you
Round of
guys.
Applause to you for being here. It's so nice to see you again. Paul Gabriel, we are going to have some prizes, and I'm going to, I guess.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll get
come
ready
back,
for the prizes.
say bye to Dan.
Thank you for being a part of the presentation. And being
Oh, my
part of the
pleasure,
summit
guys.
Again this year.
Any last words, Paul, before I send them off?
No, you got the last.
Okay. I'm Louis Tucci, and you're watching Day 1 proper of the ZBrush Summit 2022. Thanks again, everybody at home, and we'll see you in a moment.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right, back to do some giveaways. As always, I'm sure you guys have seen it on the screen and in the chat, the link that you need to go to do the giveaway. So I'm gonna start with a 10-week online course for Gnomon. That's the Gnomon School. The beauty about this is it is an online course, so wherever you are in the world, you'll be able to take this course with the instructor online. So let's go ahead and draw that winner, and let's see what we've got. And then again, as always, please excuse my pronunciation. Bruce Krodnik. Bruce Krodnik, you are the winner of the 10-week course from Gnomon. I'm gonna put that again in both chats. So we have
Big
that.
prize right there, 10 weeks at Gnomon. Whew.
10 weeks at Gnomon. Let's see what else we have to give away. Let me grab another couple more items here. All right, let's show this image. Let's bring this one on over to my other monitor here. And this is what we got up next. We got up next here is the Ultimate ZBrush Guide from 3D Concept Artists. So this is Pablo Munez's online school. So this is the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. So let's go ahead and draw that winner. I'm gonna draw that winner, and we have a winner. Let me grab that, and let me confirm. And our winner, I'm gonna put that in chat right now, Chris Aljust. Probably not even close, and I apologize, but
Walking away with some good stuff here.
Put that in the chat there for you.
Prizes continue, over $70,000.
I'm going to give another one away. Let's do it. Let's do another one. Let me grab another one here. Hold on one second.
prize.
I'm going to grab another prize here. Let's see. What do I want to give away next? I feel like, let's see, we change it. Oh, let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. We haven't done one of these yet. So let's add, where we go, a Sense Labs Medium Bundle tablet. So you're getting everything you see in this image. You're getting the tablet. You're getting their little device that you can do your hotkeys. It's pretty awesome. You got a ton of space for that little carrying case. Very cool little tablet for you all. So let me draw the winner of that.
The hotkeys is really neat, and the case is really a wonderful little product.
Yeah,
actually.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nice to have a case, actually, to hold.
And our winner is Robert Teal. Robert Teal. I'm putting your name in the chat so you know you are the winner. I'm not sharing email addresses because that's your personal email addresses, so we're only going to be sharing names today. Louis, I feel good about this. Let's do one more. I feel like I'll throw one more out there.
They're clamoring by their computers at home, waiting to be called
Let's
upon.
do one of these. Let's do another one of these. Let's go. There you go. We're going to do an all-access membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshops with Eric Keller and Thomas Whittlebach. So it's a great course. You got two people that really know ZBrush extremely well to help you out, and specifically focusing on jewelry. So let's draw that winner, and let me get the person's name, and we're going to confirm, and I'm going to put that in the chat. Here you go. And I say Thomas, and I'm not going to even try and say the last name.
Come on.
It's a tough one for me. Guvalanian. I'm not even close. I'm not even close.
Guvalanian.
This is why I'm pasting
Thomas
this in
Guvalanian.
chat. So you know who you are. That's not, now that I can see it better in this chat.
The hits keep on coming, Paul.
The hits keep on coming for me. The challenges of the ZBrush Summit. So I do apologize.
A linguistic exercise of the highest proportion.
I told Ian, like, you think you got it bad, okay? I'm going to mispronounce people's names left and right wrong.
Oh, it continues.
All right, so we are, again, continuing to do the giveaways as we go through the day and the next 2 days as well. So, again, you'll get registration reminders as we go through the presentations. All right, so you'll see that near the end of the presentation or in the middle of the presentation, you'll see links in our chat, and we'll show it up on screen so you know exactly where you need to go to register. Some of you are asking about the 25%. That is going to be towards the subscriptions of either ZBrush 1 year or a Maxon 1, 25%. You will receive that at the end of the summit. So we will be sending that out once the summit is all done. And again, please give us some time to get that email out because we have to compose everything for you all, get it out to you. And then we're still in the aftermath of the summit. Even though the day ends on Wednesday, it doesn't end for the crew. So we'll be right back. We got a really exciting presentation. This is one of these unique ones, never before been done.
Ever.
Really excited about this one. This is going to be great. So we'll see you in a little bit for Sideshow.
Sit tight.
And then we'll also like to say special thanks to our platinum sponsors, NVIDIA
and Dell Technologies.
For being a part of our ZBrush Summit. Again, I'd like to also take special thanks to Dell Technologies and NVIDIA for being our platinum sponsors. And now we're going to send it to our reel, and we'll see you just in a bit for Sideshow.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Silence.
Hello again, people at home and around the world, live from the Mobian stage. Paul Gabriel on my left. I'm Louis Tucci here for the ZBrush Summit 2022. We've had a cavalcade of a morning. We got to the tooth of the matter. Both Dr. Zhivago and Dan Katcher bringing us, what?
That was a good one.
That was a good one, right? The tooth of the matter.
Louis ready to go, people.
I'm on fire. I've waited years to come back to do this. Here we are.
Revved up.
How you feeling? You feel good?
I feel great. I'm really excited for this next one because it's one of those special ones I said we've never done before at the ZBrush Summit.
A lot of people don't get a chance to do what we're about to do. We are going to take the show on the road, and I am so elated to do this with our foreign correspondent. I was going to say our foreign correspondent. No, our on-location correspondent and fellow ZBrush team member, Ian Robinson, is waiting for us to go live from Sideshow Collectibles in Thousand Oaks, California. Unheard of, unprecedented, and never before done.
Yeah.
I don't think.
On location. Like, we're going to give you now Sideshow here in a second here. We're going to put Sideshow on camera for you all.
You're going, it's not pre-recorded. You're going live,
live.
Paul, let me just pause.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, looking at me, looking at them. This is a live presentation that goes through behind the veil of creativity at one of the world's leading IP companies. They make the most glorious collectibles that are collected the world over. And we're going to see the very special process and procedures that go into making your favorite collectibles with our own Ian Robinson. And so without further ado, I guess I'm going to hand it over to Ian Robinson on location on behalf of myself, Louis Tucci, and Paul Gabriel here in the Mobian studio. Let's take it over to Ian.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Ian Robinson. Hello, I am here with Matt Bischoff. Matt, pleasure.
Ian, pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Dude, thank you for having us because this space here is amazing.
A little trippy, huh?
Yeah, as a fellow artist, this is like insane to just look at everything and everything that Sideshow is. But there are people out there who don't know what Sideshow is about. Could you go over a little bit of what Sideshow is as a company and what you do here?
Yeah, Sideshow connects fans with the characters they love. We do that through a number of different products, through various formats and styles. And I am the VP of Development and Manufacturing here at Sideshow.
Nice.
And I get to oversee this fun house as far as the development end of it and create this cool stuff.
So you see everything. Like you oversee it all. That's
Stuff I can tell you about.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
That's fair. That's perfect. Well, could we see some of those statues?
Yeah, let's check it out.
The audience is going to want to see that
let's
for
do
sure.
that.
Perfect. Okay, you look at this Deadpool over here. Yeah, it's like my favorite character.
Oh, right on.
So before we get too crazy, you guys have a demo reel, right? A little something to show. Could we show that real quick before we get down to the fun aisle?
Yeah.
Our pop culture has the power to bring diverse communities together. It's a bridge that connects us, its characters and their stories, sparking our imaginations and igniting our ambitions. From heroes to villains to creatures, we celebrate beloved icons of cinema, television, gaming, and comics through our licensed and original collectible products. Sideshow's mission is in creating highly detailed statues, posable figures, fine art prints, and prop replicas. At the core of Sideshow is a team of passionate artists and fans dedicated to celebrating our favorite characters and universes, old and new. We're inspired to create pop culture fine art and to push the limits of what's been done before through our unique product development processes and original content creation. The Sideshow website has also grown into the premier destination for curated items from pop culture companies around the globe. We are more than just a creative company or a traditional distributor. We give fans access to an extensive catalog of hand-picked, high-end collectibles. We understand that being a pop culture fan isn't just a hobby, it's also a lifestyle. That's why we immerse ourselves in pop culture news, delivering accessible and interactive content to the community on a variety of digital platforms. In the end, we are a group of geeks, a small part of an ever-growing global community, eagerly sharing and celebrating our pop culture with every type of fan. And every day, we are proud to let our geek side show.
All right. So as you can see, just that reel on its own is super amazing. And so, I mean, Matt, dude, This is such an
Something else,
honor.
right?
So yeah, something else. So let's take a look at a few of those
let's do it.
pieces. Yeah, let's go through here. Honestly, the one that sticks out the most right out the gate has to be that Joker.
Oh,
Can you
Joker,
tell me
yeah.
about that Joker a little
Yeah.
bit? Because it's one of my favorite DC villains.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's a lot of people's favorite DC villains.
Yeah, looks pretty badass.
So look at this detail. I mean, so tell us a little bit about this. Who did this piece?
Martin Canali.
Oh, Martin, awesome.
got down.
We're gonna be talking to him in a little bit.
cool.
Yeah,
Right on.
yeah. And wow, yeah. And so this is like telling a story. And
Telling the story of the Joker, and this is the vision of the Joker, how he wants people to see him as this
Yeah.
evil entity, but the history of the Joker is inscribed all over the character's
which
body.
for me, storytelling in statue form, so hard to do, but when it pulls it off, you guys do it the best. I mean,
Thank you so
come on,
much.
It's super
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you.
No, that's super
such a
wicked.
compliment. Thank you.
And so I mean, looking at everything you guys could see here, I'm getting goosebumps. It's just being here. It's crazy. But this Wakanda piece right here, I mean, the detail, the level that it's on another world.
Yeah.
Man. Is there anything you can talk about this piece?
Raphael Phillips did this one. He got down with one of our PMs, and they scoured through all the reference to get all the finite details on the costume.
Wow.
And when you get up close to that thing, it's insane.
Yeah, as a fellow 3D print guy, this would be insane to even get manufactured.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's super awesome
Yeah.
to see the detail. And, then you have Thor over here.
Yeah.
That's Danny Bell, correct?
Danny Bell,
And,
top starter.
I mean, wow. How heavy is that? Is it?
Give it a shot.
It's yeah. Okay, here you go, Ian. Breaking
Oh, no,
stuff.
Ian, don't.
Oh my gosh,
Don't do it,
that
Ian.
is crazy.
Don't do it, Ian.
That's
Don't do it, Ian.
crazy.
Don't do it, Ian.
Wow, that's insane. All right, but no, they're just super, super amazing.
Yeah, thank
Raphael
you.
Phillips is
I mean,
also presenting with us.
so when did you start here?
So I started here about 14 and a half years ago, and I started in the graphics department doing 2D design work. And then I parlayed my previous background to Sideshow from the medical industry and production manufacturing, and kind of enveloped into the position I'm in now,
Wow, that's really,
combining
really
art
cool.
and manufacturing together.
And so you're surrounded by this every single
All day.
Yeah.
Very lucky, very fortunate, very blessed.
Wow. Paul Louie, are you seeing this?
Oh, you
'Cause,
better
I
believe
mean,
it.
You better.
Come on, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
just
want to
like,
point out, too, that Raphael Phillips is going to be presenting with us
All over the place.
on the
yes,
last.
Raphael Phillips is going to be presenting.
And we got Danny Bell.
And Danny Bell, and Danny Bell. We got
And
two.
Danny Bell.
Yeah, both those guys are presenting.
and Mark too. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I just had to point out real quick too, that crow piece right there. That's like my childhood coming out.
Yeah.
My parents would yell at me every time they saw me watching
Get a
this
closer
movie.
look at that guy.
But yeah, can we get a closer look at this? I mean, yeah. See,
That's a
Mama
mix-
did it. Look
mixed
at
media
it. This is
piece.
super cool. This is a super cool piece. Who did this piece? Do you remember?
I don't remember off the top of my
It's
head,
okay,
but
you
it's a
know what?
mixture of a couple artists, because
Yeah.
that one is cut and sew fabric as well as sculpture, all combined into one giant
Wow,
piece. So.
that's super cool. And we have a few other pieces here we'd really like to show you. Before we start, maybe possibly, I was talking to Matt here and saying, like, I would like to meet some artists, and he's like, man, so we'll see. But this one right here, Red Sonia, Steve Lord, right?
Yes, sir.
Take a look at this. Super amazing, intricate detail. I mean, Paul Louie, you guys, like, what do you guys
I'm
think?
flabbergasted. I'm taken aback. The whole thing, the very fact that we're walking down this haloed corridor with you on location is mind-boggling. I'm sure the people at home are really having the time of their lives. Keep it going, Ian.
Absolutely. Well, we also have this Red Riding Hood, right?
Red Riding Hood. Yep.
And can you tell me a little bit about this piece in particular?
Yeah, so this piece is from the J. Scott Campbell Fairy Tale Fantasies line that we've worked with J. Scott on. And this is his rendition from his 2D art, work with Steve Shoemaker to do a 3D iteration of it. So taking that 2D art, transitioning it to 3D, and the line speaks for itself. It's beautiful.
That's
Ian, ask
awesome.
him about the challenges
Thank
of
you.
working with multiple artists on one piece.
So I'm actually getting a question in from Louie. So the challenges with working with multiple artists on one piece, how is that?
It's a fun experience. The collaboration is amazing.
Yeah.
You get the best of both worlds. You get some amazing debates, and you get some amazing solutions.
Yes.
And that results in the art we see here. But like anything that has passion behind it, you're going to have passionate people. And,
Absolutely.
it's a great process. It's fun.
Well, speaking of passionate people, if I convinced you in my time being here that you can let me meet a couple of these artists that make such magical pieces.
Are you ready to meet those guys?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Way to go.
So we're gonna
Taking us
go
back there
into
behind the curtain.
an amazing spot. Like, just real quick, have to say it. You're going to be blown away by what's in this room. All right. So already our first artist. Hello, my name's Ian. How are you? Who are you?
I'm Matthew Black.
Awesome. Pleasure to meet you. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do here at Sideshow?
Well, I'm a digital sculptor. all the fun stuff we make, all the products you see in the hallway.
Nice. And what are you working on now? Because it looks really intense.
This is a DC Scarecrow premium format figure.
Nice.
Sculpted a couple years ago, so I pulled it up so we can show it off, take a look at it.
Look at those details. Ian, right now we're showing them all of Matt's screen at this moment.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's looking really amazing. So, I mean, the level of detail, how long does it take usually to produce a piece like this?
God, it could vary so wildly with every piece. I mean, me and the art director, we just grabbed a scythe and we went outside and we did a bunch of pose studies to try to come up with a pose. And that took a little while to narrow down like what we wanted to show this character doing, how we wanted to depict him. So we locked something in, and then we submit it to licensor, get it approved, and then start blocking it out based on kind of the fun we have outside playing around with scythes and sickles.
So cool. That sounds super wild. How long have you been using ZBrush?
It's been around 10 years. I mean, I started in the industry sculpting all wax and clay and everything else, and then ZBrush started taking over the industry, and I wanted to get in and learn it and see what it had to offer. So it's been fun, 10 years.
Wow, that's super amazing.
I'm starting to almost get the hang of it. I think I might be.
I could help you with that. I happen to be a guy who helps people learn ZBrush a little bit more. But also, too, I mean, do you have a favorite brush that you think maybe some of the people in the audience would be like, oh, Matt uses this brush?
I do like the Form Soft brush for like wrinkles and clothing, things like this.
Yeah.
Getting kind of a little bit more natural shapes with clothing. The Form Soft is great for that. I obviously get a lot of subdivision levels, so you can do stuff at a lower level and then build it back up and refine it with Dam Standard and Form Soft. And then I really like to UV map a lot of the surfaces, so you can get this has a wide variety of different fabric surfaces, try to make it look like it was kind of patched together out of lots of different types of like burlaps and canvases and
that's so
things
cool.
like that. UV mapping is great for stuff like that.
Absolutely. I mean, and the level of detail that you're being able to showcase today, and this is the standard in which Sideshow's known for, is just truly amazing.
Yeah, really
Thanks.
cool desk
We
area
try.
you got there, by the way.
Try to get every little nook and cranny as detailed as possible, going into the skin and getting skin textures and fabric textures, hair textures.
So do you like to go outside and play with dangerous toys so that you can pose and make sure it's right?
I think it's helpful every single time we're exploring a composition to actually feel what it's going to feel like. So you want to try to, like, even during the process, I'll get up and try to, like, mimic the pose just to feel what your muscles are doing.
Yeah.
Especially with a weird, complex pose like this where somebody's, like, really rearing back with a weapon. You got to feel the weight of it.
Yeah.
So it's always helpful, no matter what the project is, just to get into the pose or see somebody in the pose and then photograph them and then have that as reference while you're sculpting it.
That's so amazing. And what would you say maybe has been one of your favorite or more fun projects you've worked on since you've been with Sideshow?
That's a tough question. I mean, I think one of the earliest projects I worked on was a Jack Sparrow premium format figure a long time ago. And I think that probably stands up still as being one of the most fun projects just because of the weight distribution and it has a lot of accessories I got to sculpt and lanterns. It's such a wide variety of stuff. That was fun. I mean, God, putting me on the spot. I think all of them have different unique challenges for every project. It's fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fun just to make toys, make shapes.
Absolutely. Now, you brought up UVs when using, going through and making details and stuff. Is that something that you kind of developed along your way when implementing ZBrush in your workflow, or is it like just kind of something that you've really just decided, hey, you know what, I'm going to do this?
It's something, I mean, working in-house amongst a bunch of talented artists, you see other people doing stuff, like, how did you do that? And then, you pick each other's brains, show each other techniques, different ways to use the program. You really kind of feed off of each other's very hive mentality.
That's so awesome.
It's something that I liked incorporating that I've seen other people do and
learn from others.
It's great working around
when you get
so many talented people.
Oh, we have a question coming in. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so they were wondering, how does he start his models off? Is he just using low poly sub D, or is he going right into Dynamesh?
So the audience wants to know, do you start from low poly sub D, or how do you start your process when you're coming in?
I've been working with wax for so long. I try to use the program as much like wax and clay as possible. So I'll start with just big dynameshed forms and then just fuse them together and then start building a figure out of dynamesh, as much like clay as possible. And then I'll start projecting it onto meshes and getting subdivision levels so I can play around with forms like global forms and tweaking the pose in low polygons and then building more and more layers of detail on top of that.
Wow. Now, I see you have such an amazing environment that goes with the piece. Do you also do a lot of reference for your environment works? You can maybe go down to the graveyard and say, hey, how does a tombstone look?
It doesn't hurt. I spend a lot of time, if I'm just walking around in nature or out with family, I'll just see something like, that's a great texture. Let me just stop real quick and take a picture of it. If it's like a rusty mailbox or anything, like just snap a quick picture and then file it away for later use. I mean,
you never know what's going to come in handy.
Yeah, you might be walking on the sidewalk and see just a particularly interesting piece of sidewalk that you want to mentally reference later, or particular gravestone motif that might come in handy. And the headstone on this piece was really fun part of the project, designing like all the angels around the base and then this memento mori motif.
Yeah.
Kind of right up my alley.
That was so cool. And every day you come in here because you're one of the artists that come on site every single day. Do you get inspired as you walk the hallways and see other artists work, and you're just surrounded by it? I mean, your whole desk is just like...
We're always peeking over each other's shoulders or exchanging techniques or tips we just learned, or we have a chat going like, hey, try this out next time. Or intersection masking is another subject that just came up in our chats. Like, we all want to get on it and see how we can implement it into our workflow.
No, that's super awesome. Paul, Louis, what are you guys thinking right now?
I think on behalf of Paul and myself, I'm not going to speak for Paul, but I know we're just sitting here looking at each other with our mouths open right now as they're turning the camera on this Jason Todd. A special hello to Matt. That piece is really...
Another fun aspect of this piece is it's the first Robin we ever did.
Really?
And it just happened to be, a nightmare version of Robin.
Oh, wow. That's the first Robin.
First appearance of Robin in Sideshow's catalog.
Wow.
Coming out from where...
The details are just insane,
into the base.
what Matt's put on this. It's just crazy.
We've done other Robins since then, but, the first one was
Another
just
question
nightmare
coming through.
version of
Ian, when you go to
Scarecrow's base. So that was fun.
Yeah, that's super cool. We have another question. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, does he work with default UI, or does he have his own custom setup?
Okay. Oh, that's a good question. So, Matt, do you work with the default UI, or do you customize it to your flavor?
I just use it right out of the box.
Right out of the box.
I've tried customizing here and there, but switching back and forth sometimes between working at home and then working in the office, it just gets confusing. I just like it straight out of the box, actually.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree, especially since, I'm going over it all the time. Like you said, back and forth, home office to physical office. Yeah, it's
Gets a Louis Tucci vote of approval on that one.
Yeah, I just like the way it is.
Louis Tucci says, yeah, that's awesome. Good job.
I've seen people working in just like the startup wax too, like forever. Like they're still using the startup red wax, and like that's the only part I customize. I change my material. I'm good enough with that.
Okay, that's really awesome. So, Paul, Louis, any more audience questions? What is the consensus right now? Because it has to be amazing. Because honestly, me being here, it's such an honor, and I'm just blown away by everything that I'm seeing right now.
I think everything.
Honor
They're
is
really,
all ours.
The guys are at the forefront of a cultural phenomenon.
Cool stuff.
So the detail that he's managed to capture on that piece, especially with the various shifts in material composition, and even that sort of the one arm that's in the back part of the character holding the scythe with the ripped cloth, that's phenomenal. It just stands out. You can see the body protruding through there.
Yeah. That's
how many
wonderful.
subtools is it?
How many subtools do you got going on there?
This one ended up being 49 individual pieces for this one project.
49 visual pieces.
Is that usually where he sits on most of
49. We have to go through and cut and key every single piece, like this part. Even the leg just has the fabric keyed in.
Right.
Yeah.
Just so we can get a nice undercut in here.
Now, I know every statue is super unique, of course, but would that be your normal amount of subtools per project?
It's probably pretty standard because we like to have, a lot of storytelling going on in the base too. So I think even the base is probably half of those subtools or more. We got individual pieces of smoke, and then the tombstone breaks down into, I think, 6 pieces, 5 or 6 pieces.
So how did you approach the smoke? Because I know that's something that like I've struggled with from time to time. I'm telling you one, guys.
It's impossible to sculpt elements like wind, water, fire. So everyone's got kind of their own design language for those specific elements. And I like mine. I have a lot of twists and curls curling back on itself. So it's just the way I do it. And I wanted this to have like a kind of a nightmare look. So it's got little hooks and angles that are very unnatural to smoke.
So cool.
Yeah, that's super cool. And would you say you use maybe just like the move brush and just tug it around until you get what you're looking for?
Move, snake hook, things like that. And a lot of times I'll draw things out just with tubes.
Yeah.
Insert mesh tubes, and then move those around and then dynamesh those and start twisting and pulling them into little shapes.
Wow, that's super
I've sculpted a lot of things just out of the tubes.
Really?
Curved tube.
Awesome.
And like the rope on his neck, you can draw out a curve and then turn that into rope if you want, or chain or anything. So.
Yeah. Really, sky's the limit for
Yeah.
anything that you can do.
Yeah, you can really just draw out a curve and then turn it into something later if you want.
Yeah. So a big question that I get a lot that I thought maybe I'd ask you is, you know, for somebody who's starting out wanting to get into collectibles or just the idea of making statues, but, you know, obviously there's a lot to learn, anatomy and such, but what would be a good, like, a little bit of a tip or advice on somebody starting out?
I've been asked this question so many times, and the first piece of advice I give to everybody is fall in love with the process only. The only thing that you get at the end of the day is the process, and if you love the process, then you're going to have an amazing career. Because, you know, commercial art's commercial art. Go home and make your own art if you want to make art, but just love the process as much as you can, because that's the most important part. It's just really loving what you do. And I do.
That's awesome.
I've never worked a day in my life.
That's so awesome.
It's great to see him. It's great to see him, and he's got a wonderful sweater. I like his sweater.
Yeah, Louis says, thumbs up on the sweater, man. Your
Can't go
dapper is
wrong with
amazing.
Captain Harlock.
He kept talking about maybe possibly teasing us with this full cosplay, but it didn't happen. So maybe one day we'll get him to.
He better get on that.
Yeah, better get.
I'm going to beat him to it.
We love
Well, you know, Halloween did pass, and you were talking about cosplay stuff. Do you do any cosplay on your own?
I think over half my wardrobe is cosplay at this point.
Yeah. No, that's super cool, man.
She's going to see some competition.
Oh, okay.
I'll be waiting.
Cool. Do we have any other questions coming in from the chat, Paul, Louis? Do you guys have anything you want to ask, Matt?
Do I have any more answers?
You might. Never know.
That's
Did he
important.
design it from scratch, or did he get 2D references? Question that just came.
That's a good one.
Oh, that is a great question. Do you work off of reference, or do you design from scratch? Do they tell you the character, or do they say, here's the concept?
It all depends on what we're trying to achieve. I mean, with Scarecrow, I try to pull as much Scarecrow reference as possible. This one isn't really directly from the comic. The design motifs are kind of like, we all kind of have different input, things we want to see. So it's kind of an idealized, generalized version of DC's Scarecrow, but we try to pull the best elements of every incarnation to put that into the final version.
Okay, cool. Well, Matt, this has been just amazing. Thank you so much for letting us come in and pick your brain, bother you while you're working here at this.
Trying to work.
I know, man. But seriously,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure.
Thanks for coming by.
Absolutely. So as you can see here already, just with that, there's so much that happens here at Sideshow, and the fact that they use ZBrush to create pretty much most of what they work on is just fantastic.
Look at their
We have another
workspace.
artist.
Look at this workspace.
Yeah,
Hold on a second.
Look at this workspace.
Holy
Yeah.
smoke.
You guys see
Can
this?
you imagine going to a place like that to work every morning, Paul? We need a
Is that what that is?
we need a makeover at our office. What's going on here? Where is he?
Okay, we got lots of artists. Move on to the next artist.
Yeah. So we do have another artist. You are?
Hi, I'm Alfred Paredes, and I am a sculptor here at Sideshow, and also in charge of engineering and file checks in ZBrush.
Wow. So how'd you get started working here?
I actually started as a traditional sculptor here.
Wait, hold on. Traditional sculpting?
Clay and wax.
Wow, something very much like what you have up
Like
here.
those guys there. Yeah, I actually still have wax in my cube for some reason that I haven't had to do in a long time, but it's still in here. And I was the last of the guys in the building to actually switch from traditional back to digital, or I should say, over to digital.
Yeah, so you're full digital now.
Now I am, yeah, but I'm newer. These guys have been doing it for a decade plus, and I'm more like 4 years into my digital journey. So I had to like speed it up.
So how did you get started in ZBrush then?
Well, it was mainly, the industry was changing. I mean, when I started at Sideshow, I'd say we were like 80% traditional, maybe 20% digital. And within like 2 years, it was like 95% digital. Like, I mean, it was so fast. And so I had to sort of start switching gears and say, like, all right, well, what are we going to do? And like, what do I need to do to make sure that we still have work here? And learning ZBrush was a big part of that. But for me, it was difficult because I'm old school, 25 years of sculpting and clay and stuff, and having to switch to computers was a little more of a challenge for an old timer like me. And so, but I embraced it, dove in, and found out that really, if you just apply the same skills or the same rules of sculpting, they apply the same, right?
Oh, okay.
Like,
so
just like everyone says, right? It's just another tool or another material. It's digital clay versus regular clay or wax.
Wow.
And with some added benefits.
Yeah. So
like,
that transition was pretty good then, for on the artistic level.
Yeah. From the artistic level, absolutely. Yeah. There was complexities of learning how to use the software from never having touched it, and then once I got past that, it was like, oh, okay, now I'm getting somewhere, and like, when I was sculpting traditionally, one of the things I hated doing the most was like hard surface sculpting, right? And I would get those every once in a while, and then once I got to ZBrush, and I was like, oh, box modeling and like Z modeler, and I was like, oh my god, I was like, this is the best thing ever, And so I really got into hard surface modeling in ZBrush, which, like I said, I hated doing as a traditional artist. I absolutely despise it. Did it only reluctantly, when I had to. But once I got into here, it was so cool. And then they gave me some projects where I actually got to. they're dismantling my armor. Where I actually got to use it. And so getting into there and really it was all tutorials and all that sort of stuff, learning all that stuff. And then going through Z Modeler and seeing that it was more than just like, oh, well, here's a box and I can extrude some stuff. There was like so many functions. And I was like, my mind was blown, and I was like, oh, I can do so much with this. And immediately dove into it. And this is one of those projects.
Well, I was going to say, you got hard surface right now, which I'll tell you, I hear this all the time. Oh, ZBrush hard surface, that doesn't happen. And we're like, what are you talking about? It happens all the time. I mean, Paul Gabry,
oh man,
he does hard surface.
Spaceships galore, and all the other stuff, coffee makers and whatnot. Yeah, so this is a piece by an artist named Sket1. So this is the Optimus Prime Sket 1, and it starts off with 2D art, like a lot of our stuff does, especially when we're working with other artists' concepts who come to us. So he's a graffiti artist, designed this one, but just like all 2D art, we have to translate it over. There's complexities in translating that sort of stuff. And this one, I mean, it was just straight lines and hard surface everywhere. So it was like, oh man, like how are we going to do this? And then bring it into here, and unlike sculpting something organic, where I would probably start with, like Dynamesh and things, and really treating it more like clay and wax, and then transitioning over. With the hard surface stuff, I immediately just go into boxes and start pulling shapes and doing stuff, and a lot of remeshing. But then one of my favorite things is working with dynamic subdivisions.
Oh yeah.
Like absolute game changer. This model here, which looks, I mean, this is what the finished model looks like. This is my working model, and it's only 1.5 million polys.
That's it. 1.5?
1.5 million polys, and it's, there it is. Like the finished model, which you'll see doesn't really, like nothing really changes. And this one's all engineered, so now this one's been keyed and all that other stuff. And this one's 15 million polys. So it's like 10 times larger once I got into the thing. And I can still, move it around or whatever. But at this size, I mean, I can sit here and spin this thing. Like my computer does not lag at all. and I've got all the same definition in there. And because I can work with like poly groups and things like that, it makes things like painting the model like really easy, you know, like, and that helps to, you know, understand the design when you're looking at something like this.
Yeah.
It's so colorful, you know, and then you get, oops, there's my daughter. And then you get into just like working like, you know, gray shapes and stuff. You can lose the sense of what it should be sometimes, you know? And so being able to do that and, you know, having individual poly groups for every little corner and shape, I mean, makes it so easy. And that's what I love about this stuff. Like,
Ian, is that a paint roller at the end of the pole there?
Dynamic sub. It's by far, man. That's so amazing.
Yeah, well, everybody's pointing out the fact that that looks like a paint roller. See Optimus Prime? He's painting.
He's doing some graffiti art, man. He's going around and tagging up and, you know, letting the Decepticons that you know,
he's painting down.
The Autobots are here, man.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's super awesome.
Yeah, he's got his like graffiti gun and all that sort of stuff. And one of the other cool things I was gonna say with the inside, not just Z Modeler, but inside the Gizmo stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The deformers.
Like, love those.
Oh my god, I was trying to figure out how to get like a really good sense of perspective in this thing.
Yeah.
And we talked about it and we said, hey, can we do a forced perspective a little bit to really push it a little further?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, how do you do forced perspective on a sculpture? Like, how do I stretch it? And just started trying to understand it. And in those deformers, I was able to take the model and then just apply a little bit of stretch and a little enlarging, and immediately it's like, you know, I mean, if you look at it from the top, you can see where his front leg's a little bigger than his small leg. The gun really comes out forward, but the final look of it is really cool because it really comes forward. And that was all just deformers. Like, I didn't have to individually shrink each part. I could take the whole sculpture and just go, all right, let's stretch it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then done. And I think, I mean, maybe like T-pose or whatever, I had to take it into Transpose Master or something. But still, using the deformer to reshape the entire figure.
Yeah, and you found amazing. You found a really good way to approach that and keep it super. You know, I don't want to say simplistic because that minimizes it, but it definitely helps the process in a more straightforward manner. And
absolutely.
That's so awesome. I'm super glad that, you know, ZBrush can help you get to that point.
Oh, I would have been scratching my head, and if I had to do this traditionally with a forced perspective, I would have quit probably.
Ian,
so how long?
Question come through about perspective.
Oh, we have we have a question coming in.
Yeah, they see they have perspective on. What does he put his perspective on for the purpose of, because he's going to be sending this to a 3D print?
Oh, yeah. So the audience has noticed you have perspective turned on. What do you have it set to? Because since you work with 3D printing, how does that integrate?
So I actually learned, when I first started learning ZBrush, I wanted to get a sense, because the perspective always threw me a little bit.
Okay.
And so I actually sculpted something, had it 3D printed just really quickly.
Yeah.
And I was sort of holding it at arm's length, comparing it to the screen, and kind of going, all right, where does the perspective line up to what I have? And so what I've learned is that if I just take perspective and dial it down to 30, it lines up to about arm's length or so, if I'm holding the sculpture. So like this is...
Show it again. Show it again.
I think the actual product's maybe about this size.
Could you open up that menu one more time? The audience really wants to see this.
So normally, right, you get like the camera view and all that's on, right? And so there it is at, at its 50 standard stuff. I usually turn that off and then dial this down to 30.
Okay.
And for me, I mean, it's, if I brought in the actual product and held it right here, I could line up the same perspective roughly at about that size.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's been really helpful because, working with this stuff, even with hard surface stuff, it's nice to sort of see a little perspective on it versus just always straight. You want to, especially, and this one's got that forced perspective on top of it, so you really want to get a sense of it. So turning it off and on while I worked was really important, but also not having it over-exaggerated or under, because of the, camera lens or something like that, makes it important. And so that's one I learned, and I learned that pretty early on. It was one of the earlier things, because I was having that transitional difficulty of, like, it doesn't look quite right to my eye, and then once I was like, oh, I can dial that in and like really get it to about that working distance, where traditionally, I mean, that's where I was working, about an arm's distance away.
That makes total sense,
And
too.
so I just set it up that way. Again, it's just taking traditional, applying it to digital. Same rules, same settings.
Wow, that's
Make it
super
work for
cool.
you.
So you already talked about how ZModeler was awesome, and I can't stress that enough already.
Love it.
But is there another brush that you're like second favorite, super loving?
Oh, for this, well, ZProject is absolutely like, for what I do here as a engineer here, I engineer, I don't know, half, maybe a little more of the projects that come through.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's a lot of stuff where ZProject is amazing, where I can actually open up a model, go on the inside, and just push back anything that's penetrating. And for 3D print, that's a huge, huge deal, right? We can't have stuff colliding, you know, or undercutting. For us, I mean, that's a killer, you know. And it goes into production, and we hear from mold and cast, like, hey, these parts won't go together. And it's like, and that just comes right back to me, because I'm the one that did it. So, so that tool, way useful, because otherwise you got to open up and either you're sculpting it away or trying to move it, but that can deform you know, parts of your model. The ZProject just goes right to that surface and doesn't do anything beyond that.
Perfect.
And I mean, it's exactly what I need. I mean,
That's
I mean, it's a made-for tool for that specific thing. It's amazing.
Dude, that's super awesome. We're going to check out some of these other artists. Absolutely. But pleasure to meet you.
Always
Thank you so much for sharing all that. It's amazing. So, already, guys, this room is awesome. I'm just going to say it right now. Going to make some changes in my office as soon as possible.
Absolutely, and you've landed in the mothership of all motherships.
Inspiration for Ian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that alien behind him. Be careful.
Yeah, seriously, right? Anyway, so we have a few more artists to get through, and we're going to turn it over to Aaron here. Aaron, how's it going?
What the hell? You're not Louis Tucci.
No, we kept him locked up.
Louis, what up?
Aaron,
miss you,
my
buddy.
main man. What's going on, Aaron? I miss you, man.
So, tell us a little about yourself, Aaron. How'd you start at Sideshow?
So my name's Aaron. I've been working at Sideshow for about 7 years now.
Yeah.
I've been in the industry for over 20, and been on ZBrush for a little over 10.
Wow.
And I'm a sculptor, a modeler, and an engineer here at Sideshow.
That's so cool.
This is my cubicle with my collection of Safubi toys and things I make, and
surrounded by inspiration and art. Always, that's the theme I'm noticing right now between everybody here, is they're all surrounded by what they love.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's a pleasure to come in and walk through the hallway every day and come and get to work in your own space like this and create toys all day.
So I see you have this really wild skull character that I'm just falling in love with. Can you tell us a little bit about this
This
guy?
is The Bonehead by Tony Riff. And this is a piece I got to create from his graffiti-style artwork.
Wow.
He's also one of my favorite graffiti artists, actually. So it was really an awesome pleasure to get to work on this piece.
Yeah, super stylized.
Yeah,
but
especially when you just have only like one angle and one view of it, and you just get to bring it to life in 3D.
Oh, so you only had the one concept to work
That's all
off
we got.
of. Wow.
Straight fire.
So how much? Yeah. So how much did you have to kind of interpret? What was the process like for that?
Yeah. Well, we'll start out just kind of like bringing it like right over top of it, and maybe turning translucence on, and just get it pretty close, and then as things go, we'll have to kind of move it around a little bit and just kind of make it kind of feel good from all the different angles, and just get a really nice organic 3D feel to it.
How did you bring the concept in? Since you're putting it over it, is that on a plane? Did you use?
Yeah, it's just from a texture.
Nice.
I just brought an image plane in.
That's super cool.
And then you can save your views and snap back to it and stuff like that. But we'll usually crop it and stuff. This is kind of just for to show the audience.
Louis Paul, you seeing this?
I'm in awe, and I haven't seen Aaron in a long time. He's one of the best guys.
But one of my favorite things,
great cyclist,
about ZBrush for me is the 3D printing aspect of it.
Yeah, could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, and you can see here, as I take away the skull, here's all the keys and the different parts that we'll have to print.
Wow.
And I love to print on FDM halfway through the process just so we can see it.
Why
Actually,
FDM?
it's just like a really quick way to print and just to kind of see, make sure all the shapes and the project's going the right direction. We can kind of like take it and show the artist and the art director.
Yeah.
Things like
That
that.
looked
So
like
here's
that
a
was
couple
9 pieces when he showed.
pieces that I printed on FDM.
Wow.
It's for fun. This is probably my favorite part of ZBrush is just having a printer like right beside you.
Yeah.
And just being able to make your own toys like right there, you know?
Yeah, that's super cool. So how many pieces did you have in total when this guy was done?
This one, it only has 11. This is a pretty simple project.
Yeah.
Mostly just starting with like Z-spheres and just Z-remesh, pushing and pulling. Not a lot of crazy.
People are digging
things
Aaron's
that we had to do with this
collection
piece,
in the
but-
background. They want to see some of
Yeah.
that.
Coming
Ask
up with
him
the
about that
design,
big gray Safubi that he
figuring
made.
out was pretty
right next to
actually
him.
pretty tricky, but really
Yeah.
fun.
So we have audience right now looking at that gray statue to your right. Can you tell us about that?
This guy?
Yeah, because everybody's loving just
This is,
the aesthetics of your desk right now.
This is JoJo. He's one of my personal pieces I did.
That's straight fire, Aaron.
He's designed to be able to
Look at that.
do this pose.
Louis Tucci wants one. Where do we sign up to purchase?
Louis wants one. You might hear from him
Dude.
soon.
Yeah, here's a JoJo on some skeleton feet.
I love the articulation that you have going here too.
The eyes
And
popping
you said-
out.
yeah,
The eyes
you know
are
what?
popping out.
Check this out.
Yeah.
You can see inside how this works. This was all FDM printed and designed in ZBrush.
Wow.
I'll zoom in on that.
Everything fit
Zoom in
together
on that
pretty
one.
much.
Zoom in on
Maybe
that guy.
like just a
Camera.
little bit of minor sanding.
Can we zoom in just a little bit more on that guy?
Show it again. Zoom it in a little
On
bit.
the breakdown?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mechanics.
Yeah. I mean, FDM printed too, by the way. which
Straight,
is
everything done in
super
ZBrush here.
cool.
So wicked,
Yeah.
man.
That's great.
That
Aaron
is
McNaught.
so cool.
And there's like magnets in there and stuff, so it snaps open and stays open.
That's so wicked. I love it that everybody here is just having so much fun on a day-to-day basis and get to make amazing toys and figures. It's so cool. You were mentioning earlier a little bit about your workflow in ZBrush. Do you have like a favorite feature or favorite
Yeah.
brush you fall on?
Yeah, I mean, like, the live bullion really changed the game, like, big time, as well as Z-remesh for us. Like, that was, once that stuff came in, it really just opened so many doors for 3D printing and not having to retopologize and things like that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite brushes that I use is the Trim Dynamic. So, like, you can just, like, what I use it for is just doing, like, the hard angles.
Wow.
So you can
Hey,
just
Ian.
get, like, two
Tell Aaron Louis is
Yeah,
riding a
see how you
Colnago
get-
these days.
stuff like that. And I go crazy with this thing. Like, I use it, I just discovered it, like, randomly.
Wow.
And I just use it on everything. You can just
Wow, so
really
that
just
already looks like you're getting
dial in
some-
these.
Looks like some gym texture you already put on there. It's really cool.
Yeah, and like, you can see, like,
So
the sharp edges on here and stuff was all done in ZBrush with brushes. Like, just
That's so cool.
just like standard. And then kind of like maybe going in and hitting this on the sides and stuff.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
then, yeah, and then like the,
Look at those teeth, man. Those teeth are wicked. And the eyes. I just love the whole design. It's super cool, super fun.
yeah, once I painted the eyes, like, it really started coming to life.
Yeah. Do you usually keep it grayscale like what you have it right now, or do you go full color?
I might do color just for fun, but yeah, I'll usually just sculpt in this gray. And this is actually a material that my buddy over here, you'll talk to him soon, created that was close to the wax we used to use.
Really? Awesome. Damn, that's super cool. Paul, Louis, I mean, do we have any questions coming from the audience? Because my brain is just rattling with all sorts of fun stuff. It's amazing to see
Yeah,
this stuff come
a couple things specifically. What actual FDM printer did he use, if he can remember? And then also wanted to let everyone know that he is going to be this weekend at DesignerCon. So go check out his table.
Anything coming through?
Yeah. So we got a couple questions. First one is, do you remember the exact FDM printer you're using?
Yeah, I used the Up Mini by Tier Time.
Okay. Nice.
I've had a few of them, and they're pretty solid.
That's super cool. And then DesignerCon, you You showing up at the?
I'm not gonna display at DesignerCon this year.
Oh, okay.
But I have had all this stuff at DesignerCon.
Wow.
I think I've done 4 different shows.
That's amazing.
And I'll just take this stuff and I'll sell this stuff right at my table, like straight off ZBrush onto a printer, right onto the table. And
well, so you're manufacturing right on the spot. You're just like, you
oh,
want
yeah.
one? Wait a couple
that's how I
hours. We got you.
started. Actually, this the cool story is this figure right here. So this got produced by Medicom. So I was selling these at DesignerCon, just the prints, and they ended up producing this. So this is an actual Safubi figure that came from ZBrush to the printer to production.
Wow.
In Japan. Yeah.
It's awesome to see him come this far from all those years ago. He was
pretty cool story. Very similar to what we do here.
Yeah,
with this stuff, you know.
No, that is so cool. Louis was just saying how awesome it is to see how far you've come and just the work you produce is just top notch. So
I miss you, Louis.
Yeah, dude, same.
You're the best, dude.
You're the best guy, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Aaron, it's such a pleasure to be able to chat with you and just kind of pick your brain a little bit. Any last words you want to tell the audience watching at the moment?
No, man, it was a pleasure to be on the live stream, and dude, I use ZBrush every day. I couldn't ask for a better program, dude. Like seriously, like I was skeptical to go digital when I used to be traditional, and it changed my life, man. It brought my art to a whole new level, and having the 3D printers now and being able to take everything from this program right to 3D is it's mind blowing. I really appreciate everything that you guys have created.
Dude, it's
awesome.
It's amazing to see what artists like yourself can just bring to the table with the software. It really just also too showcases that you can really do anything in ZBrush.
Totally.
And so thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Man.
This is an honor, seriously, and great work. I mean, I'm inches away from this, and it's just so amazing, dude. So,
dude, you guys are welcome anytime.
All right, well, I might take you up on that offer.
Cool.
All right, Aaron.
See you, Aaron.
See ya. Oh, man. Dude, so as you guys can see already, we have a few more artists to highlight, but I mean, this room, if this room doesn't speak for itself with just how amazing and talented everyone here is, and the use that they use in ZBrush to create such amazing works of art is just, it's groundbreaking. I'm almost speechless already, guys. It's crazy. So without further ado, though, we have another artist. Let's come inside. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how's it
Hi,
going?
I'm Ian. Who are you? Shu?
Yep.
Pleasure to meet you. So tell us a little bit about what you do here at Sideshow.
I'm another one of the sculptors here. I'm working on the J. Scott Campbell piece.
Oh, is that the
This is the Red Riding
the
Hood.
Red Riding Hood that we showcased out there? So if anybody's tuning in right now, before we walked into this room, we actually showed off a little Red Riding Hood piece that you actually sculpted. And could you tell us a little bit about it, the creative process, and how was the work on it?
Well, J. Scott Campbell designed this piece, and he's just really an amazing artist, and he comes up with just dozens of illustrations, like a full turn, the entire sculpt from every angle. So you don't really have too many questions about what needs to be sculpted because he provides so much visual information. So you just start going at it and sending him updates, and he'll do little tweaks here and there, and if there's any additional art that needs to be made, like he'll do that artwork and send it in. And he's really nice, very positive, very enthusiastic, and an amazing artist. So
that's so cool. And notice right now, I want to point out that you kind of customize your UI in ZBrush a little bit.
A little bit. It's mostly the stock UI, only I added a bunch of brushes I used to the top menu, changed some of the colors, changed the background color just because it's easier on my eyes. But for the most part, it's not all that unique. It's pretty much stock.
Well, I have to say, I love the purple and green. I have a very similar UI where I have green with a little bit of purple on my custom one at home. But yeah, no, it looks good. I see you have Move Infinite up there at the top.
Yeah.
I love that brush.
So do I. That's fantastic.
How did you discover that brush?
By wanting it for a long time, and then it suddenly happened.
Perfect.
So yeah, that's great for things like hard surface, whether you're working with like Dynamesh or actual topology. You know, you want to make sure that you're grabbing both sides and moving everything around at the same time. So yeah, that's fantastic. I use that for a lot of stuff. That and the Z modeler brush and Damn Standard. And those are like a lot of my go-to. And Snake Hook, I use Snake Hook instead of Move.
Yeah.
Just gives me more control that I like.
Well, that's really cool. And I'm probably slow to this, but I just noticed that the tree is like a hand reaching up and over. Like the level of storytelling here is phenomenal.
Yeah.
That is super, super cool. Do you usually work in just grayscale, or do you apply color as well?
I usually keep it grayscale. Depending on what it is, I might add some color. Like I sculpted a She-Hulk one time, and so I had to start painting the face and the body green just to really get into it and feel like I was capturing some of her character.
Wow.
So for things like that, I'll add some color, but for the most part, just matte cap gray, or sometimes I use blend in order to check the smoothness of the surfaces. But for the most part, just matte cap gray.
Wow, that's super, super cool. I notice, like every artist here, you also have stuff. I'm looking at this comic over here.
Yes.
I don't know if we can get a
thank
shot
you.
of
That is my comic that just came out this Halloween.
Wow.
And that's available on orangephantasm.com. It's $4.99.
All right, so...
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have to get one then.
Okay, it's your copy then whenever you're ready.
Oh, man. But no, this is super, super cool. Oh, I also know, you have an accroche here. So, you know, when you're going through sculpting, how often do you reference anatomy?
Anatomy is a constant reference, I think.
Yeah.
Personally, I love it. And it's a part of, like, every type of sculpt you can do, like even if it's like a more stylized or cartoony character. Like J. Scott Campbell like uses a lot of anatomy in his work, and it might have stylization to it, but the anatomy is still there. And if you get hung up on a part, he'll break it down, like, you know, with all of the realistic anatomy if you need to. So yeah, anatomy's a big part of any type of sculpting. No matter what.
There's questions about the tree stuff, Ian.
I always reference anatomy, and
cool.
Reference is king, as a lot of people say. So tons and tons of visual reference.
Absolutely. So we have some questions coming in. Go ahead, Paul. What's your question?
So how did he sculpt the tree bark by hand, or did he use alphas? Is the first.
Okay, so first question is it is about the tree.
Okay.
Did you sculpt that by hand completely? Did you use alphas? What was your process through that?
This one is actually a bit more extreme, the way you're seeing it right now. That's not the one we went with. But that was, I sculpted it by hand, and then I masked all the recesses, and then inverted the mask, and then shrunk all of that in a bit to get this texture.
Oh, wow.
But it was a bit more extreme than the stylization of the rest of the things. So we did more of a, for the final piece, we did more of like a chiseled, planar effect to it.
Gotcha.
Something like that.
Wow, that's really, really cool. Paul, Louis, I mean, thoughts? Look at this. Such a fantastic piece.
How was it printed out in the pieces is another question coming through. How was it printed out in the piece?
So we have another question coming through. How many pieces was the final piece for manufacturing? Like, if you remember.
I think it's about 16.
16?
Something like that.
Wow, yeah. Nice.
Which isn't too many. Things like the the crossbow, you know, you have to take off the really spindly stuff, the small stuff.
Right. Because it's too thin to produce at that point.
Yeah, this hair piece was a separate piece. This little cluster of arrows was separate. And then each of these were separate pieces.
Nice. I like the wolf print.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom, little subtle details like that is what really just brings it to life. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's all J. Scott Campbell. Yeah.
Here's
No,
another
it's super,
question
super.
when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul. Shoot.
So these sculpts for collectibles, what are the dimensions to prevent for making sure that the parts aren't too thin or tiny? Does he do anything for that, especially with something like the tree?
Oh, so the question we have coming in is, when it comes to the thickness, is there like a minimum thickness you have to adhere to? How do you approach the thinner items when you're getting ready for manufacturing?
Okay, so it's kind of like using your best judgment based on experience, I guess. Like with these arrows, a lot of them are clustered together, so they aren't really individual arrows, you know, and they're close enough that they're forming one object, but you do have to over-exaggerate with some things.
Yeah.
I was surprised, actually, that this trigger guard, or this trigger on the crossbow, I thought for sure that I was going to be asked to make that thicker, but it was printed, and then I believe it was probably produced in like a hard plastic because it would be very fragile if it was polystone.
Gotcha.
But
UI
yeah, you do have to exaggerate a little bit for the sake of durability. Otherwise, everything's going to get broken.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paul. You got another question? Love the questions, by the way.
Someone was asking about his custom UI, specifically, obviously, the background, why he's decided to go with the purple as a background. Was there a reason for that?
Oh, so the question is actually, I think you kind of touched on it a little bit with the custom UI, but the purple gradient, was there a specific reason for that, or just?
Just me looking around, like scrolling around for a color that felt comfortable, that was easier on the eyes.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where at the moment I was like, okay, that feels pretty good. And then after I had used it, I just kept it there. And before I knew it, I was like, it was pretty much the only color I felt comfortable using. So
I personally agree with that choice. I very much lean on the purples and pinks myself. So that's really, really cool.
Just something that works for me.
Yeah, absolutely. See, everybody, you guys can customize the UI so that it works for you. That's perfect.
Yeah.
And then another question coming in, Ian.
Oh, go right ahead, Paul.
How did he do the basket?
Oh, great question. How did you do the basket?
Great question, Paul.
He's like, I don't remember.
The basket.
Look at that.
I started out with a sphere, and then I used Initialize to break it down into wider polygons of, I can't remember how many, but big blocky polygons to start. And then this is one of those things that I was like figuring it out as I was going. So
yeah, a lot of trial and error, and you're just kind of like trying things out, and if it doesn't work, you pivot a little bit.
Exactly. I think I pulled off polygroups for each one of those strips that was going down the sides of it. And once I had all of that made, then I actually used ZModeler and isolated a strip, pulled off that strip, added thickness, and went in and did that to every one, and then manually pushed back, pulled out, pushed back, pulled out, and kept going around it. And J. Scott Campbell wanted a lot of variation, and so I just would go around and like by hand just push and pull stuff until it started to feel like a basket.
Wow. Well, that paid off because, I mean, the amount of detail that basket on its own has is phenomenal. So great job on that.
Thanks. A lot of work for, I don't know, something that's kind of a side detail, but
you know,
it's got tons of detail in it.
It so works, though. I mean, because, again, that's just the level that everybody here at Sideshow is bringing to the table. It's just pushing the bar and making it as best as they can. And for that, we thank you, because it comes off so amazing. Like, great job.
Thank you.
Paul, Lou, do you have any final questions? Maybe we could take like one more question.
Yep. One more question coming through. How often do you have to make changes on your work due to customer changing their minds?
Oh, great question. How often would you say you have to go through iterations or changes when you submit for approval, either due to licensing changes or client changes? It could be ballpark, doesn't have to be great.
Not a whole lot. J. Scott Campbell he is very specific, like he knows what he wants. So during the whole process, you know, that's when stuff gets called out. But as far as working on other things and having to make changes because of like licensor approval, I don't know. I think we try to nail it down beforehand with the design.
Nice.
And submitting as we go along. That there isn't a whole lot of pushback, like once something is done and then someone says, oh, you can't do this, you better change that, or we don't like this, you better change that.
Gotcha.
Usually work all that out ahead of time.
That's super awesome.
But that comes from experience. So I'm not saying it's never happened.
No. Well, seriously, Shu, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to go ahead and check out the other artists here, but always a pleasure.
Right on.
Yeah. And real quick, too, can we just get like a 360 view of this whole room? Because I cannot stress enough how beautiful and insane and amazing this room is. Like,
wow, look at that.
Yeah. The lighting. It's like it's cinematic and it's comforting to the eyes. So like you could just be in this room all day long. It's crazy. And all the alien pieces here, just ready to eat my head. It's super awesome. So, well, we have two more. We're not done yet. We got two more artists. And to my left, we have someone here. Hi, my name's Ian. How you doing?
Will, nice to meet you.
Will, pleasure to meet you. So, please tell us what you do here at Sideshow.
I'm a sculptor at Sideshow. I've been here for about a little over 8 years.
Yeah.
Been working with ZBrush for, boy, we were doing the math here, like 15 for me, going back a long ways, back when there were no subtools, you know, in the early days. But and I've been in the business for probably 10 years before that. So what's that, 25 years, I guess, a long time.
Oh, nice,
it just
man.
tells you I'm old.
So how did you get started in ZBrush?
I was a traditional, like almost, I think everybody in this room was traditional to start with for a long time. And I was reluctant, you know, I'd been doing it for so many years and was so comfortable. It's just, you know, I resisted it, but was finally convinced to try it. And best decision I ever made in my life. I mean, no question about it. I heard Aaron saying that changed his life, and it certainly changed mine as well. We worked together. Aaron and I worked together for, 20 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
So yeah, we both were traditional together, and then learned digital. And just my art was better when I learned ZBrush in the first year than it was in 15 years of working before that.
Wow.
It really let me blossom. I was not held back by the limitations of the material and stuff like that anymore. I always joke around that, you know, when you're a traditional sculptor, there's nothing better than sculpting the Hulk's fist. I mean, it's just that you just get into that and you're like having so much fun and like, it's the Hulk, you know?
Yeah.
And then, but there's nothing worse than sculpting his other fist. You know what I mean? Like, that sucks.
You gotta
like,
get the other one.
I'm gonna match it, and like, you know, you're in the wax, and like, but ZBrush allows you to put more and more and more effort into the parts that are creative and fun.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got, you know, all these things you can use, the, you know, mirroring and all that kind of stuff, really lets you put more energy into the parts that turn you on, you know. So anyway, it's been so liberating to me. I've loved it. Oh, and Hey, Paul, where are you?
Hey, Will. Give him my best.
Hey, he says hi.
Okay, good.
He says hi.
Yeah, we've known each other. We've gone back for a million years,
yeah,
too.
So back a long time, Will and
I just wanted to say thank you to the whole team there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I see you got an amazing piece. You're also surrounded by amazing pieces.
Oh, thanks.
I'll point one out. That's one of my favorite already. But could you talk about what's going on in your screen?
Yeah, I did this Zatanna piece, which was a lot of fun because, you know, the engineering lets us show off you know, this trick. She's got a big metal rod that goes up her leg, so it looks like she's, you know, a magician defying gravity sitting on a table with no legs.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she was a lot of fun to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's just super dynamic, and it's
Yeah.
really showing off. I love the cloth details. How did you approach the cloth, specifically the one she's sitting on right now?
Yeah, that one. The jacket and the tablecloth were both done in Marvelous Designer, and I've found that the Marvelous Designer and ZBrush play together so well.
Yeah.
I'm you know, doing mainly superheroes and stuff like that. I don't do a lot of loose clothing, but when I had this opportunity, I was like, oh, this might be a neat chance to. I'm a software junkie. I'll try everything. I just want to, like, you know, I want to try every program and everything now. So I thought, oh, what a great chance to play around with Marvelous Designer in the loose parts there. And like I said, I found that they play together so well. I could get a really, you know, some natural wrinkles and, you know, shapes in Marvelous Designer, and then I bring it into ZBrush, and you can give it all that high-res detail and make it work.
So you're really enhancing it once you bring it back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found for me, you know, for what we're doing, we're not making video games or movies or something like that. So I just need that architecture of the wrinkles and folds and stuff like that, and then but all the life, you know, comes from what I do in ZBrush with it.
That's so cool. And the base, too. Looking at the details of the base that you have there. Can we zoom in on that a little bit? How did you approach this?
That's I just modeled that, you know, like a little chunk of it, you know, and then warped it and wrapped it around. It's less complicated than it looks. I think I can. I love subdivisions. I just, you know, for me, mirroring is one of the most beautiful things in ZBrush, right?
Absolutely.
But one of the other ones is subdivisions. I just love the way to work that way with, well, when you're a traditional sculptor, it's one direction. Okay. You start off with soft material, like clay or something like that, and you get the basic forms in, and then, you know, one of the ways you can work is you make a mold of that and cast it in wax, and then you put in the hard detail stuff.
Yeah.
But one way for us traditional guys to think about subdivision levels is you can go back and forth from the clay to the wax and then back to the clay again, which you could never do as a traditional sculptor. Once you go into wax, you can't make those big global changes comfortably without annihilating all your detail. Right. But with subdivision levels, and anyway, so I tend to model things, and partly because I just love modeling as well. Yeah. So I tend to overuse subdivision levels probably, but it's just because that's, you know, the way I've worked, and I've always felt comfortable doing it. So.
No, that's super awesome. And so was this from a 2D concept design? Was this direction of piece?
Yeah, this piece. You know, I'll just bring it up. Oops, you won't be able to see that on this screen. Well, we'll have to show it on this screen. This is what we're given, is a piece like this. That was the concept art.
Oh, wow.
So we knew for this piece, it varies depending on the project. Sometimes we're given a lot of direction, and sometimes it's just, hey, we're going to do a such and such. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh, okay.
But in this case, you know, the design was fairly well worked out. We knew what we were going for. We knew the gag of the suspension gag that we were going for, and the sort of sassy personality. And so this one was pretty straightforward and pretty easy to get to the results of. But like I said, some of them are a
couple questions Ian,
more or less vague, depending on just the situation of the license and the project and what we're looking for.
No, that's so cool. We do have a few questions coming in.
Okay,
Paul, go right ahead.
Yeah, so someone was asking if he had any tips for how he does hair.
Ooh, okay. I think, Will, you might have seen this one coming.
Oh,
hair,
okay.
hair tips.
Oh, yeah, look at this. I even have a cute app. Look,
It's not staged, guys.
No, it actually it wasn't.
Perfect.
Yeah, hair is like fire and smoke and water and that kind of stuff.
All
it
those-
isn't really a thing.
Yeah,
you know
it's a thing, but it's not
it's
a
not
thing.
a thing. Yeah. So for me, this is a technique that I sort of have been working with since really early on. And everybody wants to know, like how you do it and stuff like that. But really, there's tons of tutorials online for, just a brush, a hair brush and stuff like that. But for me, the most important part, again, is the architecture of the hair.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Let me just turn off part of it. Well, actually, this piece has been, it's kind of.
So I see there you got some filler as well.
Yeah, I'll show you. But this one is a keyed, ready to go piece. You can see, I broke it down into 5 different elements.
Wow.
But so let me turn that off and bring the reference back. So when for me, one of my favorite things, it's an underutilized weapon in the arsenal of ZBrush is Z-Sketch. I don't hear people talk about it or use it that much, but I love it. And hair is a great place to show what it can do. So, just to remind people who haven't used it in a while, you just append a Z-sphere. I like to select it and just kind of tuck it someplace where it's not going to be in my way. So you can just grab it and move it, out of your way a little bit, and immediately go right into Z-Sketch. And the magic of it is, you could bring in a sphere, just a regular sphere or a cylinder or something like that, and start pulling it and pushing it. But I find that you can get a little closer to the volumes and the shapes you want by just painting it in. And again, as a traditional sculptor, this is real familiar. This is where you're just taking clay and squirting it on there. But you can begin to start to, think about the flow of it that you want.
And so you're building it up.
Yeah, and you can adjust your brush size, of course, to really start to get some direction. I tend to not go super overboard because my whole goal here is just to get the volumes down in with some of the direction and some of, now of course I would take a little bit more time than I'm taking here. I'm kind of going a little bit quickly, but you can, let's say, I want it to sort of drape over her shoulder and come back around. That's real, that's, again, you can do it in Dynamesh, just bring in a sphere in Dynamesh, but if you take your time a little bit with this, you can really get some, you can get a lot further, a lot faster.
Wow.
So let's say, basically, once I'm done with that, I would end up with something like this.
Wow.
Just, again, super rough shapes, just,
But the language is there.
But yeah, all the structure, the architecture is there. And then you go back with, and you can get them online or you can make your own. I made my own custom hair brushes, but there's, like I said, a million tutorials on how to do that. And then I work on the under hair longer than I work on the remesh of the hair, with the detail, because I really want that to tell me everything so that when I go back to replace it with, a more refined version of it, I'm really just recreating what's underneath there by, laying out the strokes of the hair with the hairbrush, and it makes it a lot easier. I'm always looking for ways to not have to think about it that much. You know what I mean? Because you could spend days and days and days on hair.
100%.
One of the things that people they're looking for a switch you can flip that makes the hair, and hair will always like all these other elements it takes time.
Yeah.
And but I found I could spend 2 days sculpting it all by hand, and then it's never quite as clean as I want. And we need it to be very clean so we can produce it and have it be painted and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or I can take 2 days and do it this way, and I have a result that's really under my control. That's what I like.
No, that's super amazing. Thank you for going in on that.
Oh, absolutely. No problem. No problem.
We're going to have to move on,
Okay.
but I just wanted to point out, too, you had a lady Deadpool back there, and Deadpool's like one of my favorite characters, and I just happened to look over here to to see the actual statue.
Yeah.
Did you work on?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I did that. That was one of the most fun projects I've ever worked on. She followed the Deadpool, who came first.
Yeah.
And then we were like, well, we should do a related Deadpool. So her theme is sort of like anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
So they go together really nicely.
No,
but
yeah.
she's like trying to one up him. That was a fun project.
All right, cool. I'm gonna have to pick your brain about that later. But thank you so
Cheers.
much.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we got one more artist. The segment is coming to a close, but don't worry, because Paul and Louie, I know you have something really special as well.
Yeah,
We're gonna move on
more
over.
stuff going to happen on the stage.
The action never ends.
Move over to this guy. Hi, I'm Ian. How you doing?
What's going on, Ian? Michael Woodring.
Michael. So, all right. I've asked everybody here. What do you do here?
What do? I am the rapid prototyping coordinator. So basically, I run the 3D printing into the department.
So you're the final stop.
I'm the final stage.
So they all sculpt and then throw it over their computers.
Throw it over to me,
"Here."
and I fix all their problems.
Perfect.
So I take the stuff that Alfred and Aaron, they'll give it a pass through and make sure that they get all the egregious issues.
Yeah.
And then that comes over to me, and I will take it into ZBrush, and well, it's already in ZBrush. So I will take it and jump into my 3D print hub.
Nice.
Which is my absolute favorite, and these are my settings if anyone needs that.
Screen grab it now.
Yeah. So it's pretty simple. We export in the Y.
Yeah.
And just go for all tools, and then I make sure that I have my size in millimeters.
Yeah.
Most of the outside softwares work in millimeters. Update sizing ratios, and then I export it.
Awesome.
And then, so from there, I'll bring it into Magix.
So this is where the pun intended magic happens.
Yeah. Magic. And so I'll bring it in, and I'll start going through each. Sorry, this one's a little finicky because he's a big boy.
Well, I mean, it's Harley Quinn, and that's such an awesome piece.
Yeah,
who did that?
This is a Will Harbottle
Nice.
special.
Awesome.
So
This is
she's
also
got
part of the
great hair,
giveaway for US only.
which you guys are just going over. And the nice thing about Magix is it catches stuff that ZBrush doesn't see.
Okay.
So if you give it a minute, it's a little slow because
Ian,
it
if he wants to
calculates
show Magix
everything.
in large,
So
he'll need to
it-
put
it
that on
takes
his
your-
other monitor.
It works off of STL files.
Are you not seeing his screen right now?
No.
We're seeing it through the camera.
Oh, okay. Are you connected to share screen?
Yeah, should be. I know we're working on 2 different programs right
Wherever ZBrush was,
okay.
we saw that.
Okay. Yeah, they were seeing ZBrush. They're not seeing the Magix right now. But if
Okay,
you can,
let's see if I can.
yeah. 1 second, guys. So as you can tell, this is a live show because not everything is perfect, but
There we go.
it is
You're good.
amazing.
Awesome. You're good.
Yeah. Okay, we see it. Yeah, we
see it? All
Very
right.
cool. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Okay, so we've got Harley Quinn in here now.
Nice.
So these are the STL files that I've exported. And on the side, you'll see inverted normals, bad edges, holes. So one of the challenges of working with a program like ZBrush is the guys have so much freedom to go wild.
You got to reel them in.
You got to reel it in. So I'll go through and I'll find like a part with errors, or sometimes we've got like little shells, or even if it's like her skate wheels, the wheels will be in ZBrush there'll be one subtool, so then I have to come in, break it up into different parts so that when it goes on the printer it can be oriented properly.
Nice.
Another issue that we work with is, let's get that. Sometimes I have to go in. ZBrush will create little funky.
Okay, so you get some undercuts happen.
Yeah, we get some like tunneling and stuff, and you want to make sure that you clear all of that out before it goes to print, because the printer will pick up everything.
Nice. But you're able to bounce back and forth. If you need to move into ZBrush, you can just go in, make your change, and then pop back on over.
Super simple. I can take the STL from Magix, throw it into ZBrush.
Yeah.
Do any little fixes. Let's say I have to nudge something over because we got some collisions. That's another thing that we have to deal with when we're doing this, is working with collisions, because these guys they get to go to town, and I will have to go in, and so I've got 7 parts colliding right here, and then I can go in and manually fix it in Magix, or if it's really bad, I can just take it into ZBrush, use topology, move it around, and.
So this is a pretty tedious process then, but it's worth it at the end because, again, when we were coming in, before we got into this room, we saw so many amazing statues out there. This is just wonderful to see that kind of back and forth and how it's being produced.
I've been doing this with Magic since 2015.
Oh wow, nice.
But I've been working in ZBrush since 2008.
Oh wow.
So I was in school for video game design. Shout out to my Art Institute Inland Empire people.
There you go.
But I was doing hard surface modeling and discovered ZBrush, and I was like, I want to do this.
Yeah.
And then I found out about Sideshow, worked my butt off.
Yeah.
Got in here, and then I landed myself in this position, which works really well because I love the technical side.
Yeah.
And I love the traditional side. So like fusing those two together and then printing it out.
100%.
You can go hog wild, just like Aaron does. Like, I got a printer right here. Let's just print something out. Does this work? Does that work? No? Okay, let's figure it out. And then we get to work together as a team and, develop our process.
And that's the element right there. Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Oh, totally, totally.
Yeah.
And like, just like Will, I am a program nerd. Like, I love learning everything.
Nice.
So Maya, I haven't touched C4D yet.
Oh, we'll get you there. Don't you worry. We'll get you there.
Maya, Blender, ZBrush, like all of that stuff.
Nice.
It all works together and it works really well.
Yeah.
So like, it gives me the fizz. Like that's
perfect.
super exciting.
So how long would you say this process normally takes? Like, you got it. I know there's going to be bouncing back and forth. So an exact is never easy to say, but like on estimate,
So I think with Harley here, she probably took me about a week.
Okay.
Because I'm at the mercy of the program.
Right.
So the higher the poly count, the more
time it takes,
the slower it is for things to process. But it can take anywhere from a day for something simple like the Optimus Prime, or it could take up to a month, depending on the complexity of a project. So luckily with Harley here, she's only 25 subtools, or 25 parts, but I've had things come in that were almost 200.
Wow.
So it's always a challenge and it's always fun because it's something that's new every time and we're always getting better.
Yeah. Are you test printing yourself? Because I see rolls of filament around you. So you're going through.
I do everything. I just got an SLA printer, a resin printer. So now I'm doing test prints on that. I'm doing test prints, FDM. Like it's a playground.
Yeah.
So we just make things and have fun. And that all leads to a better product and like a better outcome in the end. So.
100%, yeah. Well, Louis, I mean, we got any questions coming? Sure, like this part right here, like I personally haven't used Magic much at all, but I understand the process of it. But I'm sure the audience is just blown away by what's being shown to them right now. Do we have any questions coming in?
Yeah, there was one question actually was more about since he's at the end printing. I know what I do for my filament. So each of the filaments have a shelf life, and sometimes they can cause spidering when you print. Does he have any suggestions to prevent from that spidering to happen from when the filaments are sitting on the shelf?
So the question coming in about filament and shelf life and the spidering that can happen with older filaments, how do you handle that? Do you just blow through filaments with it?
Yeah.
You just roll with it?
Yeah, the cost of materials has gone down so much now, and it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah. I've fallen in love with my FDM a lot more lately, just because it's like, $20 gets really far out there. So, but so you just kind of go with it then.
Yeah, like if it's spidering and if I'm getting a bird's nest or if it's falling apart, that's par for the course. Like that's on me. I just roll and then I get like. Usually I blow through these things pretty quickly, depending on what I'm printing. Like we've had fun in here where we've tried to print like life-size stuff.
Yeah.
We have all these like Nernies and Greebles around here as we were building out the room that we printed.
Yeah.
It's super fun. Just like, I need something to hang like a blaster. I'll just model it in ZBrush and print it out.
And
there we go. Yeah.
Perfect.
So like, the filament thing, like I'm sure there's people that are cringing because I just have it in the open air, but
Yeah, well, we're, you know,
It's
in
not a big
California.
deal.
We're a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's climate controlled.
Yeah,
Come
we're
on.
good. No, that's super awesome. Yeah, yeah. If for me, if it starts giving me trouble, I just throw it out and then buy a new roll.
Yeah, it's cost of a cheeseburger.
What type
there
of
you go.
resin printer are you using?
It's a
Ian?
$20 cheeseburger.
I live a high life.
Yeah, exactly right. Hey, what was that, Louis Paul?
What type of resin printer is he using?
Oh, what's your resin printer that you're using?
I just got a Elegoo Saturn II.
Nice, and how
which
is
is
that?
that's their 8K version. I love it.
Yeah,
it's fantastic. I've used everything from like $500,000 printers all the way down to this like $120 printer.
Yeah.
So like, I want to say it's probably one of the most fun printers I've had so far. I've only had it a few weeks, but like, you know, just cranking stuff out, the fidelity on it is fantastic. We use the form printers here, which those things are workhorses, they're beasts.
Yeah.
But having a printer that costs under $1,000 that I can just throw to the side and like do some R&D and experiment with, it's fantastic.
What's the printer behind him?
Yeah.
The little one?
What was the little printer again?
This is my Monoprice Mini Select 2.
Nice.
Which was like, yeah, this little guy here. This is my champ. I use this thing all the time.
That's so cool.
Like it's got a small build tray, but you can do a lot with it. It's all about space management.
Yeah.
And you know, if I need something that's just printed real quick, just throw it on there. Chop it up. I can do a lot of hacking and slicing and magics.
Yeah.
So I can break things down, engineer with pinholes or have like lap cuts.
Nice.
Or if I need something like honeycombed, which I normally will do for a base. So I can take a base here, do a select, and then where are we at? I can actually honeycomb the part.
Wow. Look at that. That is awesome.
Machine's thinking.
Yep, perfect. Well, while it's thinking, we are going to have to wrap it up here, but it is super amazing and a pleasure to admit.
Good having you in here, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're done.
And look at that. Wow, that was cool.
And that helps save materials, and it actually creates a nice structure inside.
Yeah.
So
that's so cool.
It's just super fast and
love it.
Great results.
Well, again, thank you so much. It's been
good seeing you.
A joy, a pleasure. And everybody, too, at the audience, everybody back at home, Paul, Louie.
Thumbs up, Ian.
We're going to wrap it up with this section, but I know, Paul, Louie, you guys have a couple more guests coming on.
We do.
So I'm going to let you get to that. In the meantime, we're going to kind of bow out here for a little bit, but we will catch you there. So, Paul, Louie, take it away.
Hey, thanks a lot, Ian. What a time. That is something. Look at, there he is, Han Solo himself.
That's
amazing.
An office space.
That was amazing.
That's an office space. Right there,
I'm startled.
Yeah.
How are you?
Great. Well, we're not done with Sideshow. It's not complete. We've got 3 more artists. This is why we were spending. I know some of you had a lot of questions, but we're fitting 9 artists from Sideshow into this presentation. 9. So we put on an endeavor. You saw first time ever at the place. So we've got still 3 more artists to go.
We got one finger shy of 2 hands.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so we're going to have Martin Canale, Danny Bell, and Steve Lord come and join us virtually.
There they are.
There they are. Hey,
there
guys.
they are.
How you doing out there?
Hello, guys.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Thanks for joining us today.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. I know you guys also have things to share, which all 3 of you work for Sideshow as well, but are in different locations of the world working for Sideshow too. So I know Martin and Daniel, you're both in Argentina.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and then Mr. Steve Lord, you're in the U.S.?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Also broadcasting from another secret location. I like that.
It's a very hush-hush location.
No, I appreciate that kind of thing. You got my vote on that one. Thumbs up.
Yeah, so we're going to take time. We're going to give each of them some time to show some stuff that they'd like to do for Sideshow. We're going to be starting with Daniel Bell, and then we'll start with him and move it on to Martin and then into Steve to end the segment.
The hits keep on coming with the Sideshow team.
Yeah,
Take it away,
keep on
Danny Bell.
coming. Daniel, we'll let you take it from here.
Okay, cool. How's it going, guys?
Really good.
Great.
Really good. Thanks for
Love the background too. Love it again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. I have my pieces there.
That's the mobile
Some of
Sideshow.
them.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. Well, do you want to start sharing some screen or?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we see it now.
Okay.
We see what you've got.
Okay, I got Batman Dark Knight Returns here. It's a brand new piece. I think it's we are start delivering this piece very soon. And I would like to share some tips and processes I usually use working with UVs. But I want to give you a look for the piece. This is the decimated version. So you're going to see a little bit more harsh textures and more, let's say, more crisp, because we usually tend to sharp all the entire structures and details to get better results on the print. But this is basically how it looks in ZBrush. This is a huge piece. I think it's 37, 38 inches tall with lightable entirely.
He's 38 inches tall.
I think it is something like
That's
that.
massive. Holy cow.
That's
That's
iconic
huge.
scale right here, and we're getting a very sort of early look at this piece. I really appreciate that, by the way, as well. Wow.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's a huge piece. And face. This is pretty much. And one thing some questions I usually receive, it is about the UVs and how I usually tweak the direction of the UV depending of the texture I want to apply. And I found a way to do it. I don't know if it's the best. As you know, ZBrush has many ways to do the same thing. So it's a little bit up to us to find the best process. And one cool thing it is, let's say, for example, that in this case, I have a texture with not any particular pattern. I mean, any vertical lines or horizontal lines. But let's say, for example, that I would like to apply something like with vertical lines or horizontal lines. But in that case, I will have to modify the orientation of the UVs. This is a very simple process, but if you have too many parts, let me jump into another file. Yeah, this is a previous step without the textures and without being decimated. So one of the first thing I do, it is to separate this guy into multiple polygroups. And this is a easy thing to do when you have seam lines. So the UV maps is going to work way better than if you have just the entire leg. It's going to do a kind of not good things. But if you have it separated like in two parts like this, or many parts like the body, it's going to work pretty well. One thing you have to take into account that if you have a super high res meshes, it's going to take too much and sometimes could crash. So what you have to do is decrease your resolution. Maybe you can do is a zero measure and then some projection, and then start working with UV master. And this is the next step. So let's say, for example, we have this guy ready with the polygroups, and then you have to go to C plugin, UV master, and then click on polygroups. So this option is going to make a UVs take into account all the polygroups you have applied. I don't want to click on it because it will take some time, but I have prepared this guy here. So what ZBrush does, it takes your lower resolution and then collapse all together in just one piece. And what you have here, it is if we want to check our UV islands, you have to go to C plugin, UV master, and then flatten.
Good point.
And you're going to see all these UV islands, but it's randomly applied to this UV section. So let's say, for example, that we have this texture, like I said before, like with vertical lines. In order to apply it with the same alignment that you want, in this moment, it's not going to work because it's going to look like something like this. Let me show you. We're going to apply a texture with Surface Noise Maker. And as you can see, it's not following the orientation of the legs or maybe, I don't know, the lats or even the torso. So one thing I usually do, it is to create some poly paint, painting some arrows on it. And then that will help me to visualize how it should be in the UV section. Let me quickly do it. So I'm going to turn off the noise maker. Okay. I want to select white color, then I will fill it up. Okay, cool. Now it's like, I don't know, any other color with high contrast like red, and start painting the direction. I know maybe it doesn't make any sense right now, but it will do in a couple minutes. Oops. Sorry. So I draw this. That's, oops. That's, and the torso. I mean, you can do it without these arrows, but you will have to memorize the colors of your polygroups and the forms of these UV islands. And sometimes it's hard to see it because, I mean, yeah, maybe the torso, it is recognizable, but I don't know if you're going to recognize the bicep or the tricep when it's open, right? So do this, something like that. Here, and then over here, and that's it. So if I go and click on flatten again, don't do that because ZBrush is going to apply a color filler again, and you are going to lose this arrow you just draw. So what you have to do, it is go to the texture section, texture map, and click on new from polypaint. So now you have all UV islands with these arrows on it. Mm-hmm. And then you can go to the Z plugin, then flatten, and now you can control click drag on it and out, and then select each one.
Great tip.
What a great tip. That's incredible stuff.
Yeah.
I'm high-fiving Paul on this one.
Yeah.
That's the stuff.
Good tip over here, Danny.
Hey, bell. Man. Ring the bell. That's the champ right there. What a joy.
This saved me a lot of time, you know, because otherwise I have to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to guess, and you know, it's when you have more complicated parts in your body or more polygroups, I don't know, you just would be wasting time if you don't.
Look how easy that is. Oh boy, what a straight joy. The hits continue here.
Yeah, it's on it, and then.
So you just rotate them all, and then when you throw that texture on, they're all going in the direction you want.
Exactly. So now you have, if your texture is vertical, you have, then you have press on unflatter, and then of course this is going to look weird. So off, and then you go to Surface Noise Maker, and then you can see.
There you go.
Perfecto.
Turn off. Perfecto.
Just like that.
Come on.
Just like that. And it is going to save you a lot of time, believe me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Somewhere people are smiling.
That's awesome,
virtually.
Danny. That's an amazing
thank you,
tip,
guys.
man.
Yeah, man. I hope people find it useful as they do.
Yeah, the chat was enjoying it. I really appreciate that. We're gonna continue moving on and move into Martin too. So stay tuned, though.
Yep.
Yeah, don't tune out. Don't tune out. Stay locked in.
Sharing that tip with us. Let's.
Cuckoo.
Yep. Let's bring Martin in.
Martin Canale,
Martin's
ladies and
gonna
gentlemen.
share
Tapping the keyboards.
There he is. Hey, Martin.
Hello.
Look at his background. These guys are upgrading the backgrounds you guys have. Come on now.
We really need
what
to talk.
What the heck's going
Hold on a second. We really need to talk about our office attire going forward. Thank you. Take it away, Martin.
Take it away, Martin Canali.
Okay. Thanks for the invitation. First time here, so we'll see how we handle the English.
Excited to have you.
It's fine. It's all good.
It will be fun.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Look at this.
Okay, Mr. Lobo.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
So I was here about asking the other artists how many pieces each project have. I try to don't have the account because usually are a lot of days. So this kind of character have a lot of elements and small individual pieces that give you a really fun time to work. But what I want to share is one of the options, what plugin I really enjoy when I'm working with reference. I use pictures, image, a lot of anatomy, image about models, and also as well, I use 3D model scans. So, for example, applying the split screen, I'm using one of the heads from the 3D scan stores. I can use perfectly to start getting an exact idea about what I'm working on.
Yeah,
and
this
obviously
was actually
doing some
something
estilization.
that you brought to us, and you said, "Hey, it would be cool if we had."
I asked, "Hey, is any chance to get something like a split screen?" And you say, "Of course." And here we are.
This is a great example of how you can use split screen. This is from the gentleman, the artist, that said, "Hey, this would be a great idea."
Not the first time, and it won't be the last. Something tells me.
And this is very helpful. I mean, you can have your collage of photography and have some screen overlap on your ZBrush, but usually that takes space from your canvas, so you need to start moving things around. Here, you can have the control about the angle you are using, and you only need to be sure on the beginning that your model is exactly on the same direction and position that your reference. So then you can select the files you want to work and apply the split screen, and then enjoy this magic plugin.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, you're using a 3D reference in essence. That's what you're doing here.
Yeah, exactly. This is from 3D Scan Store. They have amazing stuff there. All kind of body types.
Wait, what store is it from?
3D Scan Store. He said.
3D Scan Store.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here you can see on the small and small name there. So this is a really helpful when you are still. I mean, you can do in some exaggerate or still stylized character, but the reference from where you are using need to be right. So other things I would like to show, not related with the split screen, is like I started in traditional. When you start any project, you start playing with the proportions and dimensions. But the first things you do when you start a traditional school is working with the skeleton, right?
Yeah.
So when I make the transition to the digital, I try to figure out how to keep the things that the skeleton gives to you, that is the proportions, and avoiding the asymmetry on the extensions. So what I do is usually make like a quick articulation figure that I make a mock-up pose. And when I get the pose, I like it, I start cleaning a bit, and then I put the skeleton to match with the pose. So what this gives to me is if that my arms is a little, longer or small than the reference I'm using, I can adjust that easily. But other thing I would like to point is when you play with this kind of character that are super bulky or have besides the size of the muscles, the weight of the bones and the joints, it's good as well to adjust your skeleton. I mean, this is a skeleton that was already adjusted to get really big joints, bones to support all the structure you are working over. So that make easy when you are working on the anatomy, the muscles insertions, get a reference.
That's a great workflow.
So if you are using, this is the adjusted arms, but if I was using a regular skeleton, that will be my proportions from a real skeleton's proportions bones. So what I do is make the adjustment, enlarging the piece and cutting and making one new bones against to get here. So from there, you can start working very easy over the anatomy and the reference where the bones and muscles join. So, for example, with this one, what I do is always get a copy of the original bone, make a duplicate, and play with enlarging the joints till match with the volume I'm wanting to play. And from there, you need to start doing some edits to match.
And then you would build the volumes around this using...
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
And this is a skeleton you made too, Martin?
No, this is a generic adjusted edited skeleton. So that is only have the function to give you an idea where you need to locate the muscles and the volumes and to keep the proportions inside the body.
Right.
So
that's pretty awesome.
For this purpose, maybe I use the knife and I select the option radius and I go maybe very low and try to find the erected part of the bones to don't get too much distortion. So I click and I clip and I press Alt to get clean split between the bones, be done out of groups. And start moving. So trying to get, so here what you have is kind of elephant bones, right? Big animal structure that give you the change to locate giant muscles
tip.
over.
So hitting home runs here today, boys.
Yeah.
Dynamesh over and clean up, and you have your giant bones for big guys, especially.
Very nice.
So, this is a
and
beat.
he looks like he's a part of the DC metal series playing his bass guitars.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Special
like
one.
It. Beautiful piece.
It's
My God.
glorious.
Look at all that
Glorioso.
you put in that.
Qué bonito.
Gracias.
Nada.
Gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Well, thanks, Martin. That was just incredible. 2 tips, not just one. He's giving away, like, boop, he's giving away tips left and right over here.
Campeón.
All right.
Okay, up next.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, it's our pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you so
me?
much. Up next, we got Steve Lord.
In the other
you
undisclosed location.
Ready for sharing your tip with us of how you're using ZBrush with its Sideshow.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
This is a in-house piece that I worked on at Sideshow. It was a lot of fun and a great team effort. And I tend to use all the basic brushes, very few special brushes or anything. I keep it very simple, my workflow. And that should, I'm going to go over a few of it right now, and that should help you guys who are starting out not feel so overwhelmed, because you can create detailed pieces like this with just a few brushes. It's doable.
That's gorgeous, Steve.
It's really, really nice, Steve.
Beautiful piece.
And so I'll just start out with with an arm right here. Like here are the basic, show you just some simple shapes. I think I just used the initialized cube, push and pulled those to get those diamond shapes. I forget how I got the ribbon here. It might have been, I think I just used, not curved flat strap, the other, where's it at? Actually, yeah, I think I used that and then extrude it out. Let's just, yeah, so you have that. Then you can just extrude that out. And it's pretty simple. I try and keep my workflow very, very easy, not too complicated. And then here's the inside piece. And to do this freeform stuff, what I started out with is just poly painting on it. Yeah, this is just basically a cylinder at first, and just did some quick designs. I was just doing this kind of thing, and then, following that with the designs on it. And then once you have those two pieces, I kind of like where I was going with that, then I would Dynamesh them together. And everyone always jokes that I like the Dynamesh king. All I do is Dynamesh because it's, for me, as a starting out as a traditional sculptor, it's the most back to that type of workflow. I'm not like the other guys. There's a lot of technical stuff that kind of hurts my head. So I try and keep it as
keep it simple,
base as possible.
Yeah.
And so, you have let's see, so you can see it, very, very simple. Turn off perspective. And so once I got to this point, my brushes I use clay tubes, and right out of the box, clay tubes and a lot of these other brushes, there might be some issues. So I go to stroke, go to modifier. I bring in the roll distance up to about 3 or 4. That smooths it out. And then if you have lazy mouse, you got to be careful because you want to bring this down, because this number here will make it a little choppy if it's too high. So you got to be careful about that. So I keep roll distance about 3 or 4. Turn off. I wonder why that's not. Let me bring up a new document. There we go. So you can work on that, clean this up. And you can get texture very, very quick this way. And I like to use the layer brush. and to bring in more texture. And this is just a stock image of like peeling paint. You know, you can pretty much use any image to create some sort of texture. And so I'll just bring this into my alpha, bring in a radial fade about 13, bring my intensity down so it kind of flattens it so it doesn't, so it's not rounded in the brighter it is in the center will make it rounder on here. So I try and flatten that out. So you can just bring that in. And, also back face mask helps so you don't get some weirdness if it's a bigger piece, because if you don't have that, it'll show on the other side sometimes. So you can get some really good texture, like really fast.
Yeah,
cool, yeah.
It's very nice.
And then, you know, if you want to keep going down a rabbit hole, you can go to your masking, go mask by smoothness. And then, you know, mess with those, all that stuff. You can all invert it. And then you can get, you know, you can mess with your edges. So it looks a little more banged up on the edges.
That's real
Yeah,
slick.
that's a sneaky masking one I like to use a lot.
Me too.
I don't think a lot of people use it.
Oh, I live and die by it.
You can get a lot done like very quickly.
The tips are just flying off the shelf right now from the Sideshow team. Just flying off the shelf.
Consider broadcasting around the globe for free here. This is amazing.
And here's, you could even use like hair.
Is that a porcupine hair? What was that? Or
Just, you know, this kind of fur, you know.
As long as it's not a skunk, we're happy.
And, you know, sometimes if, you know, I like to call it, it's the cheap way of doing it, kind of spray and pray. You don't know what you're going to get. But, you know, you can get, you know, a lot of decent texture with pretty much, you know, any image. Let's bring up another image here. Yeah, here's some pebbles. I'll do a drag direct, see what that does. And then you can mix and match. And when you're doing 3D printing, you want to, like, I think Danny and the guys hit on it, you want to exaggerate your texture, because you're probably going to lose about, I don't know, maybe 30%, probably more, depending, when the final thing is all done. So, you know, it might not look right. You might like, oh, that's too much. But by the time it's done and like product, you're gonna see, you know, that it comes through. So that's a quick way to show you how you can put some quick texture on some great things. Actually, here's Damn Standard. Here's another good one I use. And
he's going to be here with us today.
Yes, Damien Candelet is here today with us.
I'll Dynamesh it again. So you can do more layers of interesting stuff.
Steve, that was phenomenal.
So, cool.
That is, I think we're out of time, and I think that we're going to bring everybody back. Steve
Oops.
Lord.
Well, just in time.
Just in time.
Steve, that was awesome.
Paul, I'm going to steal. Steve, I'm going to let you know. I'm going to steal that line. Spray and pray. It'll stay with me. Of my career at this point.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Well, everyone's back.
Paul Gabry, wave to the people. Yeah, we are. Wave to these guys. Start waving at these guys. Everybody's back for the Sideshow Collectibles presentation. Ian Robinson, our on-site correspondent, did an amazing job. Louis Tucci, Paul Gabry here, the whole team at Sideshow. Really want to thank all of you for everything you presented today. It was phenomenal. It was informative. Everybody's waving. We're having the time of our lives here. Tips galore. We had Aaron McNaught, Alfred Paredes, Danny Bell, Martin Canale, Matthew Black, Michael Woodring, Steve Schumacher, and last but not least, Steve Lord. And I can't tell you enough. I mean, it's a great joy to have been here inside the catacombs of Sideshow Collectibles. Thank you, everybody. Wave goodbye, Paul, one more time. Blow them a smooch.
Thank you so much, everybody. Martin, Steve, Danny, Ian, tell everyone thanks. You're the only one that can hear us, I think.
Yep. Thank you guys so much for
Tell them
everything.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Seriously, thank you guys. Wave to the camera.
There you have
I'm
it.
still reeling. I need to sit back for a second.
9 artists from Sideshow, and you got to see the inside of Sideshow, down the hallways, in the sculpting room. I told you we're going to do something a little different, a little special, and we're doing something like that every single day, okay? So there's going to be at least one presentation that's going to have something like that.
Be still my heart. Be still my heart. Oh, my.
So I'm excited that we were able to get this and bring this to you all, but let's get ready for our next presentation, but we're going to do some giveaways. Right, for this, so let's get going on the giveaways. Again, you're gonna register for a giveaway. Every time after a presentation, we're done these, we wipe it, and you're gonna begin again. We're gonna start all over again within the next presentation. Lou, you got something for me? What you got?
Don't forget to tell them about, hey, I was trying to whisper that to them.
Go ahead.
Don't forget to try to get that prize from the Sideshow Collectibles giveaway.
Yep.
It was running along the bottom of the screen there. I know it was hard to focus.
It was shared in the chat several times.
But
too.
let's say it one more time. You get a chance to have your hands on something from those guys. Hey, that's a joy right there. Keep going, Paul. Give them some more prizes. Is that what we're doing?
Yep, we're doing some more prizes.
We're giving them away.
We are doing now a 6-month subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Again, a 6-month subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Let me pick my winner. And the winner, congratulations, is April Newton. April Newton, you just won a 6-month subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. A whole lot of good stuff
6 months of black belt
to
training.
learn from, for sure.
The MIT of the industry.
Yeah, you like it? Let's keep going here. Let's see what else I got here. Let's do another one of these. Let's do another one of these.
What are you giving away?
No, I'm just, I'm picking and choosing here. We're gonna do the 4-course bundle from XM Academy. So there's 4 courses on there, in essence, 4 like workshop. You get access to all 4 of them. You'll learn a lot about ZBrush. So let's see who our winner is there for the winner. And here we go. Let me copy that, confirm my winner. And there you have it. Eugenio Koyman. Eugenio Koyman. Let me see it in this chat because it's easier for me to see it.
Gino Koyman, ladies and gentlemen, Gino Koyman.
Eugenio Koyman. There you go. Congratulations. Let's do another one.
I like how you whispered the last time. You're trying to sneak away from that one.
I'm feeling good. I'm just giving out.
It's off the chain.
I'll tell you, this is fun. I feel great giving away stuff. This is fantastic. Let's see. Oh, let's do one of these. We haven't done this one yet. This is a new one. Here we go. Let's do one of these.
What do you got there?
So, an on-site and animal anatomy workshop in Vegas.
Wow.
So this is a full week-long workshop, and you get the lioness that you see right
Hold
there.
on a second. In
This is
Las
with
Vegas?
Andrew Koss from Anatomy Tools.
In Las Vegas.
It is in Las Vegas.
They get to go to Las Vegas.
Well, no, this is, you just got to get to Las Vegas. They're just giving you the ability
They
to
get themselves to Las Vegas. They get a
They got to
full
get to
week
Las
long.
Vegas.
They get a week
Yes,
long.
They got to get to Las Vegas.
You're
Let's
blowing
put
my
it-
mind right now.
You
Who's
have to get
giving-
yourself to Las Vegas.
Who's giving these people these prizes? This is amazing.
So this is from Anatomy Tools and Evolution. So thank you for this. So let's draw our winner and see who we get.
Evolution
I'm telling you,
prize
this stuff, this week course thing's amazing from Andrew. So our winner is Angela Pat. Angela Pat, you are the winner. So there you go. So let me put that in
Angela,
chat.
if you're listening, get that ticket.
Let's do one more, eh? Let's get, well, there's the Canadian coming out on me, eh?
Dropped an
There-
A-bomb.
There it is, right
Only at
there.
the day two
coming
here.
out. It's coming out.
What happened to the flag you promised me yesterday?
Oh, the flag.
Red and
the
white.
Flag. Well, maybe I'll bring it. Maybe if you're a good guy, okay? Maybe if you're a good guy. All right, let's show one of these. Let's do another one of these. And let's do another Space Mouse Enterprise Kit from 3D Connection. Let's give another one of those away. And let me draw the winner. I need a wheel. I want a sound effect next year. Note to self. Sound effect. Drawing winner. Drawing the winner.
Next year you'll have boas and smoke machines and
Yes,
the 10th year anniversary
yes,
of the
absolutely.
fabled ZBrush Summit.
All right, and our winner is, here you go for the 3D mouse, 3D connection mouse. There you go, Ryan. I see McLeod. Ryan, you are the winner. Yeah.
You're the best.
There you go, McLeod. All right, you are winning There you go. So we're not done doing giveaways, of course. We got more today. We got more the next few days, but we got to get ready for our next presentation with Bungie. I'm excited to have them. Lots of other hard surface stuff from ZBrush. So don't go in here. We'll be right back.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Probably over 1,000 concurrent viewership watching.
Hello again, people at home and around the world. I have a frozen Paul Gaboury to my left in the virtual environments here on the green screen stage of the Mobian Studios.
My virtual Paul.
That's a virtual Paul. I'm Louis Tucci here live for the ZBrush Summit 2022, and I got Paul Gaboury to my left as usual. And wave hello for Pete's sake. There he is. Okay, I feel like
I'm here.
I feel like John McClane and Don Cherry back in the Canadian days of hockey. Anyway, we're going to remove ourselves from that. Let's talk a little bit about what just happened there. I feel stunned. I want to say I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned. I don't know what to say about what transpired. We had Ian Robinson, our ZBrush correspondent, take us to uncharted territory behind the veil with the Sideshow Collectibles team. Paul, what is your takeaway from that other than just sheer joy and happiness?
Listen, I want to go right there where you just asked me, but someone put in chat, is Paul frozen? Quick reboot will do the trick.
Made you look.
That's true. I'm like, that was awesome. Like that was really cool to be able to give you all the ability to go into Sideshow, see their hallway, and then that room that they're all working in is just crazy. I mean, and they built all that themselves. Like those artists that you saw in that room, they did it all. Like they sculpted everything in ZBrush, did it all, and then 3D printed it out, and then did all the work putting it all together.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
That's
able to have them. Thank you to the Sideshow team that helped put all that together to make that be possible.
That's your standout right now? Awesome. Is that what you're telling me? Their work environment is your standout of the whole thing?
No, I just was trying to say thank you.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot. There was a lot to digest there. I think it's, as a person that's a big collectible person, toy person, there was a lot to take in on that. I thought there was a lot of really great little tips, little tricks. I definitely recommend rewatching that one. Just pick up the little things, the little nuggets that maybe you might have missed too. I would rewatch all of this, honestly, but.
Nice plug.
I thought, I don't know, there was just so much. I didn't have really a favorite per se. I would say the one takeaway is the amount of details. The crazy details in all those pieces.
Unparalleled.
Is unparalleled. It was really awesome. The level that all collectibles are these days is just, when you and I were kids, collectible was.
I was thinking about that this morning in the shower. I thought to myself, today we're going to showcase, I knew what we were going to be doing, obviously, secret, but I was thinking about the Kenner line of Star Wars figures, and I was also thinking about Hasbro's G.I. Joe line in the shower, and I was thinking to myself, the amount of detail that has been made possible by something like ZBrush and the skill level that it has afforded artists to be able to take their skills further has been insurmountable and unparalleled. So I'm really happy that we got a chance to do that. Ian was awesome. He was there live. He's going to be joining us later on. But we're going to continue with our show here. You didn't ask me what my favorite was. And if I stop moving, does that mean that people think I'm
Yeah, you're Digital Louis now. Digital Louis. We're ready to go. Let's get going to the next presentation. This is going to be great. I'm excited for this one, especially as a hard surface guru person.
We're going to be calling to the stage 3 members of the Bungie team. We've got Bungie, the Making of Destiny 2, and Alex Velasquez, Sherilyn Lima, and Dylan Mellett are going to be joining us virtually, I would presume. And it should be noted before we go any further, the virtual set that we're in as well. Get a large pan here for a second and enjoy that, because it is a virtual set. And so, without further ado, I guess let's take it virtual with the Bungie team. Paul Gaboury, smile for the people at home. Wave to Mama.
Let's bring them in.
Bring them in.
One, two.
Hello and welcome, Team Bungie.
5, 6.
Welcome.
He's counting them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can.
All right.
Awesome. Nice hat.
Welcome. Welcome to the event. We're excited to have you all be a part.
Thanks for having us.
Of the summit. You got it.
Alex, what's going on with you? You got your ZBrush
Alex
hat
not
on.
hearing us?
I don't think he can hear us. Maybe it sounds like he's having an audio issue. He's testing. He's restarting.
I do like his background, though. Look at that background. It's like
I like his Fender Stratocaster. Right?
Like a cottage.
High five again.
Look at that. Oh,
Who writes this stuff?
Louis goes straight to the guitar.
I see it. It's right there. Stratocaster.
I love it.
1 second.
Oh, okay. While we wait,
figure out his audio real quick. Something's happened to his audio.
Cheryl Lynn Lima and Dylan Mellett are here while Alex is figuring out the technical difficulties. How are you guys doing out there in virtual land?
Give me a second for the audio. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear everybody else?
Yeah, we'll deal with that. We're going to start with Cheryl Lynn, though.
Cheryl Lynn, what's happening?
Yeah.
What's happening? What do you mean, like generally, or
how are you doing after this sort of rocky road in here with Alex and his technical difficulties?
Oh, I mean, I was supposed to go second, but that's okay. He had a really great introduction PowerPoint to show a lot of the witch queen art and some of the concepts and stuff.
Okay, so do
I
you
don't
want to
quite
do
have that. You're gonna have to wait for that.
Do you want to do a professional
but
stall?
Professional stall?
Yeah.
Maybe if you think that'll help.
Okay, so what have you been working on outside of work? I mean, are you maybe designing your own stuff? What's happening?
Outside of work, I try to do my best to recoup and recover a lot of my creative energy. I have been doing some side projects and I've been making a few models on the side, but a lot of the time I try to spend a lot of time outside, getting exercise, hiking. Right now it's getting colder in the Pacific Northwest, and so every single sunny moment we have is like a blessing.
Yeah,
so I spend as much time outside as I can.
Okay, awesome. I came face to face the other morning, my dog Enzo and I, with a coyote. It was remarkable.
Oh, man.
Running wildly across a golf course that I live near.
Yeah, no, I've seen several. They love hanging out in like the Seattle area. And one time I thought it was like one was a stray dog, and I turned around to go pick it up, and I saw it was a coyote, and I was like, I'm not gonna pick that up.
Yeah, just better leave that alone. Better leave that alone.
Leave it alone.
And then we've got not to put you on the spot alone here. I was checking to see if Alex is happening here. Dylan, what do you got going on there as well?
Hey, how's it going?
It's pretty good.
Good. I see Alex there, so.
Yeah, Alex with his hat on.
Alex.
There's Dylan. Hey.
Yeah.
What have you been doing with yourself outside of work?
Outside of work, I try to do like hobbies that aren't 3D. So lately, I have been getting into homebrewing for the first time. Trying to make like beers and meads and ciders and things like that. Okay, so it's like fall here, so I've been trying to do like an apple cider, like a hard apple cider. So that's like been my little hobby on the side.
You can send a stout to the office of Maxon ZBrush. No, I'm kidding.
I'll get you details right after this.
Yeah, please do. Paul Gabriel's got a grin from ear to ear. I made a beer, and the guy's got a grin from ear to ear.
We might need some of those after the whole event, eh?
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, we thank you for sharing that. Alex, it looked like you might be ready.
I think we're starting with Cheryl Lynn now, yeah? We're going to move into Cheryl Lynn is what we're going to do now?
Alex is ready. I think he has a great presentation at the beginning, but I'm happy to start if he can't.
Alex, are you ready?
Cheryl Lynn is going to go first, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, let's take it away with Cheryl Lynn. Okay.
All right.
I was going to go first, but I think Cheryl Lynn's going to go ahead and.
Okay.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Put it up here in a second.
All right.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Hey. Oh,
there you
awesome.
go.
Okay, there you are.
All right. Yeah. So I just wanted to give a quick. I just wanted to show quickly some of the sets that my team and I made for the Witch Queen release, and so I personally was responsible for working on this one. I had a little bit of an issue getting this model loaded, corrupted file, but I do have some renders of it. This is my model I made, the Inspector set for the Warlock, and then my coworker Lexington made the Gumption set, Hunter, and then my other coworker Sajad made the Midnight Oil set. And the reason I wanted to start off by showing some of these is I wanted to explore cloth and cloth dynamics specifically in this presentation. I find that people seem to struggle a lot with cloth across the board. I know that simulation softwares help a lot, but it does help to understand why certain folds are the way they are. It helps to understand how these softwares work. For my Warlock specifically, I did use Marvelous Designer for a lot of this, but I think now I made this over a year ago at this point. I'm realizing that Cloth Dynamics has quite a big edge over Marvelous in the simplicity of it. It's very easy to work with. It does a great job with drapery. It does a great job with simple fabrics and simple compression folds and all that. And so I just wanted to kind of show how I would approach something similar today using only ZBrush and in a fraction of the time. So I wanted to just give a quick demonstration. Hopefully you guys will find this useful. I'm just going to go ahead and load the female thumbs of ZBrush. And I thought it would be interesting if I showed you from beginning to end, very rough and quick full outfit, how I would approach it using ZBrush Cloth Dynamics and how I approach cloth in Destiny itself.
Cool.
I'm going to be making a shirt, a skirt, and a cloak, hood, scarf kind of thing for this model, just to kind of show how you can do that really quickly and easily. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and load up the Cloth Dynamics panel. And I was going to initially give like an explanation of what all these things did, but I think that there are more comprehensive tutorials on YouTube, specifically Michael Pavlovich has some great ones. And I'm just going to kind of explain them as I'm using them, and hopefully you guys can follow for those who don't really know what this is, and hopefully those that do can find some use from this. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of create a shirt, and I'm referencing this mesh here because I think that when I was creating it, I wasn't using Cloth Dynamics, but I can see now how I can improve upon this particular coat using that because of the different tools available to me in ZBrush. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how I would do that today. So I'm going to start with something really simple, just a t-shirt, sort of everything. Every beginner kind of needs to make one. Everybody kind of has familiarity with that. And I'm going to go ahead and just mask out the areas where I want the t-shirt to be. And this particular method works really well for anything that's going to be somewhat skin tight, not super elaborate in its construction. Go ahead and duplicate this model here, and I'm going to go to the second subdivision level and delete the higher and lower. I'm going to go to Edge Loop, and I'm going to do Edge Loop Mask Border. And if I switch into polyframe mode, you can kind of see what's going on here. I've created the shape of the shirt. I'm going to isolate that, and I'm going to delete hidden. So now I'm just kind of left with this shirt shape. So to basically engage the Cloth Dynamics software, I'm going to have to make a few changes to this. Firstly, I'm going to kind of smooth out, I'm going to unmask this. I'm going to kind of smooth this area out because the Cloth Dynamic tools themselves work a lot better on just pure quads without a lot of surface variation. I'm just going to make that as smooth as possible, and then I'm going to go ahead and run a ZBrush on it so I can try and get as evenly spaced quads as possible. I'm going to go half because the less quads I have, the better the simulation will run. And I think maybe one more time here. So that looks really good. We've got edge loops where seams would be, and we don't see a lot of variation here, so this will sim really well. Go ahead and go out of solo mode, and I'm going to drag this out just a little so we have some coverage before the simulation software starts to work. And from here is kind of where the magic is going to happen. I'm going to quickly run over here to the Cloth Dynamics tab, and from here I am going to turn on this expand setting. I'm going to go ahead and turn off gravity for a second here. And I'm going to kind of explain a little bit of what's going to happen here. Essentially, the simulation iterations here determine how many times the algorithm will run and determine how accurate your result is going to be. It'll minimize stretching. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this up just a little bit. Firmness here is going to determine how much wrinkle you're going to get in your fabric, whether it behaves like a leather or like a silk. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this down just because I want a little bit more wrinkle. Self-collision determines if the fabric is going to interact with itself and how accurate that collision is going to be. So I'll go ahead and turn it to 2 just because I want a little bit. And then one of the other important things is making sure collision volume is turned on. This button specifically tells us if there are other objects in the scene, how the mesh we want to manipulate is going to interact with those. So we want to make sure that's on. And lastly, I'm going to turn on expand. This section here with the gravity and expansion and all of these tabs here are some of the most important because they kind of drive the interaction you're going to have. Gravity operates how you would expect. It applies an effect of gravity, and you just put how strong you want that effect to be. And these tabs here essentially act on the fabric by growing it and shrinking it. Inflate and deflate are sort of self-explanatory in that they don't really change the surface area of the fabric. They just kind of inflate it like you would a balloon. Expand and contract kind of allow you more surface area to work with, so it folds upon itself or decreases the amount of fabric. So that's sort of the difference between those two things. What I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to try and just expand the fabric on itself so it'll stick to her body and give me just some wrinkles. And One more thing I'm going to do before that is I'd like to turn on dynamic subdivisions. That way I can kind of preview how this effect will look later when it's subdivided. This isn't actual geometry, but it will allow me to see how it will look later without eating up a bunch of processing power. Also allows me to add a little bit of thickness, which like helps with collisions just a little bit. So if I have all this set up the way it is, and I press run simulation, the first thing you're going to see is that the garment inflates like she's wearing a spacesuit, and that is because of this number here, the inflate. It essentially creates like an air barrier around the mesh it's colliding with. And so for clothing, we're going to want to set this like pretty low. Just set that to 1.15 and run that again. Put that a little here. And if I just like let that run just for a second here, you can see that it'll start to form to the body a little bit, and it'll start to give me a little bit of wrinkling because it's expanding the fabric around the surface itself.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it makes it very easy to just do something really simple. And, you know, if you were in a time crunch, something really simple would probably do. But I'm going to kind of show you how to expand upon this quite quickly. The next thing I find really powerful about cloth dynamics is that you can use ZBrush's brushes with it. Specifically right now, I'm going to be using the cloth dynamic brushes themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and go to cloth pull, which is under B, C, and W. This is basically a brush that allows me to just gently move the fabric, push and pull it in the direction I might want it to go, and just to create really simple, gentle adjustments. You can adjust the brush size, and with the knowledge of where certain folds should go and where certain compression spots are, you can really do a lot of powerful things with this. And I'm just gonna keep this short and sweet right now. I'm just gonna add just a few here. And I'm going to add a little bit right there. And we can go ahead and add some folds here. I have the firmness set pretty low, so it's generating quite a lot of folds for me. And you can easily get too fiddly with it, so I'd recommend keeping it as easy as you can if you're running a little bit of smooth on it. And just like that, you have a very basic t-shirt. And with more time, some alphas, some hand sculpting, you could really bring this to the next level. But I wanted to show you more of the capabilities of cloth dynamics next by showing you an example of drapery, which I think cloth dynamics does extremely well. An example of where we would use that in our workflow is like on the Titan's class item. There's a lot of drapery in the hunter's hood and the cloak. So there's just a lot of really practical uses for this. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you a really simple way to add it. I'm gonna go ahead and make a circle skirt, which is mostly just a draped circle. So I'm gonna go ahead and append a ring here, just so I can get the basic shape. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do some ZModeler trickery right now. And I'm gonna try and keep this a little bit slow. I'm basically gonna go into ZModeler and holding spacebar on a face, I'm going to select delete in polyloop because I just want to isolate this ring here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this island here. So I'm left with just this ring. I'm going to hover over an edge and extrude an edge loop. Like so. And if you tap Alt, it'll go ahead and grab all of them, like so. And you can go ahead and do the same thing to this down here. So you can go ahead and create the rest of the circle skirt. And then I'm just going to delete these here. Don't really want those. And then, so we're almost there. I just need to add some spans along this length because it won't really simulate well without enough geo. So I'm just going to go ahead and go into edge, spacebar, insert multiple edge loops. I'm going to add some geo here so the sim software has something to work with. That's a little more. And if I just run it like this, turn on gravity and show you what's going to happen. If I turn off expand and I just run gravity on it, it's just going to fall straight to the floor. And one of the really powerful things we can do here is we can actually use a mask as a pin. And that to me is one of my favorite parts of this, is that it allows you so much flexibility to be able to use masks in conjunction with simulation properties. And I'll go ahead and show you why. So if I go to mask, I hover over an edge, I go to mask, and I go to edge loop complete. you can go ahead and select this edge here, and I can tell the software essentially, I don't want you to sim this part, but sim everything else. So when I run gravity again, I'll lower that gravity so it doesn't go quite as quickly. You'll see that in a matter of seconds, it will drape pretty realistically. And so you can just see that a little better. I'm going to turn on dynamic with a little bit of thickness. And I might turn up the firmness just so it's a little bit more skirt-like. You end up with a result like this. I'm actually going to make it a little longer by going to the top of the mesh and just not extruding, but scaling down on the Y. So I'm going to run that simulation again. And you might want to turn up self-collision so it has a little bit of a better time understanding where itself is in space. Essentially, you can just stop that whenever you see fit. And so far, we have a pretty realistic looking result. And another cool thing you can do is if you invert that selection, you can use a setting called on mask here to basically tell ZBrush how to control the mesh that you're simulating. For instance, on mask means anything that's inside of this mask is going to be simulated. So if I go ahead and turn that on, and I click this button to bring my cursor to the center of the unmasked area, I can essentially use the transpose tool as a handle. You'll need to switch into cloth transpose first, which is a specific brush that you would use with cloth dynamics by going to B, T, and C. You can see here it says transpose cloth. And at this point, you can kind of use this as a handle to do whatever you want. You can drag things, and it's just extremely, extremely useful. I love this setting. And for this, you can either use this to drag up on the skirt, you can scale it in a little bit to create a more fitted look here. And just like that, you've got a working skirt that has very lifelike pipe folds here. I'll just go into here and sort of use this cloth nudge to kind of, oh, it's not working because you'll need to go back into unbrushed. Unmasked and unbrushed are like two opposite settings that you'll need to keep an eye on just to be able to work. But you can kind of go in here and you can just play around with the fabric, and you can use a regular move brush to kind of push it further into place here. Let's turn the firmness down a little just to give us a little bit more. Like so. And now you've got a shirt and a skirt that is pretty believable for such a short amount of time.
Nicely.
That is me clapping my hands for you. That is incredible.
That's good.
I mean, I'm clapping my hands for you guys for making such a cool thing. And there's one more thing I want to show, just because this is like probably my favorite part about it, and what I'm going to be using every single time I need to make anything vaguely hood-like or scarf-like.
That, and you're like, hey, let's do 3 cloths in the demo. Let's do this.
Let's show them.
Let's do a real challenge, right? She says.
Let's extract all all we can from.
Yeah, right. Sure. And then in the time frame she's getting too.
It should be noted she's slowed it down for us here.
Yeah.
Is this too fast? I can slow down.
No. You're good.
Okay.
No, you're good.
All right. I just don't want to go over time or anything.
You're good.
So the very last thing I want to demonstrate is the ability to control fabric just at will. You can basically take this fabric and use a handle to just kind of drag it around and do whatever you want with it. And so I'm going to go ahead and just kind of show you how I would make a hood in a cloak for a hunter per se. And how I would do that is I would just append a plane. And you'll notice here that the geometry is kind of rectangular. That's not really going to work very well. So we're going to want to go into ZRemesher. And let's keep it the same amount of geo. We're going to want to go into it and make sure the squares are as even as we can get them. And from here, I'm going to go ahead and create myself some handles so I can grab the fabric and just drag it around as I see fit. I'm going to go ahead and go into Mask Rectangular and just mask out these squares here. I'm going to go into Polygroups and group those. So now I've got this piece here I can just grab whenever I need. It'll be the same thing to the bottom. And I find this really helps you keep your mesh kind of in order, because when you don't have anything to grab onto, it can get really just like out of control. So to start, I'm just going to grab myself this piece, and I'm going to center it using that button. And right now it's not going to do anything because I don't have any of the settings set up. But I'm going to quickly just turn on dynamics so you can kind of see what it's going to look like later, and to give it some thickness so it doesn't just disappear from the side. From here, I'm going to turn on unmasked because I need the program to understand that I would like the masked part of this geo to move, and I'm going to use this unmasked part as a handle. And I'm going to go into the transpose cloth tool. You can see there. And from here, I can kind of just drag the cloth and do whatever I want with it. And this is super powerful if you wanted to create like a sash or a scarf. But for my purposes, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn that off for a second. And because it's on masked, I can just manipulate it normally because nothing is masked right now. I'm going to go ahead and kind of place it where I want it, make it a little smaller. Okay. And then from here, I'm just going to grab this piece, grab this, center that, and then turn back on masked. It's still on. From here, I'm just going to kind of take this, I'm going to drag it around. I'm going to use the little handles here because I feel like it's easier to navigate in 3D space. And you're going to want to go slowly because the way the cloth brushes work is they work on a per movement basis. Like it runs the simulation every time you move the brush. So the slower you move, the better it's going to react. I'm also going to turn up the firmness just a little bit, just so I can get some more thick wrinkles for a thicker scarf or like a scarf material. Just going to go ahead and slowly kind of drag this around. I can kind of get it close to her head. Like that. I'm going to grab this one, invert that button here, bring this into here and scale it so I can get a little bit of a crunch shape in there. Just going here. Go ahead and grab this one again. Got them both selected. And from here, you can just kind of drag it. Rotation. I'm going to go ahead and scale this like this so I can tuck it under itself. You can see that beautiful folding right there. It's giving it quite a realistic look. We can use, I'm going to try and shove it under here. This is the kind of scenario where you'd want all the self-collision on you can get because it's going to kind of struggle to understand what's happening. One cool thing you can do is if you turn off the mask itself and you just go into the cloth transpose tool itself and you kind of reset this axis, you just drag down, it'll kind of simulate its own, it's like it's almost simulating gravity, but you're like basically controlling it so it doesn't go crazy and start like really draping too quick. And from here, you'll notice it's like it needs some pulling a little bit. So what you can do is you can go into, just the cloth pull brush, but you're going to run into this issue where it kind of drags everything. And this is probably one of my other favorite features about cloth dynamics, that you can use any brush in ZBrush to manipulate cloth and have that simulation algorithm running. So I'm going to go into the move topological tool, which by nature allows you to kind of manipulate geo without grabbing what's directly next to it. But I'm going to go ahead and go to brush, elasticity, and I'm going to turn up simulation iterations. And when I do that, it's going to allow me to take this fabric and use the brush, but it's going to apply that simulation to this at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and try and just move these around a little bit. Switch between this brush and the cloth pull. Go back into move topo tool, just so I can kind of tuck things underneath each other. This is something I feel I can't really find in other simulation softwares, and is something I'm really, really finding useful because I like being able to just gently manipulate things into the places I want them. I grab it up like that. And then if I wanted to, I could go ahead and add just a little bit of gravity. I'm going to set this pretty low because it tends to kind of go really fast and hard. I'm going to run it just a little, so it has a little bit of drapery. And that would be how you create a really rough and quick hood. You could obviously make it a little better, spend a little bit longer perfecting those shapes, but just as a really rough demonstration, there's that.
Well, you're blowing their minds right now. I've never.
I know. I mean, it's really quite fun. I love cloth. Like, I know cloth is no one's favorite, but I think once you kind of understand the fundamentals of like how these work and like why, I think it becomes quite a bit easier. There's one more thing I want to show that kind of puts it all together.
She goes, you know what? I did 3. One more thing. I got to show one more thing.
And let me know if I'm running close on time or anything.
You got, I think they said
4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay.
For you.
It's speed round. I can do it.
13.
She says, I can do it. Let's go. Sherilyn's on fire right now.
To see her work under regular circumstances.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like, here's a character. It's done in an hour.
What's she going to do?
Yeah, we created all the art from Witch Queen in exactly 30 minutes. You know?
She's like, I got an hour to do this. Let's go.
So the one thing I want to do is I want to add a cape to the back. And how I'm going to do that is I'm essentially going to take this plane here, the same way I did the scarf. I'm going to rotate it so that it's this way. I'm going to go ahead and kind of fit it to be the size of the mesh. I'm going to run a zero mesh on it so that it's plotted. So I'm going to create a handle again, just the way I did before. That way I can do this. What I'm also going to do is with the regular transpose tool, I'm going to expand this section of the mesh so that when I run the simulation, it'll create a gathering effect. In real life, to create a gathered effect where things are draping on each other, it has to be, the fabric has to be pretty wide. It can't, if it was just like this, it would just drape straight down. But you'll see when we give it that extra bit of space here, it's going to actually simulate quite a bit better. I'll go ahead and show you. So I have on mask turned off, so that means that any area that is masked is going to act as the pin, and everything else will simulate. I'm going ahead turn on gravity, and we'll turn it up just a little bit. I'll turn up my simulation iterations just so the effect is a little cleaner. I'll keep the firmness down just for now, and then I'm going to go ahead and run that simulation. Let me actually just bring it a little higher.
Uh-oh. She's like, I'm done. She's like,
oh boy, we tapped it out. We tapped it out. Here we go, live. Anything can happen live, Paul Gabriel. Anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yes.
That was an extraordinary demonstration of cloth dynamics and manipulation happening there. Sherilyn Lima, you blew my mind. You blew Paul Gabriel's mind, and the chat is on fire. What are they saying in the chat?
This is one of the best demos ever. Best way of explaining how cloth works for them. So they've really enjoyed it. Mad respect to her about being able to put this together in such a short period of time, too.
Ask you a question?
Yeah.
Probably pretty happy you tuned in here live at the ZBrush Summit 2022 with your hosts, Paul Gabriel and Louis
We'll see if we
here.
can get Sherilyn back, but we'll move on then to Dylan is up next. Let's bring Dylan in to do the next part of the presentation. Dylan, there he is.
All
right.
Now he's got, all you got in my head now is cider. That's all I got in my head.
Hey.
Stout.
Hey, we're making some over here. It's getting nice and falls and full swing out here, so it's later time.
Paper's blowing in the wind.
You can check mark me for a yes, please.
Paper blowing in the wind, Kandari.
Take it away, Dylan.
You got it. You know, I got a little sneak peek of that demo. Not a big reveal, but of the demo of the ZBrush stuff that we were presenting here beforehand last week with Alex and Sherilyn.
Yeah.
And we, when Sherilyn did that cloth sim, like the skirt, like, my mind was blown. I didn't even know you could do that. So I was like, even me, you know, I was taken by surprise by that. So I got something a little different. I'm on the weapons team, so I use ZBrush for hard surface and a lot of dynameshing and things like that. So if there's any Destiny fans in here, they will see that this is the scout rifle from the Taken King raid in Destiny 1. We recently did a reprisal of this whole set of weapons. So typically, you know, you see if there's an existing high poly, you'll leverage that and, you know, maybe sculpt on top of it or stuff like that. But I wanted to kind of talk about sometimes the unique scenarios you run into, like when you work in games on, you know, projects that have as long of a tail as Destiny and as much content. Sometimes you will run into scenarios where you're asked to like up-res or redo an asset, you know, that is way out of date, you know, doesn't fit modern conventions and things like that. So that was what I was asked to do, except in this case, there was no high poly that existed for us, so we couldn't do our normal pipeline and get out faster. So I was faced with either I spent like several days to a week doing this high poly from scratch and trying to approximate it the best I could, and kind of hoping that I can match up to the quality of the original. Or you can do what I did, and I'm about to show you here, where I couldn't find a high poly, so artists, please back up your source files so people can use them. But basically, I was able to trawl through the depot of all the content, and I found the old low poly with the old textures. So let me kind of roll you through here what I did to kind of get this up to speed to where it needed to be. So, like I said, this is the old scout rifle from Destiny 1 Taken King Raid. And what I did is I found the old source textures, right? So I was able to come in here and using ZBrush, I was able to assign those textures, and let me switch materials real quick so you can see. And I was able to kind of like come in here using the existing UV sets. I didn't change anything because like obviously that would screw up where the placement of the textures go. But like I mentioned before, when faced with either spending precious production time on sculpting from scratch or trying to see what I can squeeze out of the existing content, I found these old textures and I used this as kind of a guideline, right? So I was able to plant these on here and kind of start to build my sculpt from here. And to kind of get that process started, here's what I did. So I'm going to flick these back off, right? I just want to preface this, and feel free to stop me with any questions if you have them, because otherwise I will just roll on.
I like it. Roll on. Just keep rolling.
All right. Good deal. So let me flick these off real quick. All right. And back to my little sculpting material here that I like. So what I typically do, on a project like Destiny 2, guns can look all over the place, right? Like they can look like super organic. They can look pretty standard hard surface. So you never know what you're going to get matched with. So having like sculpting skills is super important. Like traditional, hard surface modeling is super important because in this gun you're blending both, right? You need a little bit of hard surface knowledge. You need a little bit of sculpting knowledge. And I can kind of get into that some more later. But the way I started to build this mesh from, the low poly form that is now into the high poly sculpt I'm going to show here in a sec, is with the crease tools. So, this gun here is like a mixture of like flesh and bone, right? So like these parts here are meant to be like pretty rigid, and then these parts here are meant to be kind of fleshy. So what I did is I take this low poly geo and I flick on my little group here, and I come to the crease tools, and I'm just going to hit it by default so people can see what it does in case they've never used it. What it will do is, if you can see here along this edge, if I uncrease it, it puts like a little a double edge here. And if you've done polygon modeling, you'll know that those are like holding edges, so like it'll maintain your form a lot better. And so what I did after that is I just kind of fine tune my crease. So I'll come in here and I'll kind of just like do broad strokes, right? And if I subdivide this, you can see that it's maintaining my hard edge in the places where it's left that double line. And it's softening it in places where that's not there, right? So that lets me get like very quick, rigid shapes. So the way I refine this from here is you can see that like I missed a little bit, right? Like the algorithm here can only do so much. It's great for procedural and like non-destructive stuff, but sometimes you need to go in there and put the hand touch. So I hit B, Z, and I go to my Z modeler, and I hover over the edge, hold down space, and it brings up this dialog menu, and I click crease. And then I can go in here and I can manually place edges, which is super nice because if I need to come in here and refine anything and, maintain the shape that I intend to, it is much easier to do versus like trying to let the algorithm solve it all for you, which it just no algorithm can, right? So that kind of gets me the base shapes that I need. And from here, what I'll sometimes do is I'll just back it off one step. I'll uncrease. If I have my basic shape like creased down, that's good to go. I'll uncrease it, and then I'll hit it a couple times with the subdivide again with the uncreased off, and that'll give me some planes, and it'll also give me like some smooth shapes. So that's typically like a good base for me to go ahead and start sculpting off of from here. And all I did after this was I just applied this kind of principle across the board, right? So same thing to the rest of the rigid parts, same thing to the rest of the bone. And that got me to, and also using the textures to guide, where those details and insets and crevices and stuff were. That got me to this stage, which is like the polished version. Right?
Question coming through, Dylan, for you.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Is the design done in 2D first, or are you just going straight into 3D when you're doing these?
So on like a fresh asset, like something brand new, like a brand new ornament or a brand new, weapon set or exotic, typically it starts from 2D, but we also have some incredibly talented concept artists who they do They do their whole concept in 3D, and they'll paint over after and everything like that. But they use ZBrush and some other software as well to like get that result. So it just depends. But a lot of times they do start as 2D concepts, and you just kind of interpolate from there. But sometimes you do get a 3D mesh in from the concept team, and you can kind of pick it apart and make it functional and like work in game with the reload sets and stuff like that. So it just depends, but it could go either way, which is why it's good to have like a good range of skills, because sometimes you're going to need to do more of the polygon modeling. Sometimes you're going to need to do more of the sculpting, and a lot of times you need a little bit of each.
Yeah, good advice. That's really sound advice, actually.
Sure.
Happy to hear you.
So anyways, that got me to here, which is like, after using it, I flicked the textures off. Like this kind of gave me like a good footprint to go in and build up to what the original was, and to add my own inflections and my own take on it. And I want to demo a couple of little tricks here. Let me find my stylus pen of how I built some of these shapes up and how I, kind of took it from there. So back on the, like this little, the part of the buttstock here, you could, if you, recall from just a little bit ago where I held the planes in using crease, that gave me basically like this shape right here. All I do from there is like I go hit the H and I go to my H polish. And all I do from there is like basically refine that plane, right? So I can come in here and I can expand that if I need to. I can like basically tighten it if I need to. I'll look for places to add like embellishments and imperfections on the surface, since typically bone like isn't super polished, and you want
what's your brushes of choice for that? What's your brushes of choice for that?
Fine choice. Fine question.
What's the brushes you like to use for those, making the blemishes?
Yeah, so for like these little pock marks and stuff like that.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, what do you do?
I actually have a trick for that. It's not a brush, but I'll run you through that here. So basically for here, right? This is a trick I learned, but basically you come in here and you just like basically do a couple masks of various sizes, right? So come in here, I'll do a couple, okay? So you just mask it off. You invert that mask. You come in here with your, where is my movement gizmo? I think I have to tap, yeah. So you come in, you bring your little movement tool in here, and I just scale it in, and I like release it, right? And then what I do is I just grab my smooth brush and I come in here and I just smooth that bad boy out. And you can kind of just refine it from there. I want to add like one layer on top of that, because in production you often run into this kind of thing where your lead or art director will come by and say, hey, like this style or this shape doesn't fit, like it's not quite it's too frequent, there's too much high frequency, whatever, right? Basically, if you need to like make adjustments to that, here's how I do that, and I'll kind of fold that into the pock marks there, is I use morph targets for this. And the thing about morph targets is you have to make sure that you are not going to subdivide or dynamesh or manipulate or remesh or any of that topology in any way after the fact, because it will basically delete your morph target. So with that in mind, make sure you are at the resolution you need to be at. This is like, I only do this as like the cherry on top, right? Only whenever I'm like totally done, I'm happy with the base shapes, like nothing's gonna change from here. I'm smooth sailing, right? Like I'm good to go. So then what I'll do is I'll delete my geometry here, or my subdivision. I'll go to the morph target. I will store that morph target, and it takes a snapshot of your mesh. So like I said, if you change it in any way, you decimate it, anything like that, it will delete the morph target. But so it takes a snapshot of the mesh as it stands right now. So then going back and doing that little pockmark detail. So let me come back. I'll just do a couple real quick, various sizes, right? For just want some visual variation, right? I'll take that. We'll do this. Whoops. Inset a little bit. Oh, I'm getting finicky with it. Okay, there we go. So, you put this detail in, art director or lead comes by, or you yourself, you just decide you don't like it. What you can do is, since morph target is a brush, you can come in, and I think I have it set here. If not, I can grab it. So BM, and I think it's, I just forget which one this is, G. So you can come in, and since it's a brush, it's pressure sensitive, which is what I like about this kind of detail. It's like the way that I like to sculpt. Is I can come in here and using, my pen tail and pressure sensitivity, I can either press really hard and get rid of it all, or I can kind of, wax away some of it and add like a little bit of inflection on the edge and things like that. So whenever I'm ready to go to the detailing stage, and I do this for basically like everything I sculpt in the ZBrush, is whenever I'm ready to detail, I'll slap that morph target on, I'll do whatever I need to do, and if I don't like it, I can always scrub it away entirely, or if I need to change it or add a little variation to it, I use that morph target brush and I just kind of scrub away some or a corner, and then I'll go in and touch up after the fact. But that gives me a lot of flexibility in how I approach that. And that's how I do detailing in general, but also how I did this like pock marking.
Nice.
Really cool stuff right there.
That.
Wow.
Yeah. That one is a straightforward one, but let me talk about how I did some of this fleshy stuff, right? So, there's always like the joke or the meme of like, oh, like what brush do you use, right? And it's like, oh, I use like the 5 or 10 normal brushes everybody else uses, right? And as far as as far as my career, that's exactly true. All I used to build up these shapes was like the clay buildup brush. So, I can give you a little example of how I did like this fleshy material here. So in contrast with the more hard surface parts, I don't really use like trim dynamic or H polish or anything like that. I just use a smooth brush and the clay buildup. So if I wanted to come in here and put more of like these little like folds and divots and things like that, all I do is like just really come in here and start to add some height. And I'll just like sculpt in a couple quick little shapes, right? And then I come in and I do it in the reverse, just holding Alt. And then that way that will dig in as opposed to build up. And I'll just like keep smoothing that out. And I'll just kind of let autosave finish here real quick.
And you're using a regular smoothing brush, right? You're just using the default smoothing brush?
Yep, just holding down Shift and regular default smoothing brush. So I will come in here and just add a little bit more inflection to it, right? And then you can already start to extrapolate from here that it's kind of adding up some of these like little cavities and sort of soft bits, and you just want to keep everything really smooth in contrast to keeping things pretty sharp and planar with the hard surface stuff. And then what I'll do is I'll come in with like the pinch brush, the BPI, and I'll just kind of like add a little bit of inflection and variation and things like that. So you get like a little bit of like a sinew kind of vibe or something like that, like a little bit of a tendon or whatever. So that's how I'll come in and start to do that sort of stuff.
It's just to tighten it up.
Tighten it up, as Louis said?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, kind of back on the line of like having a diverse set of skills, like for ZBrush and stuff like that is, you want to know that, at least on a project like Destiny 2, is that you want to have the hard surface skills to kind of know like, okay, like are my edges too soft here, or are they too sharp here? Like then I'll go in and smooth them. Are these planes going to read well whenever you bake down to the game res? Because so much of working in games is you're working towards that final, real-time game mesh. So you want to pay attention to that stuff at this stage because that's what's going to, relay into what you see in the final result.
What material are you using? People are really asking about that material. Is that your own material?
This is a custom material that I built. Yeah. I like it because you can see, like, what I like about it is that you can see, like, it captures your curvature, basically, so you can see how it's kind of highlighting all the edges, but it's also, like, this nice, like, little mid-tone, so you can kind of see the cavities and recesses. So I made it. Maybe I can give it away somewhere or whatever, but...
it kind of feels like a bump. You're looking at like a bump.
Something close to it, you might have to tinker with it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I think it probably also helped for you in the gaming world, right? Understanding those edges and knowing, because you're going to smooth those normals.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and that's a really good point about that, because the reason why I made the material in the first place is because like every little thing that you see in your high poly is guaranteed. Every little facet, every little nick, every little scratch, every little bit of that is guaranteed to show up in the final game bake. So I built this material to kind of help me see those things, right? Like, how soft are my edges? Like, is there any sort of like, did I mess up somewhere? And like, there's a thing here that I didn't notice because my material was hiding it. Like, so, leveraging ZBrush and some of the tools that you have in here, I made this material to help me with that, because I know that end result is so important, and I don't want my material to keep me from being able to see that final result, right? Like, I want to know it right here, right now, so I can fix it or enhance it or whatever. So, you want to kind of play with those tools a little bit too, if you can.
I really think it does look like a exaggerated bump map to some degree. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll show you one last little trick here.
Sure.
And then I might have some time, depending, to show you some like more, like traditional hard surface stuff that I do. And it's like leveraging ZBrush in a different way than like traditional sculpting like this. So to do these details, it's very similar to what I did with like the bone back here, right? Like you just mask off a random shape, or, I used the textures that existed as a guideline. But I can also just like freehand it, right? So just clay build up, right? You just dig out a little shape, okay? Hit it with the smooth, and you can already see it's kind of like in the ballpark, right? Like it doesn't take a whole lot.
Yeah.
So I do that, and then I might add a little bit of height here, because you can see like it's kind of like membranous. Like you think of like a bone marrow, like you crack open a bone and it's like kind of fibrous, right, and hollow. That's kind of like what I was aiming for here, to like bring more of that out. So I'll add a little bit of height, some variation there, and then I will hit the B, H, and P to grab my H polish again. Again, I use like the same 10 brushes, and I'll just come in here and I'll zoom in a little bit so people can see. And let me turn the intensity up too so we can fast track. And I'll just come in here and I'll just more or less like buff out some of these shapes. And I'll add, you can see like some pitting, some cavities, some things like that. And you just kind of keep going from there. And if I zoom out, you can kind of see it's starting to get on the same track. And I'll kind of add some more inflections and things like that from there. So that is how I do that particular shape. And a lot of this is like, having an eye for like what the end result is, like working in games, you need to kind of know what you're working towards. So, I use ZBrush quite a bit in this material as well, just to kind of show me what result I'm going to get, to take any guesswork out of the pipeline before you get all the way to the end and discover, this edge doesn't hold up, or it's too sharp, or X, Y, and Z, right? So it's a super good tool to be able to like realize that stuff in the high poly stage sooner rather than later, because going to fix anything later, typically for like real-time game art, is a big pain. So that is how I do this stuff. And I'll show you a real quick thing. I use this more often than I sculpt. You never know what kind of weapon you're going to see coming down like the seasonal track. So for stuff like this, where it's very fleshy and you have a blend of like soft and hard surface, having the sculpting skills and hard surface knowledge goes a long, long way. I'm going to show you something that's probably more typical for most hard surface artists. So let me pull up that asset here. Let me grab it. Okay, so preface, I did not do all of this in ZBrush, but I used ZBrush quite a bit to get me the result that I needed in the time that I had.
I like that, how he front-loaded that. He's like, feeling a little guilty there.
A little bit, because it's complicated, but I don't want to give people the wrong impression.
No, all good.
Don't you worry.
I think you got to share that material that people are. We can call it the Dylan material.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan.
Well, in my little menu, it's like DM_custom. So I mean, you're not that far off.
Okay.
And maybe I can reach out afterwards, and if you guys want to put it on like a file share or something like that, you can totally do that.
Hey, you never know. Maybe we'll have some conversation. Maybe we ship it with ZBrush.
Whoa, here we go.
There you go. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. So, but yeah, I'm happy to share that. I mean, it's been a super useful tool for me as like a production 3D artist. So I basically only use this like when I'm. Of course, you want to flip between materials and get a sense of how light's reading across different surfaces, but this is really like my go-to. This is like my bread and butter for whenever I'm in ZBrush. I use this basically for everything.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful weapon.
What have you got here? What is this thing? This is like the haymaker.
So, great question. So this is an ornament for an exotic rocket launcher called the Eyes of Tomorrow, I believe.
Exotic rocket launcher.
Exotic rocket launcher called the Eyes of Tomorrow. There's no tomorrow when that thing's latched to my shoulder. There's no tomorrow.
No, there's not. It shoots multiple rockets, multiple homing rockets, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head. So there is no tomorrow, indeed.
Yeah, beautiful.
So, like I said, I didn't do all this in ZBrush, but I really, really leaned on ZBrush to get me here because you can see that for like pieces like this, these are like, deep insets, right? And I did this through like Boolean. You can do it in ZBrush. I do it in other software just because I'm more familiar and faster. But what I do, if you've ever worked with Booleans, you will know that basically it makes your topology unusable. Like you can't do anything with it after the fact unless you somehow remesh it or otherwise, right? So what I do is I Boolean my object, whether that's in ZBrush or otherwise, right? And I get, I'll just isolate this so we know what we're talking about. I get a shape like this. And there's tons and tons of examples like this all over this rocket launcher of where, shapes are cut out, like, that are fairly complicated or overlapped. And the way that I get this result is I'll Boolean it out, right? And then I'll come to ZBrush and I'll hit it with a decimation, or a Dynamesh rather, so that I can basically scatter topology all over the surface. And that way I can smooth these edges so that whenever I go to do the game res bake, I have a clean topology on my low poly because I can just reverse my Boolean. And my high poly has the edges that I want. So after you do this, right, you come in here with your messed up Boolean mesh and you hit it with a Dynamesh, which is super nice. Then what you do is you come in here to your polish menu, and I can show you where that's at. I have all this stuff up here just because I like the convenience of it, right? Customize your UI. If you're a regular ZBrush user, please customize your UI because it will save you more time than you think. And that polish menu, it's here in the deformation tab. So you can just come down here. Once you enable custom UI, you can just click and drag your most used tools up there. I'll reverse that so people can see again. But if I'm looking at this rocket launcher and edge tension, like edge width is a huge part of hard surface 3D art. You want to keep things consistent. Like one thing can't be like sharper than the rest unless there's like an intentional reason for that. You want to kind of keep things generally in the same ballpark of like edge smoothness so that when the light rolls across that surface of the game res bake, it looks really good. So you take that Dynamesh mesh and you roll a polish over it, and you can see, hopefully, that the edges will thicken, right? So I'll just do like a pretty harsh curve over here so you guys can see, but you'll see them kind of widen and smoothen out. And that's really good for the final result in game art because typically you want to exaggerate these things
closer, Get in there
at this
closer.
stage.
Yeah, like Paul says, get a little zoom happening.
Yeah, I'll get you in here. So
you're doing
a
deformation polish, correct?
Yeah, it's in the deformation panel, and I just do a regular polish. Sometimes I'll do polish by Crispez or features depending on like the kind of result I'm getting. But typically, I'll just come in here with like I said, an unusable Boolean mesh that like if you want to smooth from that, you have to have some sort of pipeline like this, like ZBrush, where you scatter geometry across the surface using the tool like Dynamesh to get you to that result.
Yeah.
So that you can smooth cleanly over those edges, and it's a huge time saver. So even though I didn't build this, with Z model or anything like that, it was a huge part of making sure I was able to meet my deadlines in the time that I had. So I really relied on it to say the least. So I'll hit it again so people can see if you're on the stream. But you just hit it with deformation polish, and it'll widen your edges, which is super good for game art bakes. And I'll just do that across the whole thing, right? So anywhere where that's applicable, I'll go ahead and do that. For the most part, that's how I use it, right? So you need like a strong skill set with sculpting. So that goes a long way on a project like Destiny 2. Keep having an eye for like pretty typical hard surface modeling and knowing how like edge tension and edge width is going to affect your overall result at the end is super important. This one didn't require a whole lot of like hands-on sculpting, obviously, because it's very machined, right? Like that's the intent of the concept and the intent of the overall base rocket launcher as well, is that it's very machined. It's very like technical and articulate. So you wouldn't want to come in on something like this and put a whole lot of like scratches and dents or anything like that, or anything like you would see on something that's more like fleshy and bone, like the Scout rifle beforehand.
Sure.
So,
Speaking of scratches and dents, how about a little turnaround here of this thing so we can see where the rockets come out of?
You're about to expose me here because I only symmetried one half of it. So that's okay. So you can see here. Typically, you only do one side because it's a pretty bulky object. Sure. But I can show you. It's basically just a flat surface. But I'll give you. I'll give you the importance.
How about the 3/4 view? There you go. Look at that. Yeah. That's where the jazz comes out.
Yeah, this one was a lot of fun to work on.
What did you call this one again?
Pretty beefy mesh.
What's the name of this one?
I think the base rocket launcher is called Eyes of Tomorrow. I want to say off the top of my head.
That's a great name. It's a great name.
Better believe it's the Eye of Tomorrow. The Eye of Tomorrow. Here it comes.
Yeah.
The material's still getting some talk, Dylan. We're gonna have to talk.
They're still hitting you on the.
You know some people in the ZBrush world.
I think we have our email connection, so I'm happy to share it. I mean, that's like
that's awesome.
My bread and butter. If people like it and they think it'd be helpful, I'm very happy to share it.
That's great.
It's in the chatter.
Just bringing the community to life is what we do here on the ZBrush Summit. I mean, that is awesome to hear you say that. That thing looks like a haymaker if I ever saw one. I mean,
it's awesome.
Here we go. Guaranteed to start.
I've done some of my days, but I haven't gone down that road for sure.
I like the little cubic sort of detail that you put there on the side. Can you zoom in on that for a second?
These guys over here?
Sure, yeah, at the tail end of that thing, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah. So this is like one of those on-the-fly things you'll have to solve sometimes when you're like working in 3D. The concept didn't account for anything on the side. So whenever you put it in 1P and you're looking at this rocket launcher, all you really had was like this broad side, which is just a plane. So whenever light hits it, it's pretty flat. So I needed to come in here and add a couple little like doodads and things to kind of make the 1P stand out a little bit more and break up the surface.
Sure.
So you'll have to do that sometimes. Like you'll just have to kind of problem solve on the fly.
That's a really beautiful piece.
It's almost, it looks like a film camera on steroids, with the exception of having the destructive qualities of the Eye of Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like that old camera lens, like little hood here,
I see you.
Goodbye.
It harkens back to that one moment in Metal Gear Solid where you have to like use the Nikita rocket launcher to knock out of the sky the. Oh God, I forget what it's called now. It's a type of helicopter. It was a military helicopter.
Dylan.
Anyway, carrying on.
Dylan, I really appreciate what you just shared and everything, and the ability to share material with us.
Of course, yeah.
That would be awesome.
We'll talk. We'll talk, but thanks for having us.
You had Paul Gabriel at Hello when you start showing him some hard surface modeling techniques. He's glued to the television side.
Well, they asked for it, and guess what?
We gave it to her.
Sherilyn's back. She's back. She's back, people. We're bringing her back.
Restore the feed.
I hear, Sherilyn, you got something else you just have to show.
Hold on a second.
You have to show.
Honored to be back, honestly.
From the Northwest.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to Alex.
Had to like silence me. I was giving away too many tips.
Yes, let's go. Dylan, thank you, man. That was awesome. Don't worry, we'll bring Dylan back too.
Thank you, Dylan. Dylan got rolled under the rug. Get rid of that guy.
All right, let's bring Cheryl in. Let's do it. Let's see what you got. You got one more thing you wanted to share, everybody.
All right, literally, it's just.
Take it away from the Pacific Northwest. Here we go.
Oh, is my screen not sharing?
Not yet. We see you.
We see your face.
You look great.
That's cool.
There we go.
Aha.
There we go. Now we
Just
see
where
you.
we
Hit
left
that little hide
My
button.
screen?
Yep. Hit that little hide there so you don't show.
All right. Let me just show you really quick. This was it. This is all I wanted to show is like one more thing you can do with like masks and pinning in session. I emphasize the masking because I feel like in Marvelous, that's what I really appreciated the most is like the ability to pin something in space and allow the fabric to drape. And
Are you moving around right now? Are you moving around in ZBrush right now?
I am. Can you see it?
Nope.
It's frozen.
Nope, it's frozen.
Sweet. That's really cool.
It looks good. It looks good.
It's a very nice static image. That
Let's try it one more time. Then we'll have
Did
to
you
bring
see
out.
that?
Try it
The
again.
wind blew so fast it stopped it dead in its tracks.
Okay. Apparently they're working on it. Well,
should fix it.
Complications of being live, as always.
From an undisclosed location in the Northwest.
How is this?
Let's see.
How is this?
Let's
We're
see what
seeing
you
your face right now.
You see it?
1 second. They're gonna.
We're looking at you,
they
looking
haven't
at
put
us.
your screen up yet.
Looking at you, looking at your screen.
It's just us.
Looking at me,
right now.
looking at, now you're smiling. There you go. We're still smiling.
I feel like I should be doing this. How are we doing back there?
That same link?
No, you're still, it's just you and us.
No,
on the
it's just you and
screens
us
now.
right
There
now.
is no ZBrush. It's only the people on the cameras. Anything can happen live, and it usually does. TB in the background having a chuckle. What can you do?
Can you see it now?
No, you're still there smiling at us.
Hey.
There you are.
Maybe this is just not meant to be known.
This is one of those things.
The
that you'll have to
cliffhanger.
hold. They call that vesting for later or holding close to the chest where I come from.
Houston, we have a problem.
I thought what you were doing before was really cool, though. If it's of any consequence.
Well, basically, all I was going to show is I was going to take the cape and I was going to pin the two spots in space on the left and right side.
Yeah, here, like
run the
this.
simulation, and it was going to create like a draping fold in the middle.
You want us to do it, Paul? Pull my jacket. Look, like this. Pull the jacket.
This is taking demos to a
Hold the
whole nother
jacket.
level here. This is taking demos
Exactly,
to a whole
that's what I
nother
was
level.
trying to
What you were
show.
trying to do. You were trying to pin it down.
I didn't even need to show it. I think you guys just did it.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll try again.
Well, I mean, if we can end up getting it going, that was just the essentials. It was just pinning the two sides, running a gravity on it, and it would basically drape in the middle, and then just like pushing that up onto the shoulders and kind of tucking it under, and it essentially would create a cape. Hopefully, the things I showed you so far would kind of illustrate how that would go.
They were over the top. What you did was you hit a grand slam. You were going for the fourth one. I think you did 3 before that. Hitting the fourth would have been 4
You're
runs
like,
right there.
Man, well, I'm really glad you guys found some value in the ones I was able to show. And
You better
I think
believe it.
that I hopefully displayed some of the more powerful aspects of it. And I'm fairly new to using cloth dynamics myself, but I'm really curious to see how much further I can push this and to see if it's, something I can use more functionally than Marvelous.
Yeah.
Something tells me a lot of people are going to be rewatching this part of the stream, to be honest with you, because it is quite useful and quite valuable. You guys have really, this has been a cavalcade and an extravaganza of information overload in some cases. I have to
I
watch
hope it wasn't too much. I'm really glad it was helpful.
No,
it was amazing. They've loved so far what you and Dylan have shown. I can't wait to bring Alex.
It's
too.
Alex.
I think that's great stuff. I don't know if he wants to just go ahead and roll with it.
I think we bring up Alex Velasquez if we can now. Can we cue the Alex Velasquez feed? There he is, Alex Velasquez from a lovely looking wooden cabin somewhere remote. I love it.
How's it going, Alex?
Yeah, it's up on Tiger Mountain up here in Issaquah. Good.
Wow, Tiger Mountain. It sounds so exotic.
Look at those lights. Look, you got the festiveness happening within the back and the lights.
It's ready for the season.
This
Look
is
at
beautiful.
This guy. It's
This is
beginning.
beautiful.
I'll stop right there because they'll give us the.
I know you're seeing the guitars, Louis. Let's let Alex go.
All right, go for it. Never mind the
we'll
Federer
take a look at Alex's screen and up next. This
Okay,
is
so
yeah.
It's going to be hard to follow that, but I was supposed to go first and saw a lot of order.
That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Let's go ahead and pull up my.
There it is.
We see your screen right now. We're seeing your ZBrush.
Very ornate.
There's also
There we
a
go. Now we got your
slight
PowerPoint.
lag.
Yep,
in
we got
the
your
audio,
PowerPoint.
so
Okay.
we're
Once again, if you're tuning in late, you're seeing the Destiny.
all right. So I'm not going to do some of this. That's the lag.
Yep, go ahead, take it away, Alex.
Okay. All right. So here we go. I'm here with Sherilyn and Dylan, obviously. My share of the talk is going to be the Lucent Hive combatants. The character you see here, this is a Hive Lightbearer, one of the new combatants we created for Witch Queen. I'm going to go through this guy in ZBrush, kind of subtool by subtool. I'm going to show you some just glorified screenshots. And from there, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the problem spaces we had in developing these guys and how ZBrush helped overcome that.
Alex, do you have the stream on your side too?
Yeah, should I shut that?
Yeah, you probably want to shut that down.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Make your life a lot.
Just the stream, not the rest of it, just only if you're watching the stream. All right.
Okay, so the link I'm watching the screen, let me make sure I get the right one here. So,
I really like your wooden background. Not gonna lie.
Yep, we're good.
It's really
Go ahead.
warm. I like it a lot. If I'm ever up your way, I'll stop in and say hello.
So these are the Hive. They're anytime, Louie.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I thought you were talking to your computer.
So these are the Hive. They're kind of a gothic horror zombie race. I'm going to take my headset off because there's it's kind of messing me up. But there's 5 main combatant units: the Wizard, the Acolyte, the Thrall, the Ogre, and the Knight. And these are going to comprise the Hive faction. For the Witch Queen, we're going to introduce 3 new characters. That's going to be these guys here at the top.
We're only seeing your Lucid Hive combatants, the very first slide.
So wait, say that again?
We're only seeing your very first slide.
It's not updating. All right, let's jump into ZBrush then. Screw the slides.
Yeah, we're not seeing ZBrush. We're still only seeing there's something going on your side.
No, we're not. There you are, and there's your slideshow.
Yeah, we only see
No
your
ZBrush.
very first slide of your slideshow. Oh,
there it is.
There it is. Now we've got your ZBrush.
If we close that down. Okay, so that doesn't play well with our equipment, I guess. All right, so this is our Hive Acolyte Lightbearer.
Yep.
Wow, this is really okay. So the first thing that we're going to do when we create these combatants is we're going to build on top of the existing stuff, right? So I can't show you the concepts, but this is what the D1 faction looks like. Okay. So my job when I first come in is I'm going to kind of break down this task. We're going to create 3 new. This is really distracting. We're going to create 3 new units on top of the faction here. So we break down this into. We're going to look at the Knight and the Acolyte here, and these guys are going to share a body. We're going to look at these 2 characters here, and these 2 characters also share a body. So we're going to go through this, and we're going to kind of remove any symmetry and anything that doesn't need to be resculpted, and we're going to kind of end up with something like this. These are about 72 different objects, base bodies and armor pieces. And these being Hive characters, they're made mostly of bone and chitin. So it's going to be real it's going to be real easy to use ZBrush's automated procedural techniques to kind of generate this detail. It's not hard surface, so I don't have to be exact with it. It just kind of has to look like bone. So when I look at this, 72 models for the Witch Queen, and then building 3 new characters on top of that, that's going to be my workload. In addition to creating some ghosts. I'll show what that. Make sure I load that up in a second here. But let me load up the final model here. This is the, like I said, the Acolyte.
Very nice.
Looking good.
The first thing I do is bring in a kind of skeleton reference. This is what we use for animation.
So is this a guide for the animation that you're using, or this is the actual replicating what the bones will be in the when you're animating it?
This is an exact. Yeah, this is what the animators will use to animate the character off of. I just took it in Maya, swapped it out with geometry, and brought it in using GoZ. And that's going to be a really important guide for me as I start resculpting these characters. I want to stay within the threshold. Because the last thing I want to do is have a really cool character that gets approved, and then I have to fit it back onto a rig and start mushing it. So.
That's a good thought. Even making a skeleton with that piece helps you.
We've seen a few skeletons today. It's just making me rethink some things. How about you?
Starting from scratch with a skeleton?
Seems to be the pro choice.
Yeah.
So I've done that actually. Do that. So when you're working on a live service game like this, you're creating all these races, and it's really good to have the I noticed there's a trend in the discussions today about physiology and being accurate, and that's one of the things that I did even with. When I worked on the Cabal, I used Ryan Kingsland's skeleton and just kind of put that inside of a Cabal unit and stretched it out to create the anatomy of that character. And it's really important for these guys too, even though they're aliens and they're kind of insect zombie clams, it's important to think about the physiology and kind of plan it out. That's one of the things I did here. Before I started, I kind of looked at these assets and I broke them down into what's tendon, what's hard surface, what's fleshy. Since a lot of this anatomy is made up, we're trying to create your own rules that you adhere to is really important. So here I'll break this down into flows and edges that I want to maintain as I resculpt the character. I'm also going to reference existing stuff. So like Oryx is a cinematic character we had. So I'm going to pull in some of these design elements here. So I end up with something like this. This is a base body. And as I showed you before, this is for this character here. We're going to build the armor for the trooper and the knight on top of this base body.
A creepy little face right there for a second.
So here we go. I'm going to zoom in on something like this.
Look at that guy.
So this is the first piece. I'll take that low poly and I'll start sculpting on it. Once I get to a really good kind of moving on place, I'll start breaking him off into different sub objects, so I could refine each of these sub objects at a higher fidelity. And I could show you a little bit about that process here. So this is a rough sculpt. This is where I kind of hit all my landmarks. I'm gonna right. So now I'm gonna start breaking this guy apart. He has topology. This is ZBrush topology. But it's pretty gnarly in a couple of spots, and so I want to clean this up. This is how I handle reprojects. It's a little bit different than I've seen other people do it, and maybe Paul, you might have something that you can add to this.
Sure. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask off an area. I'm going to delete everything else. I'm going to divide it once so I have 2 subdivision levels. And the reason why I want that is because when I hit this freeze dubs, when I hit the freeze subdivision level here, it's going to store that morph target, and it's going to move down 1 notch, right? So here we go. So frozen subdivision level, and then I'm going to do some polygroups here. ZBrush polygroups. I assigned some polygroups here. This is, use the lasso tool or use the slice tool, or you could create your polygroups any which way. This is ZBrush. I capped the hole in the back here. So now when I cap the hole, what's going to happen is there was no previous geometry back here in the frozen subdivision level. So all this is going to fail, right? I mean, all this will not project anything, right? So then I'm gonna group loop it here to give myself that extra loop. Then I'm going to divide it several times. I'm going to divide it. I'm thinking when I hit the free subdivision levels, it's going to divide it once. So I'm going to want to go up to like about 4 spots and then divide 1 more time. I'm going to hit the store morph target there. And when I unfreeze it, it's going to mask off everywhere that was that hit, and then it's going to unmask all the areas that missed. So because we stored that morph target just a second ago, we could come in here with the morph brush and we could fix all this. Fix all these little areas here that missed, and then just reconstruct down your subdivision level. So that's how I do reprojects. It gives me that morph so I can go in there and fix any of these kind of broken areas.
That's looking.
If I just went down to the first subdivision levels, those things would be all over the place, and it'd be a little bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, really cool.
So from here, my next step is, since I have a subdivision levels, I might as well go ahead and apply some UV map. And then come into displacement map, and I'm going to hit this create displacement map. So I created my topology. I unwrapped it. I created a displacement map. I'm going to go up to level 5 again. Now I'm going to apply it. Let's turn the texture off. It's going to give you something like this, right? we could adjust this. So you could adjust this up or down. One of the things that I find is I tend to sculpt very soft, and and when I'm doing 3D prints, or if I'm doing a normal bake, they kind of don't read as well. So sorry. So I use this displacement to kind of just like pump it up a little bit. You could also use contrast in here. They do a little bit of a different thing.
So you're taking the sculpt original and a displacement map and then applying it.
So that's how I end up with something like this.
That's really powerful stuff, taking advantage of that displacement map and pushing things further, right?
Yeah.
Not to get into any more additional tips and tricks for 3D printing, but I do that for 3D prints sometimes.
So the displacement map is also...
Look at all those vertebrae. Creepy.
Really good for when you don't have like Dylan just talked about a little while ago. Sometimes we don't have the assets, and for these guys, these were also created in ZBrush about, I'd say, 10 years ago, right? So their assets are in various states of existence. So what I want to do is I want to take these low poly meshes, and I'm just going to use that same displacement technique to reproject some of that detail on. So we have the source assets, the normal maps. So this is one of the normal maps. We're going to go ahead and use something like Substance Painter to just like convert it into a displacement. And then we're just going to apply that displacement to our model.
Very nice. Looking good.
So you're converting your normals into
So that's going to get me to parity with D1. So now we want to do a little bit different on these guys. We want to sculpt these a little bit better, and we want to add this kind of fractal language that we call it, right? So in order to do that, I'm going to create a brush. I'll show you some of those brushes.
Why he's doing that? You're doing that for continuity's sake, right? So you have that starting point and it's still in line with the rest of the franchise, and then you depart from there, right?
4, 6. So I'm going to take this this model, and I created a brush here. Now, let me show you what it looks like on this up here. This is an insert mesh brush with a, I think if we come in here, geometry, we can do, convert it to geo, right? Modify topology from brush, mesh from brush. So this, yeah. So this is what that brush looks like. And we're going to use this to stroke on top of this armor. We're going to do additive, and we're also going to do subtractive. All right, so the top one is additive and the bottom one is subtractive, and we're using live Boolean here to create this. All right, so this is the basic of the basis of the look for these Lucent Hive. It's going to be these spikes with these kind of cuts inside. Now, this is not something that I could have made in any other application quickly. So, for example, this night helmet that I worked on here. It starts off with a really simple shape, and I'm going to use the insert mesh brush to create to create an additive fractal spike look. And then I'm going to create some negatives from there. And then I end up, once I get a Boolean, so it looks like that. So, I mean, that it looks pretty, it's pretty intricate. It's pretty,
That's pretty cool. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
pretty hard to think of how I would have made this otherwise.
Yeah.
I wish I had it in advance. I would have wore it here today on the stage.
So this is a helmet. Let me show you what the helmet looks like on the guy.
Look at that guy. Look how creepy that guy is. I love it.
So, yeah, you know, we talked a lot about teeth. I'll talk a little. I'll show my teeth. I don't have to go as detailed as some of the earlier presenters because.
No, Alex, you're doing great. I'm just proud that you were watching.
This is going to be baked down to game res mesh. So, but I do.
We're just proud that you were watching the earlier feed.
Pay attention to the teeth. Oh, I've been watching everything since the sculpt off. Yeah.
Thanks for the support.
Okay, so that's what the head. So this is what that guy looks like. This is just a lot of render booleans and insert mesh brush.
As one spiky dude.
You like gremlins, don't you?
Ah, well, you can't go wrong.
I knew you were going there. I knew it. Kidding me?
That's an awesome looking piece, Alex.
I'm telling you, man, I'd wear that to the studio here if I had it.
Thank you.
Look at that. That's incredible. Shoulder pads, too.
Let me just jump back to this guy.
What do you think? I've been doing my push-ups. You think that would look good on me?
So.
I'm about to burst out this jacket right here.
Where do we go from here? Right.
Got a 2-minute warning here for you, Alex.
So then so once we have the base body, we're going to go ahead and create the faction. Oh, what is this? Get away. There we go. So this is one version of the character, kind of like the low-level version. The faction unit. That's the knight. There's also another knight, this knight. Yeah, so all of these are built on top of the same body and they're all layered on top of each other. So one of the important things is to do when I'm stroking these insert mesh brushes is paying attention to the underlying flow and form of the model. You know, like I don't want these shapes to kind of clash into each other, and it's a little difficult when you're working on like 6 characters at the same time. You know, they're all built on top of each other. So that's that. What else do I have? I don't have the clock anymore. So.
Oh, yeah. They've given us the spinning wheel of death from behind the cameras. It's time to wrap it up, Alex. We really appreciated this demonstration. It looks really, really tight, really nice. Did you have fun?
I'm sorry about all the technical difficulties. It would have.
Stop right there. Don't say that. That's unnecessary.
Don't worry about it.
The whole community is tapping like on their keyboard somewhere across the globe from from the West Coast to the East Coast, around the world. I'm sure people have really taken a lot of value from this presentation. Paul Gabriel still smiling ear to ear. He got his hard surface.
Listen, the chat was loving this whole presentation, by the way, from you guys. Bungie's one of the favorites already.
We had everything.
The way you guys were talking, the way you guys were walking through the features and showing them, they really loved it. So thank you for taking
cloaks, scarves, cloths,
sure,
rocket launchers, the eyes of tomorrow, tomorrow's never coming, and finally with some really spiky stuff that I would wear any day on a Friday night is the type of thing you show up to the club with. That is going to wrap it up for the Bungie team. I want to thank Alex Velasquez, Sherilyn Lima, and Dylan Mellett. I hope I said that correctly, Dylan. And
yep, thanks for having us.
Couldn't be more happy to have you. We're giving you a big wave and a smile. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Paul Gabriel, it continues day 2 for the ZBrush Summit.
Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you taking time out of your day. Bye.
Take care. We'll see you again.
Take care.
You feeling good or what?
I'm feeling great.
Give it away. Give it away now.
Give it away. Give it away. Give it away now.
Not too much. We'll get taken off.
Yeah, that's it. You gotta,
more than one line.
Cut off right there.
Yeah, YouTube is watching.
So we got to do some giveaways as always after presentations. But I'm going to start with something, the all-access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshops.
Eric Keller.
Eric Keller and Mr. Thomas Wittelbach. Thomas Wittelbach, the founder.
Yes.
So this is another one of these. Who you're going to learn from is going to be pretty awesome. So you're going to learn a lot of information. Let me grab the person. There we go. And we've got ourselves a Paul. But
that should be
Paul, it should be. It should be, thanks. Laskowski.
Laskowski, here we go. Paul Laskowski.
I'm going to put that again in both chats.
Winner, winner.
You are the winner. So we'll put that in there as well for you. And let's keep going. Let's keep getting some stuff here.
Your favorite thing to do during the ZBrush Summit is give stuff away, Paul Gabriel.
I don't know if it's my favorite thing to do, but I'm enjoying it, that's for sure.
Even the camera operators are having a chuckle.
I'm not saying
Even
no to giveaway.
the camera operators are having a chuckle at this time.
I'm not even saying it. Let's do.
Keep it rolling.
All right. All the pressure you're putting on me for these. All right. Let's do another of the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course, the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. Let's draw one of those winners. Let's see who the winner of this is. And the winner is Doug Bowman. Doug Bowman. You are the winner of what the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. From
Remember the Bowman hockey cards when you were a kid?
Yes, of course I do. What are you saying?
You're giving away more stuff now?
Okay, yeah. I got a couple more things to give away. Let me find something else in here. Let's see. Let's do one of these. All right. Let's make that full screen. Okay, we got a 10-week course from Noman.
Scheiße.
10-week course from Noman. This is an online course.
Brother, that's like digital gold right there.
So the winner is Nelson Rosa Jr. Nelson Rosa Jr.
Rosa.
You are the winner. Let me put that in the chats. So we got them in both chats there. Let's do one more here.
Feeling lucky.
One more. I'm feeling good about this. Let's do. All right, let's go ahead and let's stick within the Noman family. Let's do a 1-year subscription to the Noman Workshop. Again, that's a 1-year subscription.
What do you got, like a Noman fetish right now? What's going on over here?
Well, yeah, they gave us a lot to give to everybody. All right, Emmanuel. Let's see, you are the winner. Emmanuel, here you go. Oberiri. Totally, see, Ian's here now. I told you, you didn't have anything on this until I started doing giveaways. Right, so there you have it. Some more giveaways for all of you. We've got another presentation coming up. Love, Death, and Robots is coming to you soon with Mr. Damien Candelet. But I'd also like to first say a special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dell Technologies and NVIDIA. Thank you for being our platinum sponsors for this year's ZBrush Summit. And all of our sponsors, of course, being able to give us these giveaways for you too. It's been a already. We're only on day 2 right now.
Dell's celebrating its 25th anniversary.
It is celebrating.
Don't forget.
Anniversary. Good call out, my good friend.
Silver.
My companion.
Silver and
all right.
Stop right there.
On the example here. So we're going to be right back. We're going to have Damien Candelet, the founder of the Damien Standard Brush. We're going to be getting into the Love, Death, and Robots. We'll be seeing you really soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay buckled up in your seat. Keep those keyboards ready. Bye. Woo.
drop.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Live from the Mobian stage in sunny Burbank. I've said it before, I'll say it again. What a time to be alive. Paul Gabory. I'm Louis Tucci here on behalf of Maxon ZBrush with our 2022 ZBrush Summit. I got Paul Gabory to my left. Paul, the presentations today have had one thing in common. They've been electric and eclectic. How are you feeling?
And that's a moment with Louis. Okay.
Get your little tag thing?
Yeah, I'm going to make one. I swear, probably it's going to happen.
What was the highlight for you, the last one we just saw?
Highlights. Listen, I thought they all did a great job, all three of them. I thought, I know a lot of the people in the chat really enjoyed the breaking down of how they were doing stuff. So I think that was the highlight overall, how they broke down what they were working on.
Very succinct.
So people could really understand how they were using ZBrush for their particular workflow in their pipeline.
You know, speaking of workflows, one thing that I can say with great certainty is that the next guest has changed and transformed many a workflow across the globe. You're nodding yes with this at this point, yes? Paul is nodding emphatically yes. The next up, we're going to be bringing to our stage a guy who has had an impact on your work, whether or not you know him or not. Damien Canderley has dubiously created the damn standard brush, and I think we can all thank him very, very much from the bottom of our hearts. He's going to be joining us here on the Mobian stage, and I know that there's a Damien standard 2, which is a damn standard 2. What's better than damn 1?
Now you can ask him. He's here. You're going to be able, it's like walk 'em, whack 'em.
We're going to do it.
Some people.
So without further ado, let's run the tape and bring him online with myself and Paul Gabory here at the ZBrush Summit 2022. Stay tuned and sit tight. We're going to bring him on the stage. Enchanté, monsieur. Here we go. Welcome to the stage again. How are you?
Stage.
I'm fine.
How are you?
Great.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm scared, as always. It's always difficult to make presentation like that, but
nothing to be afraid of.
So glad to be here.
Okay, so the first question, obviously.
Go ahead. You've been waiting, he's been waiting since yesterday for this.
A lot of people want to know, it's damn standard, right?
Or Dame standard?
Dame standard, Dame.
What do you prefer?
Dame, how do you want to say it?
Dame standard's fine.
Dame standard. Okay, so now we know.
Dame standard.
Dame standard. Damien.
I always say his full name. I said the Damien. I always say the Damien.
I call it Dam because Dam. So many people use it.
Say Damien because it's not writing in the name.
I know. That's probably my fault. I'm not gonna lie. That's probably my fault because I usually do say your name when I highlight that brush.
Oh, okay.
I let people know, hey, this is made by Damien Canderley, who made this brush. It's one of the most popular brushes in ZBrush. It also helps me show people, look, you can make a custom brush, and you never know.
Good point.
Right?
There's so many great brush you can find online. It's crazy.
But you also added to the collection of Dame 1. You've got Dame 2.
Yeah, exactly. Not many people used it because it's a bit different. It's not as broad on the usage, but it's very useful. Maybe I can show it later today.
Yeah, well, I hope so. And you've been busy. You've been a busy guy. You've been working with, obviously, historically, you worked with Blur, but now more recently with Netflix and Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah, actually, I'm still working at Blur for this show, but yes.
Yeah, so it's a conjunction of that. It sees you expanding the horizons and doing some more animation-based type work.
And you've worked on all the seasons, right? You've done all the seasons of
I worked on both, yes.
Yeah.
The first, second, and third.
Yeah.
And hopefully the fourth.
Well, listen, I just
pretty popular. I see them continuing it on. It's one of their popular
incredible
for sure.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah. What I think it is the different shows. I think why people really like it. It's a different.
It's very different. Yes. I'm going to speak a bit about it in my presentation, but yes, it's. I think what is very great with this project, it's every episode is different.
Yeah.
Every episode has its own style, its own story, and you can enjoy it. You can't, or sometimes you won't, but in the end you have a lot of stuff to see and very different stuff, and it's what I like on this show.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's that dynamic quality to the work that is allows a lot of people to get into different styles and be exposed to different things. But without further ado, I want to thank you on behalf of everybody on our team for your contributions through the years and for participating again with us here at the ZBrush Summit 2022. I say hand off the conch to you and take it away and show us a little bit about what you came to talk about.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
So first, I want also to thank you to have me again on the presentation. It's an honor for me to be here. So I hope this presentation will be useful for two people. what I'm going to show you, wait, where is it? Today.
And once again, people, I'll be monitoring the chat, throwing questions where I can to Damien.
Yeah, don't hesitate to participate. We're here with you live until the end.
Yeah, feel free to ask questions during the presentation. And so, Paul, I'm sure you will do it fine.
Don't
ask me anything. So, Love, Death, and Robot. What is Love, Death, and Robot? Basically, it's an animated series on Netflix. As we told just before, it's a different episode with each episode has its own story. And what is very interesting is that each episode also has its own style. The main project was created by Tim Miller. Tim Miller is the man who created Blur Studio a few years ago. And if you don't know Blur Studio, basically it's a studio that was created at first mainly to create some cinematic and game trailer in the video game industry. And over the years, we're starting to produce more content creation like Netflix, and also working on some movie like Deadpool or Terminator, last Terminator. Maybe we can play the trailer of Love, Death,
Absolutely, that would be great. We can definitely play the trailer.
I don't know if it's really...
Bobby, hit the music.
If it's not, I will play it on my side.
Yeah, let's see in the back. Do we have the ability to play the video from you guys in the back?
People in the control truck. We got them.
Control truck.
Yeah, we got the. Let's get.
Okay, they're going to play it for us.
If you awaken from this illusion, and you understand that black implies white, life implies death, you can feel yourself not as a stranger in the world, but you can begin to feel your own existence. What you are basically is the fabric and structure of existence itself. The universe is a celebration. This is a fireworks show to celebrate that existence is. Everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality. Only you're pretending you're not. Wow-wee.
Yeah, we're not very loud.
No, that was a golf clap if I ever saw one.
It's great.
We really need a little fake clap button.
Yes, yay!
Yeah.
A little
Would be
golf
great.
clap for you.
Well, so everyone clap, okay.
It's just two guys here.
Okay. So my role on Love, Death, and Robot, or my part, I was very lucky to be able to work on 6 different episodes. On the main season, on the first season, I mean, I worked on Sunny's Edge and also a bit on Shapeshifter.
On that one.
On the second one, I work on Pop Squad, mostly this one, and on Life Hutch. And on the last one, I work a bit on Swarm, but mostly on Bad Traveling on the characters. It's what I'm going to show you in a bit.
Louis, isn't that your favorite film? Didn't you say
Just
I can't wait.
Before I'm going to Bad Traveling, the first episode I worked on Love, Death, and Robot, actually it was one of my favorite because I really like the style and stuff like that. But what was very important on this episode, it's basically the episode where I started to create this workflow I'm going to present to you today.
Very nice.
So
we like
this one is very stylized. The one the Bad Traveling is a bit more realistic, a bit more dark also in the style, but the process is pretty much the same. So about traveling, just to give a few info about the context, it's the episode where a crew on a ship get attacked by a huge crab monster, and this crab taking home inside the ship, and we follow the story where the crew member try to survive this crab. It's a kind of a very dark story. It was directed by David Fincher, which also is why it's kind of darker, and it was really great because there really a vision on the story. When you have a good director, it's not just trying to do some images on animated, there's really a vision on the full project. And I think it's also why this episode is working so great. Basically, what I'm going to show you today, it's my workflow for this phase. References, I will talk first about references because I think this is something very important. And most of the time, people don't spend enough time on this part of the project. Then I will move to ZBrush, speaking about the first step, the blocking step. The blocking, for me, it's the most important step because basically it's just trying to get the main shape, the overall proportion and stuff like that, but not going into details at this stage. Why it is very important? It's because if you don't have good blocking at this stage, whatever you are going to do after that, it doesn't matter. Your character won't work because the main element of the details of the proportion and stuff like that won't be there.
So glad to hear you say that. This has been the message all day long. From the very beginning, we were talking about anatomical construction and physiological makeup and the power and dexterity it can provide for design.
Yeah, I guess it's a very basic notion, but most of the time when you see stuff on the internet, you see that people are liking this type. And it's too bad because you see some great modeling, great stuff, the rendering is awesome, but since the main shape, the main blocking wasn't done correctly, it's not the very top of the...
Yeah, and your guy looks like, if we call him back up on the screen there, we have your model that you have as a reference here as you're speaking about it, looks like a prize fighter from the 1920s and 30s in boxing.
Yes, exactly. Right. So second stage is the secondary shapes. So basically it's just adding more details, a bit finer. I will also speak about topology and stuff like that. And finally the tertiary shape and fine details. It's what really gives some really fine wrinkles, some grain and stuff like that. So maybe I can show you the DAM standard 2 in this case.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
It would be a joy.
And if I got some time, maybe a bit about polypaint. Okay, so just before moving to ZBrush, I spoke about references.
Oh, look at this.
Why it is very important. The way I'm working when using references, I'm using PureRef. If you don't know this soft, it's very awesome. You can get it for free, but feel free to donate or contribute to the project because for references, it's the best software.
Say the name one more time.
PureRef. I'm not sure I'm the right. You should pray.
PureRef.
PureRef's very popular.
PureRef is a very popular format.
Very popular.
Basically, you can grab and drop images from everywhere into a single file, and you can organize everything. So I won't do the promotion of this, but it's awesome. So basically, what I'm doing is putting all my references. So this is a concept art I got from Blur to start working on my character. So concept for the full body, concept for the head. So here I put all the concepts of all the crew members in order to always have in mind what will be the full cast. Because if I'm starting working on only this face, and somebody is working on only another one, and you don't see all the face all together, you can start to go into one direction, another person go into another direction, and at the end, when you're putting everyone together, it won't work well.
They won't look like they've been on the same ship.
Yeah, exactly. So it's why I like to get reference of all the characters of the show. And after that, it's just mainly putting together a reference from different aspects of the character. For instance, here, It's references for the clothes. Same here for the jacket and stuff like that. Here, more important, it's about the body and the face. So trying to find some nice references for the body.
Hey, it's Iggy Pop.
Yes, we knew that the body of Turin, which is here, was kind of very tall but very skinny, even if the proportions are stylized. We wanted to go for a realistic look at the end. So I think Iggy Pop kind of is a good match for this kind of character.
Yeah, it's a good model for anything, Iggy Pop.
Yeah.
In many ways, you know.
For anatomic, it's perfect.
I want to be a dog.
Yes, and yeah, basically that's it. I had another one for specific faces, but I forget to bring it today, so.
Admit nothing, Damien, admit nothing.
Okay, so.
Not here by omission.
So that's it for the reference, but I can't stress it enough. References are very, very important. Don't start a project without good references.
Let's pause there and tell the people at home again, don't start anything without reference. You're only as good as your reference. Paul Gabriel is nodding yes and grinning ear to ear again, giving a nod of approval. It is.
Then I think it puts your mindset into the piece that you're making.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like,
you know what I say?
I go over the board sometimes, honestly, with my references.
You know what I say?
Yeah.
I tell the students all the time, I say, it's like asking yourself, I want to go to the store. Which store do you want to go to? If I just tell you I want to go to the store, we'd be driving around all day looking for nothing. Let's know where we're going to go. Right back over to you.
Exactly. So, first step.
And that's a moment with Louis, is what that was right there, Dan. Welcome to it.
You got to know which store you're going to. This store, in this case, we're going into ZBrush. Take it away.
Let's go.
This is your custom UI.
Oh, yes. And actually, you don't see everything because this screen for the streaming is a lot smaller than mine. Basically, I have all kind of stuff everywhere. Yeah. Same here. I have more stuff here, and same if I'm...
I like you're going with the old school gray from ZBrush 2.0. It's
maybe because I'm so old myself, and
I'm not that young. Look, it's reminding me of that. It's reminding me of the old ZBrush.
Let's not age ourselves here, people. Let's not age ourselves.
The ridge.
Yeah.
Holding on to my youth, one lock at a time.
Okay, let's go. So just before starting, I will show you some tips when I'm working on this stage. So as I said, this stage is just making the blocking of the character, or the character, it will be red, with very simple shapes and not going into details. In order to manage to not going into details, I will work with very low resolution. So I will start whatever, with a sphere, with a cylinder or whatever. It don't really matter. I will just smooth it a bit with subdivision, and pretty much right away I will go to Dynamesh. And okay, and this is not enough, but I won't go very, very high in resolution. Oops. What happened?
Is that switching to Dynamesh?
For some reason, no.
Try loading that cylinder again, just.
I will try again. Up.
Yep.
No, it. Oh my.
Oh, there it is. You're in Dynamesh mode now.
Oh, yes. Okay. So, as I said, I don't want to go into crazy resolution. Up. Okay, maybe something like that. Because if I have too much resolution, first, I will go to details too quickly. And second, I will lose focus on the main shapes. So it's why I don't want to go very high resolution. So that is the first important stuff. I will go symmetry. And I will basically start sculpting my character. So for this stage, I'm basically using clay build-up, smoothing, and move tool also quite a lot.
How about the Dame standard brush?
Not that much at this stage, but yes, sometimes yes I do when I want to do some.
You've been waiting for that one for a while.
Oh, that was locked and loaded right when you walked in the building, brother.
Just increase the strength.
That's a classic approach you have. You know, I really wanted to tell you that. I always like watching your work.
Yeah, it's why when I'm working on this kind of project, actually I never start, because we have a base mail head at Blur, and most studio also have some base topology to use. But I don't start from that because I find that when you're starting from a head that is already kind of shaped, you kind of lock on this head. The proportions, the size of the eyes, the mouth, the ear, everything. It's hard to get away from this.
It's preconceived, right?
Yes, it's why I think it's better to start from nothing.
Same, me too. Use a sphere.
So, okay, like this. So it's very basic. It's just sculpting, trying to get the shapes and everything together. I won't spend a lot of time on this kind of stuff because it's. I find it really. I enjoy this part of the process because it's where it's really start from nothing and you bring your character to life. But I'm not sure it's very interesting to watch for you. And actually, it's kind of very straightforward, so you won't learn much from this process. But I'm going to show you few tips, and this will be more useful for you. Just okay. So, few tips that I can give you when you're working on this process. First of all, what is very important, it's switching matte cap very often. Or if you're using basic material, what I have in my UI just here, it's the light. Because it's very important to be able to see your character with different lighting situation. Because if you're working only with one situation, it will look fine, it will look great, okay, you're happy with it, but as soon as you export your model into a render engine with correct lighting and everything, it won't look as good. If you make the process of trying to watch in different angle with the light, you can understand better the shapes and it will be better in the end. So this is basically my first tips for this
sound advice. You start that early. I'm amazed that you do that so early.
And another one, I'm a very, very, very big fan of the morph target. I'm using the morph target all the time. And especially at this stage, most people use the morph target, including myself, later in the process when you add the details and when you don't want the details everywhere, you can kind of erase the details with the morph brush. I will show also that soon.
Do you always start with a cylinder for a face? Or is that something you always do, is with a cylinder?
Sorry?
Do you always start with a cylinder when you're doing a face? Or?
Yeah, because it's always there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I think it doesn't matter because you move stuff on the...
Well played, monsieur. Well played.
So I'm going to use the morph target, as I said. So basically, I store my morph target. I will just smooth this, like that. Going for the ear. Up. Okay, so just working, let's say 10, 15 minutes on your character. Then it's when you can switch back to what you had before. And what I like in this process, you can see it's very early stage, so it's not so obvious, but sometimes when you're working too long on a character, you think you did something very awesome, and when you switch back to your previous version, you actually realize your previous version was better. Because when you too focus on your character, you just lose track of what you're doing and lose track on the shapes. And it's good sometimes to refresh your eyes. And I think the morph brush, morph target is the best way to refresh your eye. So the way I'm working, it's I put a hotkey on the switch. So I can easily just try to see if what I did is good or not. For instance, here, well, basically it was a very early project, so most of it is better, but I kind of like the shape of this part of the mouth.
The mandible.
So I will. Oops, I don't have my hotkeys, so that's okay. I will go back to the morph. Up. Okay. And I will just bring back this part of the model that I feel work much better. Okay, maybe a bit too high on this part. Yes, basically, that's the way I'm using the morph target at this stage. Another thing, I don't think many people know these tips. When I'm working on this stage, I'm usually working with, oops. Oh, it didn't escape. Okay. I'm usually working with clay tube. And what I like to do, kind of like a traditional clay, I also like to remove stuff, but sometimes I want to make some stuff planar. You can use the smooth brush, but I don't like the way the smooth brush works at this stage because basically it's smoothing, so it's great, but I don't want this. Wait, I think my keyboard, I don't have undo. Well, I'm going to work without undo. What I'm going to do instead of using the regular smooth, you can, when you hold the shift key to activate the smooth, you can actually pick another brush instead of the smooth brush. So the way I'm working, it's using a flattened one, and that way I can just add some clay tube, and at the same time I can flatten the shapes. And working that way, it allows me to get some very planar shapes quite easily. Like that, up, flatten. And I find that in the end, you can get some very sharp result, some very interesting result, much quicker than with a smooth. Okay.
You have very painterly quality to the way that you illustrate this, you know? It's very nice.
I like the, I would say the traditional feeling you can get with ZBrush.
Yeah, me too.
And it's also why I said I prefer to start from nothing, because I like this part of the process. For me, it's the most interesting part of the process. So if I'm starting from something that's already there, I'm feeling I'm missing something. Okay, so basically not very interesting, but it was to show you some tips. Last tips I can show you on this part of the process, when it's more related when you're looking to match some references. You can use the spotlight. Spotlight basically allow you to bring some images into that brush interface. And the way I'm using it, it's, where is the textures? I'm going to load my spotlight. Oops. So here. I think I switched the keyboard to. Oh yes, I switched to English keyboard. Oops. So The way I'm working, it's putting some references into my viewport, just turning down the opacity. It's a pretty regular workflow so far. But when I have that, also you can use this in combination with camera. Here, I will show you this. Yeah, so you can just put your face here. Up. You can store the camera. I will say side. You put this one here, oops, like that. Up. I will store another one front. Oops. And last one here. Up. And I will also store, I will call it third, doesn't matter. And now that I have all my cameras stored, I can still work here just like I want. Just try to improve my model, but I can always switch back to all my view. So it's kind of a nice setup to just trying to match your main proportions. In this case, this character. Up, trying to match the side. See how it's look in third view. Up, front, and so on, and so on. So I find it's very useful to use this kind of tools. And the last tool I'm using at this stage, it's actually not a tool. It's not. It's not made for this anyway. But it's the same. Always in the same workflow and mind flow. To work only on broad details and not going in broad shapes, not going into details. There are actually, you can half the size of the viewport. It's the anti-aliasing. And I'm using this actually to get my viewport smaller, and it's forced me to work only on the main shape. Because if I have my full viewport, I will often try to go into details like that. And it's not something I want to do at this stage. So if I have this like this, I won't be able to zoom as much on the screen. So it's why I like to use both of them.
So you're putting yourself kind of in a little box to just keep your focus where you need to be.
It's like when you do drawing, traditional drawing, what you can do from time to time, it's trying to blur your vision to get only the main shapes. Basically, it's kind of this idea, to see the model smaller in order to only see the main shapes.
I think it's great, yeah.
So basically, that's it for this stage. It's absolutely awful what I did. I'm kind of ashamed of this.
No, stop.
But it wasn't the point wasn't to do something very nice.
It's actually already starting to fit with the film. Like it's looking that direction.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You might not have been trying to do it, but it started looking like it was going to fit with the film.
Yeah,
I felt like it.
Yeah.
You're too kind.
Yeah. Oh, stop! Here we go.
So basically,
you pressed the button, and here we are.
Yes, you see,
just like that. One button.
Just switch the morph target, and
power of ZBrush.
So now I will say this is my first stage that I push a bit more, and I'm kind of happy with the overall proportion. It's now the time where I will need to go to the second stage, to start to go to secondary details, but also it's at this stage that I will need to get proper topology. Currently, it's something that is dynamic, and what I want now is to get to get this topology It's actually the topology we are using. I need this topology exactly because it's set up correctly with rigging animation, facial animation, blend shape, and all kind of stuff that we are going to reuse on this character to make the process of animating and everything faster.
This is the head used in studio.
Yes, exactly.
Right, across the whole pipeline.
Every studio got its own topology, own shapes, but basically this is the one we are using. So the way we're going to do this, I'm going to hide the hair because I don't need this. I'm going to add this one up, and I'm going to turn the ghost in order to see only my my good topology, and it will be a very simple process, just moving the topology pretty much at the right place. So there is some part that is always tricky. The ears are very tricky to do. So from this, sometime I won't do projection on the ear. The eyes also is very tricky. I will show you some tips I'm using on the eyes part. The mouth, trying to get close.
You're really trying to shove it all in there.
Oops.
Right?
I won't do the full process because I'm short on time, but basically that's the way I'm doing it. I'm going to go back to the smooth. I will store a morph target and I will project. Yes. So basically, sometime I will get this kind of artifact. It's because the distance of the morph target isn't high enough. So basically, I can tweak the distance, or the way I'm doing it most of the time, it's just using a clay brush to bring back the model closer to my reference. I will go back, okay. And it's kind of an iterative process. You start at the main place and just, here, I'm not actually good. Like this, project, smooth, project. Up, bring it back. Up. And since I'm working with the ghost for the other subtool, I can know just by looking at my model, if I have dark area, it's because my current model is under the model I'm going to project. If I don't have the dark part, it's because I'm over the model I want to project to. So it's easy to me to know if I have to just add or remove to push or I don't find my word, but I think you get the idea.
To match the underline, to match the surface.
Yes, exactly.
Form detail.
Like this, up. And now if I'm doing a project, it will be better. Up.
So is it poly painted red, or you got polygroup on right now? You have polyframe on. Do you have polyframe on now?
Yes, I have polyframe. Okay. Yes.
So that way you can see the red.
Yeah, I see the red, but also I see the why I'm doing actually. It's a good point. Why I'm doing with polyframe? It's because I want to see the topology. Because what I don't want to do is this kind of stuff.
Stretch it.
On the project, and I have something that I can't work with. I really want to have a nice flow in the topology. And okay, like this. So basically, this is the main process. So you have to do it to take time to go all over your model and make sure everything is working fine. We also have something that we call keyline at Blur, but I know other studios are working the same. Basically, it's a map, it's a 2D map that I'm going to show you here. Oops. Here, you can see this 2D map. It's a texture that gives you the main keys of the face, it's very important in order to be able to translate blend shape and morph target from one shape, from one head to the other, even if the heads are very different in size, proportion, style, or everything. So it's a very
important. Can you turn off the other subtools so they can see a good look at that map? The transparent, yeah, there you go. So they can see. So you're highlighting the major important movement, in essence, of a human face.
Yes, and it's very important. So you know that the lips will always be there.
It's also
the nose. It's very important not only for animation, but it's also very important if you want to make some maps or to share some maps from one character to the other. Because that way you know that the lips will always be correct on your maps. So you can share it very easily between characters.
Does it help to define the edge flow there too?
Actually, no, because the edge flow was defined before that.
Right, okay, good.
But what is important to bring it there, it's I know where I can put exactly my line. And I know that this line, I want it here.
That's a great tip. This is a fantastic tip. This day's just chock full of it.
Doing this for free here. I can't believe it. All you have to do is log in.
This is a bigger tip than you think, Damien. This is a fantastic idea for everybody.
So here, like that. And for the lips, for instance, so I didn't get very nice on the lips, on the projection, but basically it's just trying to find the right place, and then I can reproject it. I can smooth this from time to time, to make sure everything is working together, and reproject, and so on, and so on. Okay, as I said, I won't do the full character. I'm short on time, but hopefully you get the idea. Oops. And pretty much what you're going to get at the end of this process is a nice topology over your characters, and then you will be able to move further into the process. So I think I have this here, if I'm not, yes. So basically, this is what I'm going to get at the end. Or maybe not exactly this one, because I've sculpted a bit more on this one, but this is what I'm going to get. Just a quick tips on the eyes. The eyelid is always something that is tricky because it's very thin, and usually when you start to add details and stuff like that, you're losing that sharpness. You want a bit of sharpness on the eyelid, but most of the time when you're sculpting it, you're losing it. What you can use, what I'm using anyway, it's the smooth polygroup. By default, the smooth group, not smooth polygroup, the smooth group basically will smooth the transition between two subtool polygroup. Basically, if I'm doing, I don't have my hotkey. What is W?
Control W.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, but I'm in English on a French keyboard, so.
Invert it back to you on you. What hotkey are you looking for?
I think it's Control W.
Yeah, Control W.
But
it's not working for you? You were trying to group that piece that you're masking, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Control W.
But it's. I don't know how to switch to French.
Select with the Control Shift and just.
You just want to make a new polygroup?
Selection.
I would just go to Tool, Polygroup if the shortcut's not working, and Group Visible.
He meant to just make the mask part. He's trying to mask.
Okay.
He's trying to polygroup the mask part.
Groups by mask.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, it will be easier that way. The group, the smooth group, what it's going to do, is.
But you've got a spotlight on.
Shift
you
Z.
need to turn off you need to turn off the projection of spotlight. Shift Z.
Yeah. There you go.
Yes, this is going to do this. So it's very useful when you're working with eyelid because I can make some polygroup on my eyelid, and I can also make another one like this. this. Oh. Group visible. And now I can just go into subdivision. I will hide everything. And when I'm going to smooth, I will get some very sharp result. So this is very interesting to make sure you have some sharp stuff going on. And for the eyelid, it's very useful. That way, I'm sure to have some very nice sharp shapes. And when I'm done, when I've got my sharp shapes that I can move easily now, and then I will just go to regular smoothing and just smooth away all the very sharp angle. So,
man, that's cool. I'm glad I woke up this morning.
So you're using the poly groups in order to add stylistic
exactly.
Yep.
Because it's what I like with this.
Yeah.
Actually, it's also when you're doing this. If I'm taking only this with this one, it's an easy way to make it this very sharp, very smooth. You can also, if you want, just use the flatten on this part. And just with a smooth group, you will always keep this very sharp angle.
Yeah, yeah.
And I also can do it for the lips.
So
and
another great tip here.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I'm really short. Totally often.
Keep going.
Okay, basically that's it for the, I would say, for the secondary details. Mm-hmm. It was a technical part of the secondary details. What I'm doing also, it's of course going into subdivision. I'm doing some finer stuff like that. Basically the same process, nothing fancy, nothing new here, just in order to get something a bit more interesting. So last step for the modeling part, it's bringing the very fine detail. So, oops. Actually, I will keep working on this one. For the very sharp details on this character, since I knew that I was going to add a lot of close-up on the face, and the episode was long in time, I needed to add a very high resolution on the model. So the basic way I'm working usually is just to subdivide the mesh several times until I have enough resolution. But with only one mesh, when working with ZBrush, basically working with too many subdivisions, at the end it will be very, very slow, almost unable to work with this. So I choose to use Geometry HD. Geometry HD basically lets you go higher into subdivision, but just working on some parts. So it's something that you can find a lot of tutorial. I don't want to spend much time on this, but just to let you know that I work with Geometry HD. I will show you this. So basically, if I'm going there, this is the model without Geometry HD, where you see all the fine details and everything. And if you're going on your model, like this, Shift A, then you can dig into very, very small details. And this is where you can really add grain, pore details, wrinkles, and lots of stuff like that. For all the details, the way I did it, it was kind of traditional way. I didn't use any scan data or stuff like that. It was all made from nothing. So if I'm taking this,
that's impressive.
Up, I will. Oh no!
You're saying you use just alphas?
Yes, exactly. Not I will do it this way. I will try to smooth it. Smooth this one.
It's looking good.
Up. So basically, using the DAM standard, of course.
Hey now.
Hey, there it is.
There.
It's about time.
Using the DAM standard to.
There's the 2.
Where's the 2? Do it again. I just.
He's gonna fuck it.
It's here. So basically, the DEM standard 2, it's a very finer, it creates very fine wrinkles. I'm going to, but when you cross the wrinkle, it will also create some kind of bulge. It's a very subtle way to use it, but it can create some really nice effect, way better than the regular one do. And if you're just pressing hard enough, it will make some very strong wrinkle like that.
And you're in HD mode right now?
Oh, yes.
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 Oh,
so
yes.
basically, for most of the wrinkles,
really nice.
I worked like that. But I also created some maps for the wrinkle, like this one, and I will show you quickly how to do it. Yeah, this kind of stuff I created in ZBrush to get some wrinkle a bit faster. I created this kind of mask that I can put everywhere, like this, and I created another one for the if I'm taking for the pore details, like this one, this one. And basically, I worked like this, just putting maps together, switching between maps, trying, oh, it's a bit stronger here, like this, and using the DEM standard too, trying to make everything work together. Oops.
Just a time check for you, Damien.
Oh, yes, okay.
10 minutes.
So, well, I don't have really much time to show, but the way I did these maps, these custom maps, basically, it's you take a plane, you subdivide it quite a few times, and, oops. You're creating your maps, so I will do something like that. It's very short on time, so trying to...
You need a little more time? You need another 5 minutes on top of that?
Okay, just like that, but basically...
You're last. There's no one after you, except giveaways.
Oh, okay. Okay, so just trying to...
Go a little bit. You can have 3.5 minutes. We'll give it to you.
Oh, fine.
You've contributed so much to the community.
I think we can manage to give you an extra 5 minutes or so.
So yes, basically trying to figure your pattern. What I'm doing when I'm doing this kind of alphas, trying not to put too much details in them, just kind of being very simple, because you're going to use it quite a lot and you're going to overlap the pattern. So I'd rather be simple than with too much details. So when you're happy with your map, you're just going to go to alpha and grab dock. And oops, here I will invert it because it's not the way I want it. Oh, yes, because the way I'm working, it's you need to put it full screen. Oops. And then grab dock and invert. And now you have your alpha that you can use. So basically, it's like that I created these two alphas. If I can show you what they look like. So this one, I don't know if I can show you. Oh, yeah, this one, and this one. Okay. What is there anything I wanted to add? Project relax. Morph target. No morph target. I won't speak about morph target. But I guess basically for the modeling part, it's all I had to say. I don't know if you have some questions. Oops.
Any questions on the feed there?
Well, there is a question, which might be a good one to leave for the end. Someone really wanted to know the backstory of the Dame Standard Brush. We can't get away from it.
Well, we'll cover that right before we.
Why you created the Dame Standard Brush?
Basically because it didn't exist at the time. It was when I worked on this brush, because there was only the standard brush, and everybody knows that the standard brush is kind of very soft, very round brush. And when you're working with modeling, with character, for instance, you always need to get some sharp angle at some point. And this kind of curve, it was something that wasn't present at this time. So,
out of necessity, born of necessity.
Yeah, I think you made it around 3, didn't you? 3 or 3.1, I don't remember.
I think
somewhere around that.
It was in there.
It was in 2007. I know, because it was for a SIGGRAPH presentation I did.
Yeah,
and,
that was right around 3.
It's kind of a long time ago.
Well, I think it's in everyone's palette. I don't think there's an
100%.
artist
100%.
that's using ZBrush that doesn't use your
That's
brush.
the guy right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the guy
for
right
your
there.
contribution.
Put the camera on that guy. That's the guy right there. There he is.
Things.
The one and only.
Okay.
What an impact.
So, well, I guess I'm done because it was about poly painting after that, but it was very generic use of poly painting.
You could go ahead, show a little bit.
Yeah, you're like the Les Paul of the ZBrush.
Okay,
world.
so
Go ahead, you invented
basically the way I'm working with poly painting. I like to have some basic poly painting even after some basic stage. So basically, even I'm on the blocking stage, I'm always at some poly painting. So poly painting, the way to do it, it's very simple. You just took a standard brush, and instead of using the ZA or Z sub, you're just using the RGB. So basically, you're going on, you pick up a color, and you, oh yes, it's working, but it's very slow. I don't know why it's so, well, I will do that. Oh yeah, also, yes. It's a good stuff, speaking about poly paint. So basically, yes, what I...
and we're saving, and we're saving.
I try to escape, but I won't escape too much because it can crash. I will go there with less resolution. So I'm going to first do some very broad color zone. Basically, I'm using poly paint the same as I'm modeling. It's first doing some very broad color, and then going to.
So where are you deciding to put the blue? How are you deciding where to put the blue and put the red?
Basically, I'm putting the blue where there are some
cavity.
Some cavities, but inside the mesh, inside the body. So where you have some more flesh, and I'm trying to get with more yellowish stuff where you can see the skull, or where the skull is not very far. So
yeah, that's great. So you're using the yellow is where the skin's closer to the bone.
Yes.
It's blue where it's actually not as close to the bone.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bigger gap. And you're using the red.
The red will be where you have a lot of blood, so on the finer tissue, on the nose, and stuff like that. So basically, this will be the way to do something very broad. And once I start to have something like that, I will start to blend this together with the tone of my skin. So I will use some alpha to get something more interesting, like this. I will use a spray brush, and I will remove the color. And I will pick this kind of color, for instance. And up, I will maybe... No. It's not very visible. I will...
What color? You picked the skin tone color?
Oh, I pick it here, but basically it's kind of brownish color.
Yeah.
And yes, I will very softly blend this color here. What I can do from time to time before doing this blending, I can do some, it's working great with this alpha, where is it?
It's pretty cool to see you do that digitally, where you have like your lightest lights and your darkest darks, and then you're just putting in your midtone and sort of blurring it together. It's really neat.
Yeah, this goes back to traditional.
All the way back.
This goes all the way back to like traditional painting.
Summer Caravaggio is smiling.
It's exactly that. It's looking at the painting master, the way they are doing their skin, and it was very lively on their painting, traditional painting. And for this kind of project, I think it's better because it's kind of stylized in the end, but it's actually what I'm looking for. I don't want to take scan data, which will be very realistic skin, but it will lack some personality, it will lack some stylization that I'm looking for this character. So I can add some bit of variation, and after I will blend it a bit more. It's a process when you do and redo most of the stuff.
Yeah, it's a build-up.
Look at it. See, now it's slowly pushing.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
colors
It's slowly going.
You're creating a subdermal of colors.
Yes,
is
basically.
pretty much what's happening.
So on this stage, I will stop. I will go back to my, just to show you some tips with this. So basically, when you have details and you're working on your poly paint.
Yeah. That subtlety is what creates that realism. That's a big thing for me. Yeah. Subtle stuff is what makes things pop off the screen, create some realism.
I will use...
People, this is a Lisa Needs Braces great tip-in right here going on right now. For those that know, my Lisa Needs Braces.
Like a master class. I can't believe we're here live doing this on the floor. Look at this.
Okay, so I will use some very different colors to show my points. So basically, when I have this base that I'm just done, I will add some details, and what is great, it's you can get some details from your actual modeling. So here, I don't have my base, but what I can do, it's using the masking features, and the one really useful in this case, it's masked by cavities. Here, it is here. Mask by cavities, using by default. In this case, it's not very interesting, so you have to tweak the setting. I will boost the intensity. So it's starting to become interesting, but I can work with this, but I want something a bit with a bit more transition between each part, so I will play with this and maybe a bit less cavities. Not up, maybe like this. No, we'll try. No, it doesn't work the way yes, that's a bit better. Yes, okay, almost there. Yes, this kind of stuff. So you have to play with the settings, but now I start to have a better transition, and what I can do now, I will hide my mask, because I don't want to see my mask while I'm painting. And also what I like to do when I'm poly painting, I actually have hotkeys for this kind of setup. Cool. It's a very simple setup. It's just basically I took some, where is it? I think it's here. No, oh, it's here.
You're looking for render
It's
passage?
A preview, best, no.
Oh, best, yeah.
Not best. Preview, flat, and fat. So I just assign some hotkeys to this. So I can just go and switch easily. And now I will just work on my paint.
Really neat.
And you can also, what is great, it's to smooth this as long as you do it that. Okay, I'm going to smooth it also to make even a better transition.
Really awesome.
And I can just now invert my mask. I hide it, and I will work on the crease with the same process. Maybe a bit darker here. Smooth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the nice part's where those blues and the reds are meeting. They're going to make some purple in there too.
Really exquisite. Really nice work.
And that way, in the end, when you're looking with light and everything, you can get some very nice effect, and you can get some very realistic effect, and bring back details together with the color.
You get 2 thumbs up from me. That's the stuff right there.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Chock full of tips.
That was a really heavy presentation. A lot of really good features and tips in there.
I really hope yes, people will enjoy it, and that people learn.
You got 2 guys clapping for you now.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Well done.
Awesome. The one question that did come through: how are you handling all your HD? Because you were using HD,
yes,
right? So
on this
for that project, you used HD.
Yes.
So how did you handle all your HD files? Were you just sending everything to displacement maps and
yes,
maps?
everything to displacement.
Cool.
And you were doing a whole face in HD?
Yes.
And the bodies or anything else?
No, only for the faces, because for the body is too much. And actually, I didn't need for the body because the character has clothes, so you don't see the body.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then we did, behind Damien.
Let's do that first before
behind Damien, there's some of your models that we've had in this environment that there, wow, there we go, some of the Damien models.
Reach out and touch
me. You printed, you 3D printed both of these,
yes,
didn't you?
Yes, both of them, yes.
Yeah.
Through the power of AR, here we are looking at your
look at
pieces
this.
a little closer. How
Yeah,
do you
let's
feel
take a
about
closer
that?
look at these.
Oh, that's exquisite. And Damien, look at that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I can touch it.
Look at it at a large scale. That's awesome stuff. Like, look at that. That's gorgeous.
Really neat.
And you're taking the time to kind of just do a little bit of your details by hand, which I like too. Not letting like a big alpha take control of everything for you. So you guys can really see this now too at a larger scale here within the environment we have here. Two of Damien's models.
A lot of attention
really
to detail.
showing
You know, a lot of people have been saying a lot of nice things about the environment. One more tip of the hat to Anna Carolina, our fellow ZBrusher over in Florida, and her team for helping to put this together. Really
awesome.
looking fantastic, and these are great models.
And for Damien putting these together too, so we can bring them in the environment.
You got any last words for him before I send him off?
You can go ahead. First of all, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's what I was waiting. I wanted you to tell him.
I know on the way in you had some bumps in the road.
Yes, the road to Los Angeles was pretty long.
Yeah, we're so happy you're able to make it, and I'm sure you're exhausted.
No, it's fine.
Time difference.
Wild horses.
The stress is gone now. I'm done. It's perfect.
We're very happy.
He's like, I'm good now.
Have you.
Yes.
And
yes.
Wild horses couldn't keep him away. Damien Canderley, the creator of the Dame Standard brush. Now we know it's
now we know
Dame Standard
now
1
we know.
and Dame Standard 2.
And I know people were sharing your Dame Standard 2 also in the chat, so people get a hold of that.
You're going to give away some more things.
I do have things to give away. After
before we do that, let's say goodbye proper. I want to thank you so much for being here with us. Myself,
thank you very much.
And Paul Gabery on behalf of the Maxon ZBrush team.
Thank you so
everyone
much.
else behind the cameras, thanks so much. And we'll be right back with some prize giveaways, okay? Thank you.
Don't go. All right, here we go. Some more giveaways for everybody. I've got some more stuff to give away. This is happening all 3 days. So we're going to have, Damien is our last presenter for the day, but we've got, don't go anywhere, we're going to highlight some things that we're going to look at for the next 2 days. We still got 2 more days left of the ZBrush Summit. So we've got some more stuff from our sponsors here. So I'm going to start off with the 6-month subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. I'm going to start off with that as our giveaway. Let's draw the winner. Let's see who we have here.
6 months on black belt training.
6 months on the black belt training. This is giving you access to also Jared Frank. Jared Frank, you are the winner.
It's clutch.
Or Frank, if you live, I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
The F-R-A-N-C?
There you go. I'm going to put it, yes.
Frank.
Frank, yes. I'm going to put it in that chat. Let's see. I still got a couple other things to give away here. Let's see what else I have. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Here's a nice one for you all. I know he was in the chat. I don't know if he's still around. But we got Shane Olson at 3D Character Workshop giving away a lifetime membership. Speaking of stylized stuff, Damien was just doing a lot of stylized character. This is one of the people that you really want to learn to do stylized stuff from. He's amazing. You're going to learn a lot if you get this course for sure. Let me draw that winner and see Ivan Razum. You are now the winner. And again, I'm putting your name in the chats. Don't know where you're watching the show right now, so I'll put it in both. Ivan, congratulations on that big win right there.
Good guy, Ivan.
Yes,
Way to go.
congratulations. You're going to learn a lot.
Sign up.
From Shane. You're going to learn a lot from that for sure. All right, let's go with another one that's more online learning for you all. So we're going to go with a 4-course bundle from XMD Academy. Again, there's 4 courses on their website. He's given you all 4 for you, so you can go learn from the 4 artists that he has there, the 4 workshops that he has there. Let's draw that winner. Let's see who we got for that. And we've got, here we go, Russell Clawitter. Russell Clawitter.
Say it again. Russell Clawitter. Clawitter.
Clawitter. K-L-A Witter. Clawitter. Russell, congratulations on winning that. So I'll put both your names in there. And Louis, that's it. Those are all my giveaways. Those are all my giveaways for today. The giveaways are done for Monday, but we are doing more on Tuesday and Wednesday. So don't go anywhere, right? Because we got, we'll discuss a little bit about the schedule coming up. What are you excited about for the next couple days?
I was going to ask you the very same thing. I wanted to stop and recap with Paul Gabriel. We've got Tuesday and Wednesday lined up here. Some very interesting things. You're asking me what I'm excited about. I default to Pixar and the Lightyear presentation happening at the end of tomorrow. And if I had to look, I'm always excited to be in the flesh here with you to cover the latest and greatest inside of the world's favorite digital sculpting software, ZBrush. And that happens on Wednesday with our very own Paul Gabriel, Ian Robinson, and myself, Louis Tucci, going over some of the new features inside of what we've been up to, maybe pulling the hood back a little bit to show you some of the hardware.
Let me pull the curtain back
a little bit. Back a smidge, just a smidge.
Maybe only one side.
Well, how about you? What are you looking forward to now?
Listen, I think, like I said, the Sideshow one was amazing. We got more stuff like that happening.
Hard to recover from that.
Days, but we have other ones that are like that are coming up these next 2 days that you're going to see unique presentations where we're going to be going on location. So, like tomorrow's like, come on, are you kidding me? We've got Rand Maniloff, who also worked on Love, Death, and Robots and many other projects tomorrow.
A big boy tomorrow.
God of War.
Needs no
War. 1 week after the game. Come on, 1 week after the game's coming out. Marco Plouffe is an amazing hard surface sculptor.
I know you're doing the scan truck. You're really looking forward to that. I'm sure we'll probably
I love me some photogrammetry.
Try to get scanned.
Totally fun.
I'm going to try to get in there.
And Lightyear is just, it's a big one for me just because of that franchise in general.
You think
Toy Story's very near and dear. And that, honestly, that's one of those movies, again. That franchise, ironically, is one of those movies for me as a father. I got to go see that with my little one.
Gives you the tinglies?
Gives it to, and her first movie ever in the theater was Toy Story 4.
Well, he's finally gone to infinity, and perhaps he continues to go beyond. As
you find out why he went to infinity
You're
and beyond.
Kidding. Oh, man, no spoilers, man. I have to watch it.
You haven't seen it yet?
No, so I think this brings us to the end of day number uno after this ZBrush Sculpt Off. I want to thank all of our sponsors and all of the people who participated, and again, all of our teammates behind and off cameras who make this thing possible, the entire Maxon One team across the globe, everyone who's participating online and clicking the like buttons, hitting subscribe, and all the things that they do. I guess on behalf of my co-host, Paul Gabriel, I am Louis Tucci. And we also had Ian Robinson, who was on location. Don't forget Ian, he'll be back with us in the studio tomorrow. I want to say, really, that was amazing. That was a standout for me. Ian Robinson today took it to Sideshow Collectibles. If you didn't get a chance, watch the run back on that one. And so on behalf of Paul Gabriel, Ian Robinson, I'm Louis Tucci, and this is the ZBrush Summit 2022. Tune in again. We'll be back tomorrow for more of this. All the ZBrush maniacs are tapping their boards like.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
3、2、1。